Hey, Kareem, there's two songs back there. All right, my fault.
It's just too bad you don't know what it is.
Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. This constant type of pressure, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. This constant type of pressure, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. It's the truth, y'all. If for some it's gon' hurt. The black man's the king of this earth. The black man did it all first. Analyze, gon' do your research. They gave us all they worst and we did it all against it. 10 toes planted and did it all with no mention. Hard to understand it with all the lies and deception. When you can't stand the image of your own reflection. But time is a blessing, healing all the pain. This message in the bottle, yes, it's handy for your brain. Everything that makes you great lies inside of your veins. Won't you place the picture properly inside its frame? Now listen to this game and open up your eyes. The vision is simple, just focus on our lane and ride. They plotting our demise, but still we gon' rise. Focus on our throne, fist up in the sky, do or die. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
The true and living, I let them know. It's hard to separate what's fact from fiction. I know they won't. You never knew the truth is hitting. I know they don't. You better never let them kill your vision. Don't let it go. I know the world has got you going crazy. Feeling psychotic. Pop a perk and how you feeling wavy. Passing the narcotic. They say your masculinity is toxic. You gotta stop it. You want success, you gotta feminize it. Or criminalize it. Find your brother going bust his noggin. And then you vomit when you really look, ain't it ironic? How much we love everybody, but we hate our own. Dumb, deaf, and blinded. All we needin' is the proper knowledge, the proper guidance. We got it. See the blink, give them power, society never gave them. See the rulers in his core, it's inside him, it's in his nature. See the black man is God, defying all the odds. All praise to the mighty who raises from the dark.
Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
Nobody love us, let us not pretend. No. Let us gain our independence and let us not depend. They'll never stop us now, they couldn't stop us then. This country lucky that we only want equality and not revenge. We need to invest in each other, how much you got to spend? If I needed your help, my brother, how much you got to lend? You got a black business, I support you. I'ma buy black, the block I want us to buy back. I'm trying to buy that, I'm trying not to get shot at in Babylon with a cop at. I need to see an all black Amazon I can shop at. Stop that, cause the black man is king, black man is God. Any black celebrity quiet, that man a fraud. Cause they wanna leave us with no blessings. I seen blacks get beat peacefully protesting, leaving the street bleeding with no weapons, or get COVID treated with no testing. I'm squeezing with no questions.
Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared. Message to the black man, keep your head up. All the shit we been through, I know you fed up. These constant type of pressures, you ain't led up. This country should be happy we ain't teared up.
Who are 22 million so-called American Negroes who originally was brought into the Western Hemisphere by the white man to do his service and not to do our service. They have served that time out, And now it is no need for the white man nor for the so-called Negro to sit down at no such thing as a conference table to try to bring up some kind of agreement to live together and share together whatever is here.
All right, I came back just in time. Sorry about that, y'all.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, we got one more. We got one more. But welcome to the den. Hey, like, share, subscribe, because we finna get it in. This is a scientific topic. I'm gonna talk until the dang on video begin. Man, we got a powerful platform today. Let's get it.
Whether you like me or not, whether you accept me or not, whether you condemn me or not, whether you suspend me or not, and I will teach it from the cradle to the grave. Some of you trembled when you saw it.
So much blood in the sword, I earn crime, pain, spiritual war, psychological change. Loss of love from the toil, by the cross from the Lord. Death easy while life so fucking hard. So much blood in the sword, I earn crime, pain, spiritual war, psychological change. Loss of love from the toil, by the cross from your Lord. Death easy while life so fucking hard. No fucks given, appreciate the canna. Keep the same energy, keep the same banter. Knights on the crest, gang on the banner. Bang with them hammers, raised like celestial orbs. Should be next in the fourth, cause got me next to the Lord. Society, want my neck to the sword. Born in ghetto like I was resurrected in morgues. My niggas unify like when he attacking the Borg. When Adrian transformed, almost collapsed to the floor. Family over everything, what you supposed to do when family got your back in the war. I be your hand if you lacking a sword. Hacked in the mall, how they on the field but they lacking the balls. Supposed to be your dog, but them cats retracting their claws. The truth of factual law, try to ambush me. Put my back on the wall, put my trap on the draw. Let the clap and applause. So much blood in the sword, I earn crime, pain, spiritual war, psychological change. Loss of love from the toil, by the cross from your Lord. Death easy while life so fucking hard. So much blood in the sword, I earn crime, pain, spiritual war, psychological change. Loss of love from the toil, by the cross from your Lord. Death easy while life so fucking hard.
Man, woo! Hey, welcome to the den, man. Welcome to the den. As y'all see, we got the talent over here. We got the artists, we got the comedians, we got the scholars, we got the trolls. We got the best trolls in the universe. Mississippi, you're doing your job. Welcome to the den. Welcome to the den. Before we get it in, I gotta introduce the queen, Sister Karima. Go ahead, sis.
Hey, everybody. Shalom to those that's watching on Bingo. Please hit the like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, Lions Den. And peace to the chat.
That's right, Bigo. Shout out to Bigo. Yeah, man, this is gonna be a great show because y'all see the title. Can science and the creator of the universe coexist? That's what we talking about today in the den. I'm cheesing from ear to ear because we had a great bill yesterday. We got a special guest in the building, a couple special guests. All y'all special guests to me. So ain't nobody better than nobody else. Y'all get treated equal in the den. That would make us special over here, man. So before we go ahead and get into this, I gotta introduce one of the OG Lion Den members, Brother Kyle. He was the original co-host of the Lions Den when JJ was in front of the TV with the stick. Go ahead and introduce yourself, family.
Man, you still got that stick, man?
Yes, I do. The ball fell off. I got to glue the ball back on.
You need to retire.
It fell off line one time. You didn't catch it? Yeah, I was so embarrassed. But go ahead. That's for another time, for another day. Go ahead, man.
All right, peace to y'all, man. What's up, Sister Karima? Peace to everybody on the panel with us right now. And thanks to you, JJ, for putting it together again. It's what you always do, man. So I'm just looking forward to a enlightening conversation. Hopefully it can stay on topic and be respectful for everybody. And let's get it.
All right. You shout out to Dagger Squad. There, you came back. That's last time was a little rough for you, Dagger Squad members, but hey, we welcome you back. This is your home, man. See, I get licks in here too, man. It ain't. I'm not safe. I'm just letting you know. All right. Now we got one of the former Intercontinental champions in the building, the magnetic electro messiah. That's right. You heard what I said. The
Peace, peace,
electromagnetic messiah.
peace, peace, peace,
Anu'kakerakt.
peace,
Me,
peace.
St.
It's
Louis.
your boy.
St. Louis. Go ahead, Aki.
It's your boy,
And
Anu'kakerakt.
great song, man. Both of y'all on the same vibe.
Yeah, peace. It's your boy Anu'kakerakt, Larry the Real Brown, Harube Near Monte the First, representing Naga and Pooh Crew stand up. You know how we get down, Lions Den in the fucking building. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a real good build, you know what I'm saying, and try not to go off into all the ad homs and stuff like that. We just need to listen to each other's perspective and do our due diligence after that, man. So let's get to it.
All right, man. I wish I could remember that long name. I knew Cackleback that day. That's where I stopped. All that brown, but you said it too fast, man. But that's how we talk in the Midwest. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, now we got the special guest, man. He lit it up in the debate with Domo. I mean, he wiped Domo off the charts. That's what he did. Domo just had a lack of understanding because I don't believe in no vote for no Jimmy Carter. None of them people. That's right. We got Q to the butter. Go ahead, Aki.
Yo, what's good, black family? Shalom, peace, and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Islam, whatever you want to say to yourself. Happy. I'm on vacation, so I really don't know what day it is, but whatever day it is for you, and I hope you enjoying it.
Yeah. All right, man. Tell everybody, man, you know where they can find you. Karima, did you give a new and a QButter their rent so they can, while they doing this show, right? If we got to get signed, I'm gonna put the source in the chat so everybody can read it all together. That's what we're doing here today. You know. So tell everybody where they can find you though.
Tell them, respond, make a comment in there so I can give you a wrench and a new cat.
You can put the video in the chat, in the back chat. My bad. I just jumped on the computer. I don't have my phone. I left my phone. Yeah. I got an email.
Oh, he can't see the chat then, Kareem.
No,
okay,
just put the link in the chat to where we at, JJ. I'll do it too.
Oh, okay. All right.
He talking about the YouTube channel. You want to?
Yeah, I think you YouTube.
All right.
All right, but go ahead and tell everybody to find you
everywhere.
and the objective of this show, family.
Yeah, you can find me anywhere. QButter, Zyx Institute, Zyx, XYAYX.
So, QButter XYX, everybody.
No, QButter, yeah, QButter, QUE Butter. And you can find me on my institute movement, XYAYX, Zyx Studios, Zyx the Movement, Zyx Institute, all things Zyx.
Can you kind of tell her, since you the guest, you first time in the den, can you kind of tell everybody a little bit about what you do for the children and all that type of stuff with your science?
Well, I built an institute for black children only, black family only. Everything I do is centered around the black community. Pride and jewel of Zyx is the Zyx Institute. We have children all over the country, many Israelite children, many 5% children, Nation Islam children. So I'm proud to be able to say we have a place where we can educate our children, teach them effectively, and keep it from a perspective that surely is focused on black people. We're in Brooklyn, located in New York City, Brooklyn, New York, in Brownsville, Brooklyn. More than welcome to come by. Doors is open anytime. We're always looking for
Tyson.
Huh? Oh, Mike Tyson. That's a fact. Never ran, never will.
Yeah.
Doors is open. We're looking for volunteers. Part of the reason we're maybe getting into the debates is because I want to, of course, use the notoriety and conversation and buzz and stuff to help promote what I'm doing in the Institute and to, and push scientific literacy. So I am not a fan of creating beefs. You know what I'm saying? I got enough dead friends in real life, so I do not want to come on the internet and be beefing with nobody about some damn whatever. So,
information.
That's the whack part.
Yeah, we're not doing that today, y'all. We shouldn't do it no day. But yeah, man, that's great, man. I seen some of your videos, man. And you've been around for a while. You a positive brother. All of us trying to be positive. That's why we're here. All right, now we got some more special guests in the house, everybody. We got the Lions Den Intercontinental Champion in the building. Smushing it. Go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, you know what it do. You know what I'm saying? It's the most hated, the most underrated, the most underestimated, the most underdebated, the smusher heads, your smushinator. I'm your smusher man, baby. Wipe your mouth off, goddamn it. Watch what you say to me.
And
I'm
wipe
over here,
your mouth.
Woo! Watch
Hey,
this
hey,
video.
I mean, you
Watch
dribbling.
this.
Huh? Somebody dribbling.
Got a
Let me
little milk
smushing
left
that to
on
get
it.
done with you.
Got a little milk left on their lip. You know what I'm saying? Got to wipe
Yeah.
that milk off.
Dribble.
You know what I mean? Word. So, yeah, man, Q Butters, you know what I'm saying? Very, very impressed by the brother's knowledge. Anu'kakerakt is another very, very smart brother, even though sometimes we bang out. It's all good. It's all love. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know how we do. We gorillas in this bitch. Excuse my language.
Lions.
So, yeah. Yeah, let's
Oh, yeah, I
do.
forgot you original Gorilla Gang. Yeah, Gorilla. He was an atheist at
I'm the
first,
creator.
everybody. I'm going to tell you what happened to him. He's a lion now.
I'm the creator.
He was with
Gorilla
Mudawa and these atheists and these Unkwesters and talking about we chimps and apes. They just call themselves the Gorilla Gang. That's for another time, for another place.
I'm the originator of the Gorilla Gang, but
yeah, you is. You patented.
Mugabe is the gorilla.
Yeah, Mudawa, you losing numbers, Mudawa. You need to get up in here.
He the mascot. The mascot.
All right, man. Hey, we got some more surprises in the building. Let me see the screen because it looked like we got the dang on choice. He didn't come back home because he's officially, this is his second home. He's over there with the dark side, but I'm trying to get him to leave that nonsense. Come on home to the den. All right, go ahead to Truist. Introduce yourself and tell where everybody can find you.
Peace to the den. Peace, JJ. Peace, everyone on the panel. I'm just joining the conversation because I enjoy intelligent conversations, as this one seems like it's going to be. Q and
you must have been listening to all my videos then. I know. You go to sleep listening to some of 7,000's greatest hits. Go ahead.
So, yeah, Q and Anu. They're two very intelligent brothers. I've had my disagreements with Anu, obviously, but he is very astute, and I have to give him credit. So this is a conversation I am looking forward to listening to and being a part of. I myself, self-admittedly, am still on my journey on exactly knowing everything I wish to know. I don't claim to know everything. And I enjoy being parts of conversations such as this. So this should be a good show.
All right, man. I appreciate you too, man. All right, man. It ain't over with yet, man. We got one of the concierges of the Lions Den. One of the guys that be in the back hey, man, with some of all this good information, man. Some of the stuff I didn't even think about. Oh, God damn, where you get that from? I'm talking about Yasha Ben Israel, one of the former Lions Den champions. Go ahead, Aki.
Shalom. What it do. Man, I am just glad to be here. This place is like church. It's like the mosque. It's like the temple. It's like the kahal. It's a place where I can go and it's like an intellectual place of refuge. You know what I'm saying? While I'm out here in this
high-level conversations going on, man.
Yeah. While I'm out here in this wicked dumb world, I get to come over here and relax, and get in a place where I want to be, where people talking like they got sense, people talking like they have intellect, that's what I'm about. People who talking like they got spirituality, this, like I said, this is my mental and spiritual place of refuge over here. And I'm just glad to be here, brothers and sisters.
All right, man. Thank you for that testimony, man. I'm glad you feel that way when you're at home in the den. That's why it's welcome to the Lions Den. Y'all already know what it is. All right, who else we got on here? Where's Corey? Okay, I think that's everybody. With Corey, you need to get in here, man. This is one of your type of conversations. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and let Anu and
wait, hold on, Apostle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Apostle. I am so sorry. All right, we got the Lions Den discussion. Okay, let me get you in there. We got the Lions Den discussion champion in here. He will out-discuss anybody. He don't debate, he discuss. You hear me? You will be in some trouble. I'm talking about no other than Quan. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, appreciate it, JJ, man. Big ups to your guests, to those that's going to be speaking on the day, those that's going to be sharing their side, their testimony, giving us what they're proffering or what they are espousing. And I look for a good competition, man. But let's put our feelings in our pockets and let us change our plans. So we're not going to be getting into no arguments, getting emotional, getting feelings hurt, and then start name calling and all that kind of stuff. Okay? All right. Let's do whatever it does. Let's enjoy it.
All right. We got all these intellectual minds in here, all these inquisitors and, spiritual thinkers and scientific, you know, thinkers that want to push science, technology, engineering, mathematics. There's nothing wrong with that. And then if you don't agree with it, I mean, how about we come to a point where somewhere we can agree and don't turn this into a goddamn, like Black Jesus said, a nigga nut fest. All right? So we're going to go ahead and start the show off with QButter and Anu'kakerakt that kind of give you the premise of kind of the conversation where we want to lead this to. Now, this not so everybody just chill for a minute, let them get their little build on, and then we'll come in. Can we agree to that? Oh, and before we start this show, can everybody hit the like that's here? Hit the like real quick, share it a couple times. Or let's get it in.
Peace. So I just want to pick up the conversation where we kind of left off when I was asking about has anybody ever checked the constants, the universal constants for errors? Have anybody ever checked to see if these things are really constants? Because there's certain aspects of this physical universe that we see that kind of don't really match up. And I've explained this before, but since we live, I'll explain it again. Gravity is supposed to be a constant. It's supposed to be a constant everywhere, pushing down on everything all at the same time, the same amount of force. But yet on Earth, we have gravitational anomalies. All over the Earth, we have gravitational anomalies where some things don't fall as fast as they do in other places. You know what I'm saying? For us to have gravitational anomalies on Earth, that suggests that gravity is not pulling in all directions. In a center mass direction all at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because some places are denser than others. You could be on this part of the Earth and it might be solid granite up under your feet. You might be up under this part of the Earth and it might be clay. Clay's not as dense as granite. You know what I'm saying? So the gravity differential would be different because of the difference in densities, weights, and volumes and mass. So when it comes to things like that, when it comes to the speed of light, they tell you the speed of light is constant. But yeah, at the same time, they're telling you that the universe is expanding. You know what I'm saying? So if the universe is constantly expanding, how can we fundamentally say that this is a constant speed if it's constantly expanding and we don't know where the end of this sector is? We don't know where the end of it is. No one knows where it ends or begins. So as far as we know, light could just be going on and on forever, and it's not even a constant at all. Maybe it's just simultaneously everywhere all at the same time. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole point of us sitting down, actually having these discussions, talking about these type of things. I could go further off into gravity. They say gravity has an attractive force, but yet when you put two masses next to each other, you can't detect a force that's being exerted on either masses from either mass unless you're dealing specifically with charge, unless you're dealing with electric or static charge. That's the only time we're able to detect a force that's exerting on each other. Two forces exerting on each other. So if you don't believe me, you can go take up two bowling balls. I don't care what mass they are. You can sit them right next to each other. And as long as the surface is flat and there's no angles on the surface, those two masses will not attract each other. I don't care how close you put them, as long as you're not exerting any external force on them, they will not move. There is no force that is attracting those two things together outside of charge. Now, you can have negative charge and positive charge on both bowling balls, and the charge itself might make the balls move together, but by itself, there is no attraction when it deals with gravity. So I'll stop right there.
It's simple though, bro. That's because the force of the object that's needed to attract it is not larger than the force of the object that it's currently attracted to, which is the Earth. So something would have to be bigger than the Earth and have more mass in the Earth to I guess forfeit that attraction to the original place and switch it over. I mean, it's not like that ain't that difficult.
Yeah, so are you saying that if I put a bowling ball and let's say a tennis ball next to each other, should one attract the other?
No. He said they're both inside of the gravitational field of Earth.
Right.
It's the same thing like when you're in a car, you're driving and you're in the car's reference frame. So everything that's moving within the car, you can drink juice and the juice is falling with you, but it's also moving with you in the X coordinate. So you're drinking it the same. So it's literally the ball and tennis ball are both in the reference frame of Earth. You would have to take them outside of the solar system, and then you'll be able to measure the gravitational attraction between them.
Right. So have we had anything go past the solar system?
No.
Yes, we have. They're called Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. They're past the past our solar system.
What you're saying like when you say
no, I didn't mean to measure. I'm sorry about that, bro.
Yeah, I thought you meant like have we ever measured outside the solar system? No, yeah, we had satellites that got outside of the solar system.
Yeah. So here's the thing, like so they'll tell you like it's Oort clouds and stuff like that out there, which are basically icy bodies that's floating around outside of our solar system. Like they have so many outlandish claims of things that they have not actually seen. And so when we just look at gravity in a common sense perspective, two masses together should exert a force on each other, according to what they're telling us. Two or more masses should exert an attractive force to each other. But yet we see we could look at the asteroid belt and see that that's not necessarily true. You have separate bodies floating around each other in vicinity of each other, close vicinity of each other, and they're not all colliding together and creating one big huge ball. You see what I'm saying? So again, if gravity is the way that they explain it, then how come we don't see planets being created in the asteroid belt or in the Kepler belt? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I mean, but that's not how planet is, like that's what. There's a lot of pieces that skipped, you know what I mean, in the conversation. And that's why it's imperative that we learn. It's the same way like somebody who decides to just jump straight into like reading the end of the Quran. And,
yeah, let's not bring up no religious stuff, bro.
No, I'm just trying to give it an analogy where if you just read the end of it and you're trying to explain the Quran, like you have to go through the entire subjects of all of it. Because like planet
Star Trek or Star Wars or something.
Like from Star Wars, you watch what's the last Star Wars? Yeah, exactly, but you get the point.
Right.
You got to keep all of it, and so that in your description. So the gravitational constant is the constant 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 Newton per meter squared, whatever. That is the constant that is inputted into the equation to determine the force between two objects. Now that doesn't mean that the objects are going to have the same forces, because the constant, the force that the acceleration to the center is inversely proportionate to your distance from it, and directly varies with your mass. So you have to know the mass, and it's a relationship between, and that's why I was asking on the phone. I'm like, when you say, and I know how some people say like, you know what, it's like, this is the way the world is supposed to be taught. And it's like, hold on, this is the logic behind it. And it's not anybody's opinion. It's if you drop an object and you measure its speed and its acceleration. And you notice that if you drop any three objects, they all will have the same rate of acceleration. So that means that their velocity is changing in time at the same rate and change in time. That's the reason why they're like, so when people say grab, I'm like, hold on. It is a identifiable fact that we can all do and measure the rate in which objects accelerate and while they fall.
So would you say on a planet, let's say like Jupiter, for example, would you say that the object will fall at the same rate on Jupiter as it would on Earth?
No, it can't. It has a different
mass.
So
that means that gravity isn't a constant everywhere.
No. Understand the formula. So the formula, right? When you say directly varies, so you have F equals M times A, right?
Right.
When we describe that as saying
force, right?
But force directly varies with mass or acceleration.
Right. So that means that if a mass is not completely solid all the way around, then there will be gravitational anomalies.
No, that doesn't mean that. That means
okay,
that
so
the mass.
again,
no, that means that so when I say directly varies, that's a math statement. And if I say inversely is proportionate inversely, that's a statement. So that it's a relationship. So when we talk about math, we talk about relations. So and we define functions as relations that have a certain sector of rules they follow. So when we see that there's a relationship to distance and acceleration on a specific plane, what changes the relationship is the distance you are from the center and the mass that you are attracted to. Your mass is negligible if you are within the parameter of the object.
Okay, so
if you're on Jupiter,
that's saying a lot.
No. The constant is if you're on Jupiter, you would use the constant of gravity. The constant of gravity is not saying that the force of gravity is constant. You're going to have a resultant force once you have mass. To produce the formula, the number for that, you have to use the gravitational constant. The gravitational constant is one of the most measured constants. That's what I'm like, well, we're saying have people attack the constant 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11.
Brother, that's what they teach all of us. Like, we understand that.
No, I'm saying I understand it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I understand. I understand what you're saying, and so like you don't have to teach me that.
But I feel like the reason why I feel like you don't, I feel like you don't understand is because when you're saying that,
just because I have a different perspective.
No, let me explain. Let me explain
just because I have a different perspective on it, don't mean that I don't understand it.
It's not a matter of perspective. It's a matter of a summary that allows me to understand that you're not gathering the idea that's being taught. Because if I was a teacher, right, to your teacher, and you came and told me, so my teacher taught me that gravity is the same on Earth and Jupiter, I would tell you that I did a bad job.
That's not what I'm saying is gravity is not the same all the way around the Earth. It's not.
No, slow down. I'm not saying, listen what you said. You said, so you're saying, the question you asked, if you were on Jupiter, would you feel the same gravity?
Yeah, that was, and the reason why I asked that is because gravity is not the same body to body. That's why
it goes back to the formula. I know before we say God, the formula.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just when we talking and you saying no. When we know for a fact that there are there's gravitational anomalies all over Earth. Where those gravitational anomalies occur.
I have all literally pulled up, but when you were talking about the very first point you said that gravitational constant is the same on different planets.
No, I did not. That's not what I was saying at all.
You said literally, if that's why you asked.
No, what I'm saying, when they talk about gravitational constant, they're saying that gravity never.
Let me respond. You had the floor for 7 minutes to intro it. Yeah. I didn't give my lead to what I'm going to argue.
All right, man.
I'm responding to it. Let me get the time to respond to it, and then I'll give you the floor back. All right. So, why I go so hard about science is because in our community, the average Black person has not been effectively taught science, and we are being systematically robbed from being able to propel ourselves into the scientific community.
I know.
Can I finish? I just
want to know what I knew the average Black person, because he sounds very average to me.
I ain't gonna finish.
He's like an average brother to me.
Let the brother finish, please. Let him finish his dialogue.
Yeah, let him finish, Terry. They trying to build together.
So, statistically speaking, America, Black and white, has lower than a 5th grade education. That's why they had the show, Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? It's well documented that America is not doing that well right now, educationally speaking. I'm
Brother, can we stick with the topic dealing with gravity and dealing with
bro.
constants,
Why are you doing that
electromagnetism?
while I'm talking, bro? Like literally, I didn't do none of that while you talking, bro. Like I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
saying,
because
like,
I stayed on subject, brother. This ain't about race. This ain't about none of that.
why are you doing that with my topic, bro? Like I'm having my floor. I didn't say nothing while you were talking. Like, where is the respect?
Word.
Like,
Rattle your tongue, please.
Like, what is the problem here? It's like, if you just would have leave the floor and I agree with you, it's whatever. But again, why I'm saying this is because in our community, scientific literacy has been broken down immensely. So when you hear brothers like the brother that just spoke, we have a lot of people who are creating ideas or have challenges to present ideas, but they haven't been effectively taught. So they have flaws in the way in which they understand. So when you hear the amount of people in our community on platforms as important as Sinetas and other ones who are publicly displaying a lack of understanding of science, a person who's taught science and gravity knows it's proportional to distance and it directly varies with mass. So you would not say or even ask the question, would you experience the same gravity on Earth as you would on Jupiter? That means that you clearly don't understand the concept. And if you were my student or anyone else's, I would say, let me reteach you the concept. And I'm not trying to insult you. That is just the same way. It's just what it is. You clearly don't understand the formula for the force of gravity between two objects.
Who keeps coming off their mic while his minutes was up, man? Come on. Show me a man.
No. Let them go. Okay. Anu'kakerakt, you ready?
Yeah. So again, I don't know exactly what y'all learned from that whole exchange. But the whole point was about gravitational constants and anomalies. So I'm just gonna read this right here real quick. It says gravitational anomalies are often due to unusual concentration of mass in a region. For example, the presence of mountain ranges will cause the gravitational force to be more than it would be on a featureless planet. Positive gravity anomaly. That's what it's saying. Gravity anomalies were first discovered in 1672 by French astronomer Jean Richter. Established an observatory on the island of Cayenne. So right there proves that there are gravitational anomalies all around the Earth, and gravity is not constantly pulling down on the Earth consistently, all at the same time.
This is the reason why I said he doesn't have a grasp of the formula. When I said inversely proportionate, you're dividing force equals gravitational constant mass 1 times mass 2 divided by r squared. If you increase r, which is the distance between you and the center, the force of gravity is inversely proportionate and it decreases. So if you are at the top of a mountain, you are further away from the center of the planet. Hence, you will have a different gravitational field or force exerted on you. The formula simply tells you that. That's why I asked him 3 times if he understands what inversely proportionate means. Inversely proportionate is when you have the denominator of your equation is what's inversely proportionate to the solve. So force is equal to mass times acceleration. Acceleration is inversely proportionate to mass divided by acceleration, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so again, I'm just gonna keep on reiterating this. This comes from Grace, which is the Earth Observatory, NASA.gov, and it's talking about gravitational anomalies on the geo because Earth is not completely uniform when it comes to solidity all around it, and that's the reason why you get gravitational anomalies. Is because of mass, the distribution of mass, weight, volume, and density. That's where you get that from. The only time gravity comes into play is when two masses are interacting on each other, meaning they're pressing up against each other. If you were in a weightless environment, your mass does not create attractive force, and that is the whole point of what I'm saying is that gravity is not being displayed properly, because when you add an attractive force to it, you have to make an account for that.
What does the R stand for in the equation?
Brother, I already told you how I felt about that, but it stands for radius.
And so, what is the radius? The radial.
Brother, I told you how I felt about that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
Hold on, brother. If
Well,
you
you're
clearly,
asking me questions, so you want me to interact.
look, the reason why I asked that, because clearly you do not understand what the radial distance means. It's the distance between you and the center of the object. So if you increase the distance, the force, if you increase the size of the number in the denominator, is going to make your result smaller. If you don't change the mass, but you increase the gravitational constant, 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11. Then you have the mass of Earth, 5.96 times 10 to the 24. Then you have your little mass. We don't need your little mass. Then we're going to divide your distance. So in the surface of Earth is 6.4 times 10 to the 3. If you put it in meters, it's 6.4 times 10 to the 6. Now, if you go to the top of Kilimanjaro or one of those mountains, it'll be 6.9 times 10 to the 6. So, of course, you will have a lower gravitational force exerted on you. Clearly, you do not understand the formula for gravity. So I want you to explain the formula of gravity when you speak.
Okay, you're not going to dictate the way I do things. So here's the thing: if I bring up the equation or the formula for gravity, you will see that um, there is no equation in there for any type of or variable in there for any type of attraction force. It just isn't, because those two forces have to interact on each other in a weightless environment. In a weightless environment, your mass really don't mean much when it comes to attraction. It only matters when object particles, when you have charge, when they have charge, that's when they become attractive. Charged particles, all the way down to the minute particles, all attract each other based on charge, not because of particularly mass, but because of the negative and positive charges within them. So gravity itself, unless it is an effect of electromagnetism, has no attractive force.
Again, we're not building right now. I'm explaining to you why you would have. So this is the formula for gravity. So how do we figure out the gravitational constant? You see this right here when he say constant? This is the constant in the equation. This is 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11. If with this number right here changed, we would not be able to have this conversation right now, because we're using satellites. Right? This is the number that we use for that. When we use buoyancy, when we talk about buoyancy, we're talking about what? The ability for objects to float. Most of us have products right now that were shipped over here that use the formulas for buoyancy, which use this same equal number that's constant. So that's going to explain the constants are consistent and they're used all over the world. And I'm not going to say appalled, but how could that's been tested? You see, this is the force of gravity exerted between two objects, mass 1, mass 2, and the separation. The result of this relationship produces the force that you will feel between the two objects. This is how we just did the slingshot with the satellite that went to Mars. This is how the James Webb Telescope is able to take pictures, because we can calculate the distance to certain stars and use them for gravitational lensing. This is beyond proven. And if we want to get our community to compete in this field, we have to stop dancing around the information and use it what it's supposed to be, and acknowledge when we clearly do not understand it.
Yeah, so here's the thing. That sounds good. That's what they teach you. But no one has ever observed two bodies outside of the of a quote unquote gravitational field coming together and creating anything. If I go into how stars and planets are created, they're going to talk to you about gases and dust. That's what they're going to talk to you about: gases and dust. And the weight, the gravity of the gas and dust comes together. It somehow magically attracts together, and from that process, it's supposed to go into some nuclear process dealing with those different vectors. So when it comes to a mass, if gravity is what they say and it has an attractive force, then that means we should be able to take objects outside of our gravitational field and watch these two objects attract each other, which will never happen. This is the reason why they cannot construct gravity. This is why they can't do it. It's because there is no attractive force.
No, continue. I gave him 2 minutes, like almost 2 minutes.
So I'll continue. When you're dealing with these different masses, unless the mass itself has a charge on it, it won't be attracted to anything. So when they slingshot a spaceship around anything, it is because of the charges coming off of the material, the masses of the ship, and the actual charge of the other bodies, the other electrical charged bodies that's around it, and those push and pull attractive forces is what's actually doing it. Just having a mass, if that was the case, then everything in the solar system would just plunge into the sun, because the sun is the most heaviest massive object in our solar system. So all of the planets, all of the asteroids, all of the meteors would crash into the earth if gravity was specifically had an attractive force, which it doesn't.
Again, I'll reshare my screen. All right. So when we're talking about satellites, and if we make this conversation work, escape velocity. You see that right there? This G is the G that he's talking about. This G is small g. That is the gravity of your planet. See this object here? This is the Earth. In Earth, depending how far away you are and the position you are on Earth will give you speed, because you're going to be moving in the same momentum as the Earth, and you'll have a different radial position. You see this R? That's the radial position. It's your height. In some equations, you can put it as H, right? Depending on how you do it. So in order to solve this, you're going to take energy. This is thermonuclear equation for energy. Kinetic energy. So this is solved. So when we're talking about unwriting and rewriting the world, this is what I'm saying. We're not competing. We need our own satellites. If we're not going to acknowledge that this equation has been proven 100,000 times, to the point where regular corporations are employing anybody who can use this simple equation on the screen to create an object that can escape the surface of a planet. So if he's right, then Elon Musk is wrong, NASA's wrong, Africa, who just put a satellites, is wrong, China is wrong. All of the 6th generation stealth fighters that are being released all need to be able to do Mach 3 speeds. What is the conversation about Mach? We're going to act like black people. We don't want our own jets. In order to get thrust, force, you have to overcome gravity. In order to deal with surface tensional forces, when you have to deal with drag force, when we're talking everybody who likes cars here, how many of you got a charger? The faster you go in your charger, the further you have to think about drag force. Drag force is proportional to the force of air on your car with gravity, which is directly proportional to the size of your car, the distance of the shape of your car, and how much air is pushing down on your car. How about the atmosphere? The country right now is in entire cold. the predictive measurements to produce math for that hydrostatic equilibrium. Gravity. You have to rewrite your entire, and that's why I said, if you were just reading one chapter in the book and like, oh, I want to assert gravity because it doesn't make sense to me, you haven't read it nothing on fluid mechanics. You haven't read nothing on, and if you're going to talk about electricity, electricity is essential to mass because electrons have been tied to mass.
Right, exactly. Electrons are tied to mass, and wherever there's electrons, there is charge. The sun is the largest massive body in the universe, in our solar system. So guess what? It has a large charge. It's charge. Jupiter is large. It has mass. It has a charge. All of the celestial bodies have charges. All of them. This is the way things stay in orbit. This is the push and pull of like and dislike charges, likes and dislikes like charges. This is the reason why these things stay in orbit with each other. It has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. Again, I'll show you I'll show here in my next turn. I'm gonna put the link in the back, and I'm gonna show and prove to you that charge is the thing that is causing attraction and rotation around a massive body, and I'll show that here in a second.
Go ahead. You got 2 more minutes.
Okay, I gotta pull this up. Hold on a second. Knit needle space. Here we go. Because I'm not allowed. I'm not, for some reason it's not giving me the option to share my screen.
Okay, just put it in the chat and I'll pull it up.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw it in the chat for you. Here it is. Could you play that video for us? Now, I want y'all to look at this video, and I'll give you the premise for it. An astronaut took knitting needles into space. He rubbed these knitting needles with paper to build up a static charge on them, and then he took a syringe and dropped droplets of water around the knitting needle, and then the droplets of water began to rotate and mimic celestial objects, celestial movements. So again, we could sit here and keep going back and forth about what this says in mainstream science, but when we're talking about what we're actually observing, what we're actually sensationalizing, you will see that it's two different things, because masses are not creating this attraction. It is charge that's doing it. Sister Kramer, can you play that video for us? I put it in the chat. Hello? Hello?
I got it. Hold on. It was
Okay,
free.
okay.
I was stuck. Hold on. Here I go. Yeah, after this, I'm gonna give him like 5 minutes to go. So
Okay, that's fine.
this video is 5 minutes. All right.
Little Teflon cannula. Okay, I've got it on pause, and what you're looking at is a knitting needle. And I happen to have in my crew preference a couple of knitting needles. And not that we have a lot of time to do knitting up here, but there's some other neat things you could do with them. And so watch this. So here I have a piece of paper, and I rub the knitting needle with a piece of paper. And this knitting needle is a polyethylene knitting needle. It's 8 millimeters in diameter. And now I'm going to take a syringe with a little Teflon cannula. I'm going to squirt drops of water out, and look what happens when those drops of water get close to that charged knitting needle. So this is like a little satellite going around a cylindrical shaped planet, except the physics here is a little bit different. It's not about gravitation. It's about charge forces. And of course, charges can exert a potential field, as we call it, so it can exert a force at a distance with no tangible connection. And so you have a charged drop that was ejected from the Teflon tipped syringe, and then you have the charged knitting needle, and they're going to be attracted if they're opposite charges, but because the drop has some velocity to it, it's orbiting around the knitting needle. Now this knitting needle happens to be a little different than when we started out. This knitting needle is made out of Teflon, and Teflon has some really neat static charging properties when you rub it, and I figured it'd be good to have a Teflon knitting needle when you're on station. Now look at this droplet. It's orbiting around, and since we have cylindrical geometry here, it can precess down the cylinder, but then it gets to the end, and it reverses its direction and winds back along the cylinder. So it seems to be trapped. And here we have some little tiny droplets. They kind of remind me of flies on a picnic out in Houston.
You could stop it, Sister Karima. We didn't say enough. So, like I said again, you have this charge, and that charge is causing bodies to rotate around rotate around a center mass. You know what I'm saying? Because the center mass is charged. You see what I'm saying? Now, if he can show you a video, or he can show you some type of proof of them using gravity specifically to do this, then I'll concede. But these people are inside a space station, is inside a space in orbit. Then the gravity of Earth should automatically pull those droplets of water down towards Earth. If gravity is what they're saying, then the mass of the ship is greater than the mass of the people, the syringe, and the knitting needles, and the droplets of water. So the water in the space station should automatically be attracted to the center of the spaceship if gravity is pushing everything down to the center and it's causing an attractive force. But you don't see that. What you're seeing is the effect of charge.
Can we ask him a question based on what he just showed?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's done, man. But
it's your turn, Q. It's your
my
turn, Q.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go down this line. So y'all, you see on the screen, y'all, this is one of the most impressive pictures taken in our generation. This picture is an example of gravitational lensing, right? So extremely important picture, and this was done with the James Webb Telescope. This picture is proof of the forces of gravity in a major scale. Now, I know it's hard for people to understand and rationalize that gravity is the king of the big world. We are in the middle of that world. We don't really, our size scales mean nothing in the sense of the universe. We might as well just be oversized atoms if you think about it in the sense of these pictures you see on the screen, these little dots are galaxies. All of these galaxies are massive, massive. Our brains do not really have the means of rationalizing the sheer scale. And this is no insult to anybody. This is the rational understanding that we don't have things to compare to properly contextualize the massive scale of the universe and the objects that make up the major structures, galactic structures, superclusters. These things are made of galaxies, not solar systems, not stars, not little planets. And gravity is what runs this world. They just proved, and our galaxy is crushing into another galaxy. What's causing that? It's not electric charge, it's gravity. So now let's go to the next point, right? So he also talked about how electricity is charge. Gravity was proven. You see this? This is Chasha, whatever his name is. But he proved, oh, damn, it didn't come up. Oh, you're not going to let me show it? All right, so I got to go to this. I'll pull this one up and I'll find another link for that one. But I'm going to go to the Schwarzschild limit. But before we go into that, let's go continuing into the usage of gravity in the world. Hold on, where did my link go? Right? So we all agree that submarines, we should be agreeing that submarines are examples of the most advanced forms of why are you not popping up? Of technology on the planet. There we go. And the equations for submarines, ships, and all these objects is called what? It's under buoyancy. What's the equation for buoyancy, you ask, right? Let's see, does it have gravity in it? Look at all these objects that are underneath this formula. And what do you see? The weight of displaced liquid is weight equals m times g. What's the buoyancy force? Force for an object to float. What? R times g times v. So anyone who's been on a ship will tell you that it floats. And it floats because they use what? The laws for buoyancy. And that law is this equation. So he clearly does not understand how far gravity's hands reach. This is the big homie in physics. This is, I know people think they can attack and come at it because they have a perception. But if you don't know the math and how far the math goes, it's clearly a conversation that you're not shouldn't be having. For example, let's go to this next one. How about determining how can we balance the force, electric force versus gravitational forces? You see, this is the equation that he would show you, which already is done in regular schools. This is a regular algebraic equation. This is not high-level math. This becomes Coulomb's force is equal to gravitational force. So we're going to equate these two. And you see the answer. So in fact, we have answered the original question. There is no distance at all at which the gravitational force between two electrons balances the force, the electric forces between them. By the way, the mass of a proton, you should be able to now show the ratio force of electricity to the force of gravity. So if he wanted to really say this is what you would do. This is the world we want to argue in. Math. This right here is this. And this also brings me to, let me bring up Schwarzschild, how you ever see it. I'm tearing his name a limit, which is based on something called degenerate pressure. Because he's talking about how electricity and charge is everything. That was 5 minutes? Damn, that was a quick 5 minutes.
I guess I'll just do a little filibustering right here.
Then let him clear it up, and then I'll give you extra time if he's trying to bring something out. Okay.
Well, that was 5 minutes?
Yeah, that was 5 minutes on the dot. So if you need a little more time to wrap it up, then I'll give you like 1 more minute, and that's be 6 minutes for him to present his information.
Pardon yourself. Anu'kakerakt had 1 minute before he did his 5 minutes. So technically, Anu'kakerakt had 6 minutes.
No, you didn't. He didn't even finish the whole video, so that's why I gave him the remainders. But before
Okay.
then, I added up right. Yeah,
That's all good. You can go.
Yeah.
There's an echo though.
I know you have to mute your mic when I'm talking, but it's all good. You ready? A new cat.
Yeah. So again, he just sat there and said all that stuff to y'all. He gave y'all all the proper terms from mainstream science and stuff like that. But what he didn't do is show y'all an example of nothing that he's talking about. He showed y'all pictures. He showed y'all equations, math magics. That's what it's called, math magics. That's what he showed you. So again, I asked this man to produce evidence. He gave you gravitational lensing. For all intents and purposes, gravitational lensing is nothing but the rotation of universes. You can see that same effect. You can see that same effect if we just look up at the pole star, at Polaris, or we look at the Southern Crooks. We can see the same type of effect. When we're spinning around, the stars appear as they're bending or spinning around a particular point in space. And so for us to sit there and be like, okay, this is gravitational lensing, it's kind of a farce. That's kind of out there. So let's continue with the filibustering. Let's read what he says. He says in simple form, the Archimedes law states that the buoyancy force, so we're talking about the buoyancy force on an object, is equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the object. Again, it says V, where FB is the buoyancy force. So FB, meaning the force of buoyancy, is the density of the fluid. V is the submerged volume, and G is the acceleration of due to gravity. That's what it says. So what they're talking about is the weight of the ship and the weight of the water pressing against each other. Like I said before, gravity is when two masses are pressing up against each other, and only then do their weight, mass, and volume come into question. When two masses interact with each other, when these two masses are pressing up against each other, it requires physical touch. It requires physical touch, not action at a distance, physical touch. Now, with that being said, if action at a distance worked for gravity, then that means everything in our solar system would plunge into the sun. But it don't, because those things have particular charges on it. The sun is pushing out a positive charge inside of the sun. You got negative and positive charges going on all the time. So planets also have positive and negative charges. Like charges repel each other. Dislike charges attract each other. So you have a pushing and pulling of these planets and these stars and these galaxies because of like and dislike charges. So again, he can't show you from NASA or any other space program where they can go outside of our own gravitational field, our own quote unquote gravitational field, and display or demonstrate gravity at work with two masses. They can't do it because it does not work like that. In order for things to attract each other, they have to have charge. Nothing in this world operates without charge, negative and positive. Your thoughts, when your thoughts are positive, they attract negative. They attract negativity. When you have negative thoughts, they attract positivity. This is what happens. That's the reason why when you have things like black power movements, which is something positive, negative things happen because negatives are attracted to positives. So then you will have the Klan come up, or you will have this legislation come up, and those things are negative to that positive. Everything in the universe operates specifically off the duality of negative and positive charges, which he cannot display for you because he's operating within scientific dogma. You know what I'm saying? And scientific dogma comes just for having blind faith on what they tell you and what they teach you. I can give you a list. I can give you a list of things that have changed in the past 30 years, according to modern mainstream science, that has changed. And they taught us that shit in school. They taught us that shit in school. And this was supposed to be empirical. But now, 20, 30 years down the line, we find out that shit's not true. But when it comes to gravity, when it comes to that whole concept, that's just what, 100, 200, 300, 400, 600, 1,000 years old? and we're not trying to reform nothing. We're just trying to keep it.
What does that say?
Oh, I think, did he break up?
Yeah, he
Or was it
broke up.
me? All right. Hey, we got Unc West in the building, the God Killer. Who else just joined the panel? Right until he come back. Let me see what we got going on here. Are
Gravity
we okay?
guy.
Just Unc
Yeah,
West.
Nah, I never left,
bro.
brother.
Oh,
Again,
okay. It sounded like you fell off.
so this is where I like, you know, to elevate the community, right? If we're just throwing information at each other, no, we're not debating right now. If we're just this is what keeps me from winning the debate, right? What's the point of the conversation if we're not listening to each other? You know what I mean? What's the point of information if it's just like, if it's an ego blast? You know what I'm saying? It's like, clearly, or unless I'm just speaking to the audience. Now, if I'm just speaking to the audience, I'm gonna ask y'all now: would y'all let him fix your car? Does he sound like, if he was a mechanic, he clearly understands what a car is, or is he remixing the definition of a spark plug? And he's telling you that everybody who refers to spark plugs has been completely wrong, and their understanding of spark plugs is wrong. Or did I just show you that the satellites that we're talking about in skies use escape velocity? They need gravity. Did I just show you that the ships that are in the ports in your harbors are floating because they use the equations for buoyancy, which uses gravity? What about rockets? When we talk about launching rockets, right now, Ukraine has to worry about Russia's newest rockets. What are they using to determine where those rockets will land? Gravity. So unless you want to live in the world where we can imagine an equation out of our, like he said, since he said it was, you know, dogma, I'm going to leave it as me being a believer in dogma there. But let's be real in the sense of where my dogma, if that's what he wants to call it, would produce for us. Ships that float, rockets that land where we tell them to land, satellites. He's telling you to believe in something no different than Christmas, Santa Claus, or anything else that is his individual belief. I just showed you the math. He clearly did not understand the math. He literally asked questions that unfortunately it is indicative of the reality of the American school system. We have the most technologically advanced country and means, and yet we have a major portion of our population walk around who clearly doesn't even understand gravity. So I'm speaking to my Israelites, my Moors, my 5%ers, my Africans, my Pan-Africans. We have to fix this. We have to recognize the ego and move the ego to the side and say, do we want to compete or do we want to joke? Do we want to be on the board or do we want to watch the people with the board play? And intellectualism requires that we do stick that's going to get us on the board. Now, we want to play around with the world of people's personal philosophy and understandings. Go on with it. But if I can't show you equations, I'm sitting here pulling up more math. I'm pulling up equations. He just talked about charge. I literally just showed you the math for showing you the balancing equation between gravity and electric charge. He ignored it. I talked about Schwarzschild charge. I'm about to show you how this dude got a Nobel Peace Prize for showing gravity overcomes electricity. And that's why we have the idea of black holes. And there's something called degenerate pressure. I'm not going to screen share. I'm going to turn my camera on and let you see. This is finger-free, no Google. Look up degenerate pressure and what is the last stages of a star's life.
Get the camera on.
Last stage of a star's life. Last stage of a star's life. Degenerate pressure. It is the last hope of a star to become a white dwarf. If degenerate pressure is based off of the mass of the star prior to supernova. If the star is 1.4 times the mass of our sun, it's going to supernova and either leave a white dwarf, a magnetostar, or a black hole. The mass is everything in the equation because at the last point of the star's life, when the nuclear radiation runs out, the pressure that is produced for the hydrostatic equilibrium between gravity and nuclear fission. So when he's saying gravity's not there, gravity is the main culprit in death of stars, because it takes nuclear fission. Degeneracy pressure, thank you, is the last stage of a star's life. This is basics. All of your children should be learning this. The last stage of a star's life is going to be its hope on electrons. And let me go no hands free. Pauli principle. Look up the Pauli principle that says electrons do not like to be next to each other in the same space. You know what tells you I don't care about your Pauli principle? Gravity.
Okay, so again, like he's appealing to your emotion. That's what he's doing. That's an appeal to emotion. When a person sit here and tell you, oh, this is about ego, but at the same time he just sat here and told you, oh, he don't know. Oh, let me educate him. This is an attack on intelligence. This is an attack on your own critical thinking outside of the box. You understand what I'm saying? Again, he just sat there and told y'all a bunch of fluff. That's all fluff. He still ain't showed y'all or demonstrated anything. I can pull up 1,000 equations right now. I can pull up 1,000 formulas right now. That shit don't mean nothing if it does not correlate with the actual observable universe that we're talking about. They have never observed gravity creating planets. They have never observed gravity creating solar systems or galaxies. Never have they ever witnessed this. Never. These are all magical equations that they concoct inside of the theoretical math and theoretical physics. Theoretical math and theoretical physics does not require observation. They only require numbers. You understand what I'm saying? So again, when I go back into the information, when it comes to charge is the only thing that is causing attraction. Every time he speaks to y'all, he gets to talk about buoyancy, water. I'm not even talking about being on Earth. Let's take Earth completely out the equation. Let's take Earth completely out the equation, so you can't use the Earth's gravitational pull on anything. And let's take it outside of our own solar system, take it outside of our own gravity field. Let's take it outside of that. And now let's conduct experiments. Have that been done? No, it has not. It has not been done by the same theoretical scientists and the same theoretical mathematicians. They ain't never done this. They ain't never been there. But when it comes to electrical science, when it comes to plasma science, they have recreated a lot of the phenomenon that we see. For example, binary charges that mimic the same motions of binary galaxies. Electrical science have also, plasma science has also shown us the effects of the electromagnetic body or a plasmic body up under Birkeland currents. And those Birkeland currents show us the same thing that we see on Jupiter when it comes to the way Jupiter's atmosphere and its aura is set up. It shows us this. It shows us that Saturn is a hexagon, this hexagon shape at the poles, right? That right there or is proof that Birkeland currents is powering those all of these different planets. Auroras are electromagnetic properties. These are all things, properties. When they talk about plasma fills the entire universe. Electric charge fills the universe. He just said that electrons don't like being next to each other. No shit, because they're like charges. Like charges repel each other. You understand what I'm saying? And dislike charges attract each other. So when you have free electrons and free protons floating out in the space, free positrons floating out in space, they are attracted to each other. And that's how we get charged particles. That's how we get charged masses and things of that nature. But what he want to show y'all is a bunch of equations that he can't show in an actual live time, real time events. He can't show us that. All he could do is show you pictures and be like, yeah, this is what's happening. Anybody can point at a picture and say, this is what's happening. But it's a whole nother thing when you see the phenomenon for yourself in your face. When you look at tornadoes is a cause of specifics, charge, hot and low pressure, or high and low pressure, heat and hot, heat and cold. Cold and heat are the same thing as positive and negative, negative and positive. When those two forces come together, what happened? Tornadic activity. Shit starts spinning. Stuff starts spinning. What happens within a tornado? Anybody ever been in one? You could tell your ears get to popping. All type of shit start happening. It's all type of electrical phenomenon happening all over the place. This same thing is happening all across the universe. So he could sit here and talk to y'all about black holes, dark matter. All of that stuff is scientific dogma because ain't not now one of these people ever got a sample of it, and they can't reproduce it in a lab. They can't reproduce it in the lab. Everything they do in the lab is based on electric science and plasma science. All of it, from nuclear science all the way down to chemistry, all of it is dealing with electromagnetism and charge. So when it comes to gravity, why is gravity the redhead stepchild that can't nobody seem to prove? Why?
Again, gravity is beyond the scope of your comprehension. It's literally just, yeah. How many rounds did this? So clearly, gravity is beyond the scope of your comprehension. So I literally just put on the screen.
Right, just know that's an attack on character, brother. And you just sat here and said, "Oh man, we don't want the ego, this, that, and the other." But then you will openly come out here and attack someone's intellect because they don't agree with mainstream.
It's his turn.
Time. Boy, let's get it here in the den, Karima. Do we got to take a commercial break? Because these likes ain't up.
Yeah, let's get these likes up, y'all.
Uncle West, you on the show right now. Why are you calling? Oh, you want to say something? I mean,
so you doing a replay or something?
No, this is live right now, brother. You are live. Look. This is my homie that just right here.
So what they doing? They going
He
back
said
and
he
forth?
know that he said he know he is Israelite.
Oh yeah.
Look, hold up.
One of the original.
Hold up.
One of the original black Israelites.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
We all
Yeah,
see
hallelujah.
around here.
See?
Hallelujah.
This
Hallelujah.
is how we getting down in Colorado. Israelites everywhere. Let's get back to the show.
So where's where you at?
Yo, Unc, what up, Bubba?
What's up, man?
Bubba?
How you doing? How you doing, man? Let me say something, QButter. If you was to build a community, they would raise these kids and send them off, get them ready, get them prepared for college. They would actually be ready to prepare to do the things that you're talking about because they use science, right? Science has a byproduct, a residual, meaning if you give you the law of gravity, right, and you do it right, you're going to be able to do certain things. You talked about jet planes being able to escape certain gravitational forces. You talked about a lot of things, right? That electric universe and all that, there is no byproduct of that. Give me something that human beings use today that is based off of that. See, this is how you catch them. What we're witnessing here is high-level pseudoscience. All the terms working, the whole nine yards. So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, right? Because I'm appreciating you right now, QButter. Like we hear a lot of the terms, people sigh, and we trying to figure out who is right. Easy work. Appreciate you, bro. It's the sources that will separate us in this proper context, bro. But I appreciate you, boy. You on your A game. Let me be the first to tell you, right? So there were some statements made, right? We're gonna go to gravity, global positioning. Remember, I talked about this. Geodesy, right? You should know what geodesy is. But right here, it says, watch this. Because I keep hearing something about electrons. They should call them positrons because they really are positive. But let me move forward and say gravity is a force that pulls all objects in the universe towards each other. Like your computer, all that stuff is really being pulled towards each other. Not what he's saying. Watch this. On Earth, gravity pulls all objects downward towards the center of the planet. According to Sir Isaac Newton, the universal law of gravity, gravitational attraction between two bodies is stronger than the masses of the objects are greater and closer together. This is exactly what Q talked about. He gave it a mathematical equation. Watch this. This rule applies to the Earth's gravitational field as well, because the Earth rotates and its mass and density vary at different locations on the planet. Gravity also varies. This is a great source right here. It's not no half. This is the National Ocean Service, Ocean Service Atmospheric Administration.
Somebody needs to close their mic.
Top-notch source right here, right? And so we move right here, right? We're gonna move to another top-notch source, right? learning, science and technology, right? Astronomers observe huge planets being formed. I heard somebody say they have not seen planets being formed. Well, let's see. Let's debunk that. Let's get them out the game. Planets, watch this, and I'm gonna give you the location of it. So y'all can just look this up. It's a planets in the process of formulation, which somebody said that they have not observed, called protoplanets. Look it up. Have been observed around only one other star, right? Here's the stars right here. Here you go. It's called AB or B. Look that up. They say almost all known exoplanets have objects around their stars within the distance that separates our sun and its most faraway planet, Neptune. So there's two things I've done right now, right? I gave you gravity, right? And how they actually attract objects, right? These objects. Then I showed you, which was clearly stated in the program, that, hey, man, they ain't never seen that no planets form. Yes, they have. There's going to be a lot more information that comes out, right? But I appreciate QButter. And the reason I appreciate him, because he's up against a person that's using terms, and we're trying to figure out, I'm listening, I'm saying, I understand science. But to the average listener, they trying to figure out, man, that electric universe, that plasma universe sound good. Hey, man, y'all can go right to Wikipedia. All that stuff is debunked. It's not a scientific theory, right? It cannot explain everything that the Big Bang Theory can explain. It just can't happen, man. But QButter, I appreciate you, boy. I got a newfound respect for you. I have respect for you. But in this environment, bro, the way you brought that, the way you brought
so basically, this is just a cheerleading segment. This is a cheerleading segment. Okay, let me go find me some cheerleaders too.
Man, you cut me off though. Yo, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm cutting you off for the simple fact that you ain't bought nothing. You have not bought nothing pertinent to the conversation, brother. Everything you said, everything you said.
I know. Let him go. He did bring a little information. Let him finish it out.
Listen. I listened to this whole damn thing.
No, you haven't. You haven't been here.
I am telling you that what you're talking about has been discredited. And the longer I stay on here, I'm going to keep pulling them sources to show. Source up, bro. See, you did a lot of talking. What QButter did was he showed you sources. He not only showed you sources, he showed his propensity to explain the mathematical equations. That was some top-notch shit right there. And I'm telling you that, bro. You know what?
Just let me know when you're done.
Be quiet. I'm a cheerleader for science and for those who push science in its proper way. I'm anti-pseudoscience. So everybody listening, the difference between pseudoscience and science. My man QButter is kicking that real science. Hold on. Wait a minute. Why is it that we're to believe that NASA has
Karima, get the camera on up.
So Isaac Newton has been defeated? That NASA
Please,
has
thank
been
you.
defeated. This man got $1 billion business based around science, sending rockets off of Earth. You don't think he know how levity and gravity and and thrust? You don't think they understand that? Right. We're gonna sit here and I'm gonna ask you this question. You can take as long as it is. What is it that the plasma universe? What residual does it cause? What is it that human beings have learned from the plasma universe that they can incorporate in their daily lives, bro? We listening, bro. And I'm gonna shut up.
Okay, so I'll diffuse that shit real quick. Every day you're using plasma technology every day. Brother, shut up. Brother, shut the fuck up. Mute yourself. Mute yourself.
Let him go.
Mute yourself.
I know. Tell him, man.
Mute yourself, brother. Mute yourself, brother.
No, you told me this.
Mute yourself, brother. Okay, like I said, every single day you're using technology. Every single day, plasma's technology, electrical science technology, every day, and he's sitting here telling you, well, what can it benefit the community? What can it benefit the community? You're talking about electricity generation. Your TV, a lot of the TVs and stuff operate off plasma. A lot of the different technologies when it deals with when it deals with calculating and when it deals with detecting which I keep calling gravity and shit. Nigga, they be doing that shit with plasma. When you bring up CERN and all these technologies, they're using light, electromagnetism. They're using the charges coming off those things. Now, you want me to bring up sources? Sure, I'll bring up a source if you're willing to debate. If you not, just sit down and stay in the crowd. Just sit down, sit over there in the Trinity section. And, hey, brother, shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Shut up while I'm talking. Shut up. Brother, mute yourself. Mute yourself. Have some decorum. Again, like I said, he just told y'all, oh, they have seen planets get formed. How come he didn't post no video? Why he didn't post no video? Why all he did was post up lip locking service? That's all he did. I can make a blog. Brother, I could make a blog right now and put anything I want in it. I could create a website, .edu, .org, whatever the fuck I want. I can make that shit right now, nigga, and post whatever I want on it and tell you, like, look, here's the source, here's the proof. Nigga, you know what proof is? Seeing it. Where's the video? Where's the video of gravity creating it? Where's the source? Where's the actual video? Where's the actual footage? You claim that they saw it, right? So then go to that same site and pull it up so we can see matter coming together. Go ahead, pull it up. Let us see how gravity. Oh, that's right. You can't video gravity. So they could honestly just be charged because you can't see gravity. You can't touch it. You can't put it in your pocket. So when they're talking about, oh, this is the planet, this is the solar system, this is being formed by gravity, how do you know when you can't see it? You don't know nothing. As far as we know, those are nothing but charged particles coming together based on their charge relation. That's what we see. So again, this man can sit here and pat whoever the hell he want on the back. But in the end of the day, I just showed y'all empirical proof of what charge does to masses. I just showed you empirical proof what charge does to masses. I didn't just lip lock. I didn't just give y'all some equations because I got the same equations they got. I got the same formulas they got. I got taught the same shit. But the difference is that I allowed myself to be open to other possibilities. That's what they teach you in quantum physics. Like, damn, nigga, anything possible. So I'm on the same level. Like, well,
that is
damn,
a fact.
If anything is possible, then it's possible that these niggas could just be completely wrong and this could just be charged. And guess what? According to what they keep telling me, oh, this got an attraction. The only attraction I ever seen in my life is electromagnetic and static charge. I ain't never seen gravity do shit ever in my life, and you ain't either. I don't care what the hell you pull up. I don't give a fuck what source you go to. Can't none of these people show you in real time gravity, two masses exerting a force on each other outside of charge. And if you can, please put the link up for the people to see. Put the link up so we can see where can we see that two masses without charge can attract each other. Show us outside of Earth. Let's take Earth completely out the equation. Fuck Earth. But Earth ain't even here no more. Nigga, let's just deal specifically what's outside of Earth. This same process should work. It should be quantifiable. How come it's so hard for them to find the graviton? Ain't all fields propagated by force carriers? So what's the force carrier of fucking gravity? It's supposed to be the graviton. It's supposed to be the graviton, but they can't find it. It's so elusive. That's because it ain't there.
Anu, let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question. Because I'm really trying to learn. I did understand what QButter was saying. But let me ask you a question, man, because if you take the Earth out of the equation, you will no longer have a moon. The only reason why we have a moon is because of the Earth. Now I don't see no charges in between these two. And one thing I do know, I got a telescope. And I know something is happening to Betelgeuse because I can take my telescope and look at it and see it. Something definitely is going on with Betelgeuse.
So to answer your question, brother, you can't see charge because charge actually operates at a distance. It doesn't need you don't have to see it because charge, electromagnetic charge, electrons, positrons, protons, neutrons, the way that they act, they're actually exerting a force. It's not fake. See, if we could sit here and be like, oh, gravity is exerting a force on us, right? But yet you can't see that shit, but yet you agree. You agree that gravity is a force that's being exerted by two masses, but yet you cannot see you can't see, feel, touch, taste, none of that. But when it comes to charge, you know for a fact, just like I know for a fact, we all deal with electromagnetism on a daily basis. We all understand batteries. We all understand magnets. We all understand repulsion, and attraction. We all understand that. But what we don't understand is how two masses can exert force on each other without charge. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for nothing else. We're not looking. Which is the sole reason why I eliminated Earth.
I know they're not ready for this type of high level type of content.
This is the reason why I eliminated Earth completely from the equation. This is the reason why I eliminated Earth completely from the equation, so y'all can stop using that crutch. It's a crutch. That same force should be uniform all the way around the universe. All the way around the universe. And guess what? They say, oh, well, distance, gravity at a distance. Guess what? The solar system is bigger than us. That means that all of the bodies and the masses in the solar system ought to exert gravitational force too, right? So then why isn't the asteroid belt one big ass ball? Why ain't the asteroid belt one big ball if gravity mass exerts a force on each other? How come we don't see one big, huge, spherical, globular mass in the asteroid belt if gravity attracts mass? If that's the case, why we don't see that?
Okay,
hold on. When I said earlier,
let QButter go, and then somebody else asks a question, like two other people, and then we rotate.
All right, so again, I'm sharing the screen. I want our community to be able to produce, and oftentimes people try to sell their inabilities to other people. Like he said, we don't understand gravity. You don't, and I said it's probably beyond the scope, and you probably haven't taken a collegiate level or a high school level pure physics course taught by somebody like myself or better, because you would have a better understanding of what you're talking about, and it wouldn't be a polarization or perversion of the facts. Like when you say gravity is the label of objects being pulled towards the center of an object. When I gave you the facts to show you how you compare and you produce, that's why Unc said, what can you produce, right? When we're talking about electricity, there is not one electrician who would tell you that calculating electric charge has anything remotely close to figuring out the orbital position for a star. Coulomb himself would never say that. This is for understanding how charges are transferred, moved, and handled for what? Subatomic particles. Extremely small particles. Right. So electric charge and gravity, similarities. You see this? Law bears striking similarities to Newton's law. You see these here? So when you're trying to refer to one law, and we cherry pick one law, somebody's unmuted. We cherry pick one law from the other law. It's clearly we don't understand what it took to make the first one a law. And when you want to say, oh, we're believing, no, you're choosing to deal with what you can understand and not acknowledging that the world is beyond the scope of your comprehension. And there's a point in life when you say, I don't understand this shit. And it's just that simple. It's not turning around and saying, I'm going to remix and force my inability on the world and try to create it and say, you need to be open. No, we don't need to be open. We need to be productive. And being open is not an excuse for not being productive. This is electric charge. Anyone discussing electric charge should be telling you that these equations look similar to gravity. And this is why when I showed you the equation right before this, that is a basic high school and elementary college equation comparing the forces between Coulomb, electric charge, and gravity. This is well done. And this is why we need to promote scientific literacy, right? So let's go back to what I told you about degenerate electron force, right? When he talked about stars, science is also about predictions, because we don't see oxygen. I've never seen an oxygen in my life. I've never. But I know that there's a difference between oxygen and when I walk into or I breathe argon, or I breathe refrigerant that comes out of an air sea or something like that. I know the difference in carbon monoxide when I smell it or breathe it. Right? So the scope of our comprehension cannot be rendered to just sheerly our ability sometimes. We have to understand that math is going to help us produce beyond what we basically can understand. Shout out to smoke alarms. I'm sure he has a smoke alarm or a carbon monoxide alarm. And why is the carbon monoxide alarm positioned on the ceiling? Because it's not charge that determines how long it takes an atom to float to the ceiling. It's gravity. Now let's look at gravity in terms of supernovas and stars. We all here know what a supernova is. We have documents about stars exploding. What we want to come up with is an understanding of how these stars explode and the life of a star. And we'll get here, which this Indian guy got a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, no, that's some white conspiracy stuff. If a white dwarf at the edge of the Sausage-Child limit is accreting mass from a partner referred to as a donor star, then can push it beyond the Sausage-Child limit. I'm going to see his name up. This results in further thermonuclear burning. See, now he keeps bringing up electricity and missing nuclear force, right? When no one's going to separate these forces, the goal is to unify them and come up with a way to explain all of them because they're observed forces. This isn't somebody's opinion. It's observed and explained through math. And so we can see what we're explaining and seeing can be explained mathematically. This way, if you don't have the math for what you're saying, you can't just jump and blame, oh, we're trying to mathematicize. That is ignorance at its best. And I refuse to allow my Israelite community, Moorish community, Christian community destroy science like that. The world is watching us.
The guy you was talking with, he's none of that.
Oh no, I didn't know. His name ends with Bay. So I'm assuming that. So we see here a white dwarf with a mass of 1.4 solar masses or less can't initiate carbon burning, but continues to contract until this is halted by electron degeneracy pressure. This is the principle from quantum mechanics that prevents two electrons from occupying the same quantum state and essentially prevents them from cramming too close together, providing the pressure to support the white dwarf against what? Its own gravity. So when you look up and observe a white dwarf, it is being supported by electron degeneracy pressure. However, like it says, but even this limit can be exceeded. Gravity will crush you to a black hole. And I'm sure we just all saw the recent discovery of a black hole. Not discovery, the photographing of a black hole by James Webb Telescope. Now, unless that's all pseudo and made up as well, I don't know where to bring the conversation except for saying, how are we going to compete as a community? How? Now, when we talked about orbiting, look right here. When we talk about orbiting, right? He said orbiting of planets can be done by charge. We want to put white people, these colonizers, in their space. We're not going to do that by cherry picking their information and trying to remix it. We're not. Planetary orbits. Let's see whether we can use Newton's universal laws of motion to derive Kepler's laws of planetary motion. This was all done 300 years ago. We are clearly 300 years behind. Clearly. And you see right here, this equation, big G, this is how long, 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11. I will give my religious people here a good one if you want to argue with me in the future. How the hell are these numbers so exact? That's where you take atheists to. How are these numbers so exact? And that's a beautiful conversation, not right now, but this was proven to be exact hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago. This is the big G that he keeps calling, he keeps misinterpreting and saying gravity is the same everywhere. That big G is what's the same everywhere. Little g is the result of the big G when you use it in relationship with mass, and proportionally inversely to the distance between them. This is mathematics. If we don't understand the math, and you know who told me this? And I'm giving you the same statement my mentor told me in 2006 when I walked into Medgar Evers College with my Bible, and I told him God brought me here to change the black community. And he looked at me like I was fucking crazy. And he said, well, you're going to have to put your Bible down and learn math if this is where you want to go. If God brought you here, you have to put, and I laughed. I was like, I prayed to learn the math. And it wasn't until I put the Bible down and said, I need to read this math book forward, backwards, and sideways. And when I was sitting in these rooms with these high-level thinkers who are doing major works in the community, they understood this like this is baby level stuff to them. So again, I'm telling us, the black community, if we truly want to compete and have our own satellites, to be able to have rockets that are owned by Israelites, black Israelites bragging, we have our own rockets that can target anyone that goes against the house of Israel, the family lions of Israel. You're going to need gravity to determine where those rockets land. If we want to be able to determine the weather and have our own ability to predict what the climates are going to be like in our regions so that we can have measures to protect our family ahead of those disasters. Because look what happens with late factor when you get information late in the Caribbean, when you find out a hurricane's about to happen 6 hours before, you don't have time to leave. Major death happens in our communities. So when you talk about disaster information and satellites, please miss me with that. The millions of lives that are being saved by early information provided by satellites. This is crazy to me. Do we want to compete or do we want to be the slave?
What we doing for time? Like, what we doing?
My bad, I'm done.
Okay, so I just want to address.
Hold on, I want Kanye, because Kanye has something to say. I want, if you want to ask a question, then let him go ask a question, and then you can go after that Anu'kakerakt.
Yeah, and so I had a question, and I want to ask a question just to qualify my question to Anu. Did you say that that there is only things that are positively charged have weight to them or mass or something like that? Or can you re-elaborate on what you were saying?
No. What I was saying is that charge gives masses energy. So without charge, masses don't have the energy to do anything. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes to gravity, we have to look at gravity in the sense of density, volume, weight, and mass. We have to look at it in that sense. We cannot keep on attaching an attractive force to it, because this is not what we're observing. Again, if we take what we've seen just today, hold on, y'all.
When I know he paused, but I would beg to ask him, so how do you explain for buoyancy?
You gotta so everybody go up and
so okay. So again,
he back.
This is half the reason why I took Earth completely out of the equation, because it's a crutch. If gravity works the way gravity works, then it should work the same way in space, right? According to two masses, it should still work the exact same way that it works right here on Earth. We all know if you was on the moon, that if you jumped hard enough, that you would eventually just float off into space, right? Right. That's because the gravitational pull, the quote unquote gravitational pull of the Earth, of the moon, is not the same as the gravitational pull of the Earth. So that
But if we
it's
break
not.
down what you just said, all you said was that if you provide a force strong enough, you can break the gravitational field of the moon.
Again,
The same thing on Earth. If you provide a force strong enough, you can
brother.
break the
That's the
gravitational
reason
field
why
of
I
Earth.
took Earth completely out of the equation. Take Earth out the equation.
Earth isn't in the equation. You
Okay,
can't
brother.
use
So
that same
again, so can you show us some type of lab work, some type of experiment that was done outside of Earth that we can confirm gravity actually exists? Not because you observing some
Mars
stuff,
rover, the Mars
brother.
rover, the
Brother, that
landing of the Mars rover.
brother,
Do you believe the land rover?
that does
I
not
love the
prove.
landing of the Mars rover. Do
Brother,
you believe
that
the
does
Mars rover
not
was real?
prove anything outside of the
Hold on,
fact
bro. Hold on.
that the rover. Hold on, let me finish.
That's
All that
crazy.
does is prove that the rover has mass, volume, and density. All that proves is that Mars has.
Bro.
Brother,
How do you determine the landing speed? In order to determine the speed in which you land, how do you determine the speed in
why
which you're
are
gonna
you
land?
cutting me off while I'm talking?
I'm done. You got it, bro. You won.
Okay, again, that only proves that the rover has mass, volume, weight, and density. It only proves that the Mars has weight, mass, volume, and density. That's what that proves. It does not prove that gravity is doing anything. It proves that these things have weight, and when they enter in each other's space, when they enter into each other's radius, and their masses pressing against each other is a force. Just like when you walk on the floor, your body weight is pressing against the floor, and the floor is pressing against your body weight. And if you was weightless, your weight, your gravity would not mean a damn thing because you're weightless. Again. So again, I showed y'all. Hold on, brother. I'm finna land the plane. I showed y'all empirical proof that y'all saw with y'all own eyes what charge, electromagnetism, static charge does to bodies. I showed you this with empirical proof. This was an astronaut conducting this experiment. This wasn't me talking. This wasn't just an educator talking. This was somebody who actually strapped a bomb to their ass and got shot out into space and playing with knit needles in space. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about actual operative versus speculative. That's what we're talking about. So this phenomenon that we just saw, we just witnessed that static charge or electromagnetism actually does exert a force on objects at a distance and cause them to spin and rotate around the mass that has the larger charge. With that being said, we still are waiting for a video or some type of tangible proof that we can see with our own eyes, and not somebody just telling us this was what's happening, but what we can see with our own eyes, gravity doing anything. And we can't, because all you can do is just show us a picture. Oh, look, this gravitational lens in. How do you know?
Can I ask you?
Time. Commercial break time.
Who in the panel? So y'all all. So in this camp,
All right, hold on.
gravity. I just want to. Y'all don't believe in gravity over here.
Hold on,
Nah, I ain't saying I don't believe in gravity, brother. I'm just saying that it needs to be explained differently, brother.
I'm just asking over here. Do y'all are with him with his theory? I just want to know y'all. I just
no, why are you asking him about my theory? You talking to me, brother?
Hold on, listen. Let me answer that question for you. Listen. I believe in gravity. I don't know that it's real. Let's have 1,000 come in and help you out, Wes.
People
hold on, come on. I ain't saying that through the whole show. I believe in gravity, but I don't know. Science don't know anything. Science is just a point in time when you come together and you think you know something, and you call it a fact. But then 2 years later, you dig up some other information, and now you know again. And then 4 years later, what you thought you knew 3 years ago is not a fact anymore because something else came, and now you know. They are, what is called it, quadruple minded. What does the Bible say about a double minded person? What's going on with science? I had to get that little monologue. Okay, let's continue with the show.
So
I just want to ask
Wait, the truest. Hold on, the truest had a question. The truest had a question.
I just had an intro to my question. I didn't get to ask my real question.
Oh yeah, you could go ahead. I'll go after.
Okay. And what my question was about, like the things that compose the formula of gravity. And my question to the brother Anu is, if you could literally add those objects to the equation and test them, wouldn't the ability to prove true be the fact that proves gravity to be true? Like, because it's
I don't understand. You're gonna have to reword your question. I don't understand that.
Okay, so gravity is a theory. A theory is a place where we put information to back our said theory and to make an attempt to falsify information. So if all the things that are put into the theory of gravity that proves it to be true, and then you test it in multiple environments and with multiple different weight levels, and those still turn out to be accurate and true, wouldn't that in itself prove gravity to be true?
Like I said, it's a confusing question, a complex question. So I'm gonna say this, brother, and I keep explaining this to everybody. We all understand the nature of the white man, right? If gravity was a force, the way that they explain it, they would have mechanized gravity by now. They would create gravity bombs, gravity fields. Right. When you try to run from them, they would shoot gravity fields at you and keep you in place. If gravity was what they say it is, we would have flying anti-gravity cars.
I told him this a long time ago. I said, where's these Jetson flying cars?
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. If gravity was what they say it is, they wouldn't be worried about no damn nuclear bombs, no nuclear missiles. Because when you shoot it, we could just shoot it with a gravity field and keep it contained. Blow it up inside the gravity field and be done with it. Ain't no more worries about nuclear war again. Right? But that's because they can't mechanize it. All other forces in the universe can be mechanized. We can weaponize it.
See, I hang with the pseudo killers. Go ahead, Anu.
Yeah, brother, and this is all I'm saying. They could build you an electromagnetic railgun. They could build you an engine made out of that is powered by nuclear power. They could even use radioactive isotopes in bullets, blow your head off, and 15, 20 years down the line, you still getting affected by the radioactive debris. So they can weaponize these different. They can weaponize these different forms of forces, but for somehow when it come to gravity, they just sitting there with their hands in their pockets. Like shit, right. Gravity do all this.
I've been asking this question for years to Uncle Wesley. He still ain't answered.
That's because the answer is they've been duped, they've been hoodwinked, they've been shamboozled and buckwinked, brother. That's what happened. They drunk the Kool-Aid and they believe every single thing that is taught to them. And they don't question nothing outside of it because they're suffering from dogmatic practices, just like they sit here and talk about you religious folks who believe in spirituality. These same brothers, these same types will come against you and tell you that this ain't right. But check this out. Let me read this real quick. Let me cook real quick.
Hold up.
I'm going to read this right here. From the same, this the same information that he talked about. Let's read some of the language in this science. This comes from Carnegie Science, right? It says type La supernova or violent, fantastically bright explosions of white dwarfs, the remnant of a star that has exhausted all of its nuclear field, which is part of a binary system with another star. Says Carnegie astronomer Mark Phillips, an expert in these phenomena. Let's look at that word, expert of these phenomena.
Yeah, that's what you got right there, man.
While the precise details of the explosion are still unknown, it is believed. I'm gonna stop. Drop mic.
That's a key word
I'm gonna
right
drop
there, man.
mic
That's
right
not
there.
a word
It
order in
is
the bill. I
belief.
told y'all.
It is
I told you,
belief.
Lions got some of the
So
top
again,
scientists in the game.
y'all not engaging in dogmatic sciences, right? Y'all not engaging in that, right? So then why the fuck is this shit unknown, and why is they believing and not knowing? Huh? Huh?
Okay.
That's all I want to
Hold
know.
up. Hold
Like
up.
I said, at the end of the day, y'all can listen to whatever mainstream science saying, but at the end of the day, if you don't have your own mind to critically think and question shit just because it's been put in front of you by quote unquote professionals, then guess what? You gonna be hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, read them up. All that shit gonna happen to
Same as
you
y'all tell
because
us.
you are reliant on another
Walking
person
contradictions,
who think for you.
That's what they
I am
doing.
not allowing nobody in our community to dictate how we think, and that includes elitisms, that includes elitists, people who think they're in the upper echelon when it comes to information
I
and
told y'all about
all
this guy.
honesty, they don't know shit.
They ain't
They don't
ready.
know a damn
The
thing.
same thing.
All right, well, I'm gonna put my champion back. Hold on. I'm gonna put him back for a minute. You know, I said once the new get unleashed, when y'all understand where he's coming from, y'all gonna be in some trouble.
I know, but
Cause you
nah,
think inside of the cube. All of y'all running around like you're outside of the cubes right now. Outside the cubes is a whole bunch of outside the cubes is how he's looking at you right now.
No, but
Now,
that's what
Unc
you're
West,
doing,
go ahead. It's your turn, and
No,
then I
it's
think
not.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
Chris. Let me get back to my job, man. I'm fine.
It's Truist, and then I want QButter, and then Unc, cause y'all done called him up. So, but QButter been waiting to speak.
But
Okay,
before QButter get ready to
no,
speak,
it's
what's up with the
Truist.
lights, Karima?
Yeah, y'all better get that up.
Do I got a dance for him or what?
Right.
Okay.
Anyway.
So few things, because he said a lot. First off, when he says they don't use gravity as weaponry, I guess he doesn't understand how bullet trajectory works when you shoot a gun. Because if you understand anything about bullet trajectory, it absolutely involves gravity. That's one. Two, he must not be aware of
Wait a minute. Hold up, Truist. What was one? I just came back.
bullet trajectory. Bullet trajectory
Okay.
absolutely uses gravity.
Defies
When you
gravity?
fire a gun.
Yeah,
Two,
okay. We'll be quiet.
bombs. Why do you think they drop bombs? The dropping of the bombs has more impact because you're dropping it. The gravitational
Hey, Karima,
force
get this
pulling
camera on the
molecule.
Truist. He got his camera on. Get the camera on.
What's that?
I was telling Karima to yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So the whole concept of dropping the bombs, obviously for the most obvious reason, other than being out of the range of the explosion itself is more impactful if it's dropped because of what? Gravity. So he's dead on the whole they don't weaponize gravity point he made. Three, in terms of not believing in gravity, not only is he showing he's pseudo, he's showing he's a pseudo that doesn't even
Please and thank you,
subscribe
Karima.
to his pseudoism. And I'm going to show you right here when I share my screen. Okay? So let's just do this real fast. Entire screen. Share. All right. Plasma cosmology. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, we can, brother.
All right. So this is what Ankh had so gracefully pointed out this our new guy subscribes to. So as you can see, right here, it says that popular consensus science, for the most part, looks on the universe as
Zoom in for us, brother. Zoom in, because you know I ain't got the good eyes yet. I ain't got the good eyes.
Oh man, I don't know how to zoom in.
The little buttons all the way to the top left or top right of your screen.
Top.
Those three buttons, you're gonna see if they zoom.
Got you.
All the way up to your right. Yeah, there you go.
We need that. For all the folks in the back. We ain't got the good eyes, you know what I'm saying?
Perfect. So again, this is what he subscribes to. This is plasmacosmology.net. All right. Popular consensus science, for the most part, looks on the universe as electrically neutral and purely mechanical, a place where the weak force of gravity holds forth. So here, in what he subscribes to, they're acknowledging that gravity is a force. Now it's saying it's a weak force, but it's still acknowledging it as a force, unlike what he's saying tonight. Plasma cosmology, by contrast, acknowledges the electrodynamic nature of the universe. Gravity and inertia are not the only forces at work. So again, it doubled down that gravity is a force. Now, yes, because it's pseudo, right, it is downplaying how much of effect gravity has in the universe. But it's still acknowledging gravity as a force, and it's in no way trying to change what gravity is like he's trying to do here, unless he can prove otherwise. So as we can see here in his own pseudoscience, he doesn't even subscribe to his own pseudoscience the way that it's taught. He has his own made up shit completely, some new science. And then also he keeps talking about electrons. Electrons, they have mass. Protons have mass. Neutrons have mass. Plasma has mass. Anything in the universe with mass is affected by gravity. So even with your plasma electron argument, those things are affected by gravity. And I just proved it to you with your own ideological ideology.
All
Brother,
right. Last time,
hold on, can I
real
respond?
quick.
Can I respond to
Give me
that?
5 seconds. Give me 5
Can I
seconds.
respond to
Last
that?
time somebody said, "Hey JJ, show me a book," and I had one book up in there. I was ashamed of myself. I got 5 of them in here today. I got chemistry. Look, hold up.
I want to respond to that bullshit.
Man, it's commercial
on,
break
man. Let's do that,
time,
bro.
man. Come on. Look, I got. Hey, Kareem, get the camera over here, please and thank you. You got to take a commercial with these guys. I got chemistry. I got chemistry for you. Look, I'm ready for all y'all today. I got chemistry and some questions that y'all gonna have to answer today. Who gonna sit on JJ's 7th? Which one of you stems gonna sit on JJ's STEM hot seat? I'm gonna see if you know, like Uncle West do. You gotta know what the scientific method is before you even get in the ring with me. But I know what it is, and I got some more information for you. Then we gotta put Darwinism. Hold up. This is by PhD James P. Giles, MD. You see, Darwinism under the microscope. See, this always hurt Uncle West's feelings, but that's for another time, another day. Then you got the battlefield of your mind. This is by Joyce Myers. See, I ain't scared to read different people's stuff because it got a whole bunch of biblical, inspirational type of stuff. Then you got, look, QButter, nursing program, parenting for the infinite toddlers, you know. And then, of course, you got the JJ 7000. God dang. Hey, Kyle, what you call it? The JJ 7000 Bible. With all my notes, sources, and references. Because you see, all you guys are Google scholars. You're too lazy to write your information down. See, look, I'm flipping like you know how they flip the dollars? I can flip it on you. Flip it on you. Like, you see? That's what we do. We put the look, young ladies out, young men and women out there. Look, you know how Pooh Shiesty do like this? Do it with some bucks. This is what you do. Do it with some bucks. All right, back to the show.
Okay, so I just want to respond to some of the stuff he said.
No, hold on, no. It's QButter's turn. It's and then you can respond.
So, now that I know that JJ also is in the same school, I'm going to take this time to advertise. I have adult literacy programs that for those that want to learn physics.
That's right. Get the camera on so you can get the camera on, sister. Please and thank you so you can promote.
These
That's
questions
right.
that we do
That's
have,
a thick book. Put it to the camera, family.
You know what I'm saying? Physics. You see that?
That's a real physics book.
Hold on. I gotta use my joke voice with JJ. Fuck that. I'm putting on for this science shit. Cause niggas need to learn science. Cause niggas out here talking bullshit. Talking about gravity. Ain't it real? Oh my goodness. You go to the first page of this shit and you gonna see gravity in this bitch and motion and math. These are the words. Niggas need to read this shit. Because niggas ain't producing shit.
Uncle Wes,
Niggas
talking to you.
on the couch.
On the Do you know anything about this?
Niggas is stuck on the couch. I got an echo cinema. I can't go full QButter.
Sorry.
Niggas is in the house drinking beers and shit. This ain't a real beer, but imagine it was a real beer. And niggas getting drunk, talking about, I don't believe in gravity. Grandma, I don't believe in it. Y'all niggas gotta believe in me. And ain't read one of these shits. Not near one of these shits. And you ain't been taught by a motherfucker that read this shit.
And probably get the camera on my book real quick. Look, he inspired me. Look. This is how the Most High work. And real quick, Kareema, get the camera over here real quick. Kareema, look, see, I was down in the laundry room, and you know, we sometimes we put canned goods down there and stuff. And I ran across this. I said, okay, now this is gonna be a weapon, because now you're gonna have to sit in the JJ 7000 chemistry hot seat. That's what's going on today, Uncle Wes. I always get my extra tools for you. Look, I got this book for you, Uncle Wes. Darwinism.
Hold on, JJ. Hold on, JJ. It's my turn. Hold on, JJ. It's my turn. I'm here to inspire Hebrews. I'm here to inspire Moors. You see this white bitch? I don't want to see this white chick. I want to see a Hebrew chick right here. I want to see a Hebrew tug of war. I want to see Hebrews on this side. This is going to be ISP UK on this side. This is going to be Lions Den on this side. And we're going to talk about push and pull. And we're going to have Hebrews as the people that's using the demonstrations. And then we're going to go to the next page. Look, it's going to be a Hebrew in a race car. Talking about, we're not going to say Newton. We're just going to say the laws of motion. Most High's laws of motion. We rewriting this shit. I'm inspiring you Hebrew motherfuckers, Moorish motherfuckers, to get into science and let's be black with this bitch. Because we need to get us competing. I don't want my student, look, another white boy. We need to replace that. We don't what you call white people again? Edoms or ites or whatever you call them motherfuckers. That's one of them right there. We don't want him there. I want to see Black Jesus Minister right there. Talking about, look, don't be holding it like that, Jesus Minister. That's a gay posture right there. We gonna have him holding that thing like that. But we gonna have him in there with something nice, and he gonna have his dad hat on. We gonna have Black Jesus Minister with his dad hat on, and we gonna have him right here talking about the elevator ride. Because you see that motherfucker over there talking about gravity and density. You see the elevator? Black people made the motherfucking elevator. And you're not getting in, and what's the dude's name? Whatever the hell his name is, I'm not getting in his elevator. If you want to get in his elevator, and he said, I made this with my book, and he going to bring out his book, and that shit only available on Amazon. And nobody using that shit. Nobody using his names. And you going to get in his elevator, and you going to die. You going to die. And if you don't die, and you ride that shit, you not going to be able to sue, because they be like, yo, dumb ass got on his elevator knowing that he did his math, and you got hurt and you want to sue? Get the fuck out of here. No. We need black folk elevators. Because we going to the sky. Most High, say it. Most High, we going to the sky, and we need math in this bitch. I am the Hebrew atheist here to inspire you motherfuckers. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. We want black
myth. That's the quote. Put that shit on the shirt. We need math in this bitch.
That's it. We need math in this bitch. Word. Look at this.
Oh, you messed up, QButter.
I respond to what the food said, brother.
Lions, hold on. Let him do his thing. He can be an atheist if he won't.
I'm trying to respond to what the brother said, bro.
Oh, okay, QButter, let him respond.
Come on, let him go. Let him rock. This is his turn.
But it's both of their show, Kareema. It's both of their show. Remember,
I know he didn't have.
We don't have a clock out, so let Anu get in for a minute.
No, Anu just hold on. It's fair because Anu just went and I allowed them other people to go. So QButter's just been waiting. So let him get it in.
Okay, let me fall back and go do my job.
Somebody asked Anu Cat a question after he just had his long run. So let QButter get it in.
No, I'm just trying to make it fair for everybody. That's all I'm trying to do.
Oh man, how you gonna forget that, yo? You being funny.
All right, look, it's all love. Let's get it.
Just know I want to ask Q a question before you go.
Oh, good. Now I ain't gonna lose my voice now.
Yeah, we all use debate tactics. You know, that's what we do.
Mm-hmm. We got to use these shits. Right. E equals MC. Niggas is moving forward. You know what I'm saying? So you see this? We talking about charge. Look. Look. We just got to the charge page. Boom. I randomly talked to this. This is underlined from high school.
Get closer to the microphone, Q.
Look. You see this page?
There you go.
Look, I randomly turned on this. The unit of charge. This was high school book. You see this? This look. You see this? High school. We should master this. Remember in high school they had a little the when you had to sign out. Look at the sign out.
QButter. Hey, my
out
book right here is the junior high one. See, look, put it on mine. So if y'all can't answer these questions on the junior high level, y'all's in trouble. All these Isabio, I want you to be the second person to come on this list because you always talking about get rid of God and deal with science, STEM, engineering, and mathematics. JJ, then it's smack. So this is what you have to deal with because now you have pushed me into this. I get into these books because of y'all. Unc West has influenced me with this Darwinism stuff.
Hey, JJ.
One time, Unc called me out the blue and said, I'm going to make you a famous loser. Did you not, Unc West?
Yeah, look at you.
When I was on y'all neck. Tell the story. Watch this. Say it again, Unc.
JJ, let me ask you a question. Man.
Get the camera on up. Please, Kramer, get the camera on up. Get the camera on up real quick.
Hey, JJ, let me ask
What'd you call me and say, Unc?
Man, let me make my point real quick. So,
all right, go ahead.
You're going next. You're going anyways. No, Apostle, wait for your question because it's Unc's turn. Please. Thank you.
So there's a few things going on here. We talking about
but he didn't tell that you didn't show. You showed up 45 minutes for the debate, and the damage was already done. Garfield had to come get you and Kyle. They both like, hey man, you better get in here. JJ in here tearing your ass up.
All right, man.
Yeah, you don't remember that. That's okay.
Come on, man.
I got the footage.
Come on, man. Alpha and Klein. So he's an expert in this subject, right? And he's
but we had fun that day.
Listen, he's
asking. No more interruptions.
The plasma joint, right? But it hasn't overthrown anything. It hasn't even made it to a theory. And I think we need to really knock it off at this point. So I'm going to show you. There's a difference between plasma cosmology and plasma theory. That there isn't a theory purported. It hasn't made it to that stage, right? And the fact that we all act like it's a theory and the way we talk about it with vigor is crazy to me. That's not what's going on, right? So let's come to NASA, astrophysics data system. Okay, we're going to talk about a summary, right? And it's talking about on the cosmology of Alvin and Klein. Okay, so let me share.
Put the link in the chat, please.
Let me share the screen real quick. So we do a grave disrespect when we make things that the person that even came up with it, I'm saying, is not trying to make. So there is no where's the since the 70s there hasn't been actual scientific papers published on it because it lost steam. It didn't lose steam because they made it. They tried. The man won a Nobel Prize. Since when does the body of scientists look at a person who won a Nobel Prize and ignore him? That's not what happens. That you could never get me to believe that. This guy wasn't like a pseudoscientist, right? He won the Nobel Prize in science. So they give him grave respect. Matter of fact, he gonna get some room to operate, right? But he has not. Now, let's look at what the theory is, and everybody messes this up on purpose. I mean, they do it on purpose. The guy, he gonna howl and scream, oh, that's not how I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna keep doing it until we get it. Our scientific theory, we're not just talking about a theory, we're talking about a scientific theory. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect.
Hey, y'all, can you speak up a little bit louder, family?
I cannot.
Just a little bit.
I'm loud. Okay.
Thank you,
scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that has been repeatedly tested and collaborated in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols and observations. Not us on YouTube just talking. Measurements and evaluations of results. It says where possible, theories are tested under controlled conditions in an experiment. It says in circumstances not applicable to experimental testing, theories are elevated through principles of inductive reasoning. Established scientific theories have withstood the rigors of scrutiny and embodiment of scientific knowledge. They say that. And so you come to this paper. It says an approximate treatment of Alvin Klein's mega galaxy is presented with a view of determining whether this cosmology could account for, now watch this, account for the black body radiation. Now we know what the black body radiation is, man, and we know who put that together. You got Max Planck discovered the black body radiation. I think he might have run a Nobel Prize for that. Let me finish. Radiation in the universe, it is shown that no non-rotating cosmological model of this would have been able to establish a black body radiation field at the epoch of minimal radius and then re-expanded to infinity. So I'm going to give this here for y'all to read this, right? So I'm making a point here. One, right? Plasma cosmology is not plasma theory. They don't have one.
Elder Yara in the building. Tread lightly, y'all.
What are you saying, bro? You ain't doing this when that man's speaking. You're not
Okay,
doing
all right. I just wanted to acknowledge him. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry, yo. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, you doing it on purpose, yo. You let the man.
No, that was my first time doing it to you, but you threw me outside another, man. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead, bro. I don't throw you.
Doing it on purpose, bro.
I promise you, I'm not, man. You gotta just bounce off me, Unc. I mean, look, this is what we doing here, man.
I promise you, stay on square, Unc. You got it, Unc. Stay on square.
Yeah, why you gonna let that be a big problem? Just continue with your
information.
You know,
you from Baltimore. You try harder than that. You're making Baltimore look soft right now, like them Ravens. Go ahead, bro.
It's a problem because I don't need to be in this atmosphere. This is a high-level conversation. And if you diving through the window, right, then I'd rather do it on my thing with
nah, but we could go to your platform too. I don't have a problem with that. But this is how the Lions Den rock, man. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a little bit more softer.
He don't need your help,
with
bro.
you.
He don't need your help.
I'm not helping nobody. Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for helping whoever I tried to help.
I'm gonna tell you what you.
I repent.
You should get a real.
Get the camera.
No, we're not about to do all that. And you've been doing that. You've been doing that to everybody. You've been doing. Hold on. Let me say what I gotta say.
All right, go ahead.
No, we're not about to do that. He been interrupting everybody, butting in and saying little stuff with everybody. So don't try to make it a big thing that he just did it with you. He did it with everybody on the platform. So stop it. Please don't make this a issue.
It's okay.
No, I don't like that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, look, the next debate is going to be rigged and I'm going to let you win.
Hey, Latifah, I knew you was going to jump in, but do you realize you just killed him by saying what you saying? That's the problem.
It's a tactic. Get back to the information, y'all.
No, because you came up in there hella fucking rude and foul, and you got the motherfucking audacity to try to check somebody. Don't do that. No, don't do that. I don't know.
I'm okay.
You can continue, but he ain't gonna do that.
He's my guest. Okay, listen. Just how much we love you, let me show you. Let me tell you this real quick.
I'm asking her. Wait, if she don't.
No, you gotta let me say this, please. Let me say this. I want to give you your flowers, bro. Just be quiet real quick.
Right now, I'm talking to.
Wow, you can't look.
No. At the end of the day, you came up in here. You didn't shut the fuck up. You argue with Anu'kakerakt, and then you got the audacity to sit there and say something to somebody that it's its own platform. Like, stop it. Continue with the information. What you not gonna do is come on here and check me or JJ. So let's continue to go with the information.
Hold on, so Lafima. Now I'm gonna have to call you a liar, Lafima. I didn't tell nobody.
No, come on. Let's get back to the information. It's okay. Don't react. Don't react. It's okay. We're all family. Look, I want to tell you something, huh? Listen.
You don't gotta tell me, bro.
No, I do, bro. I want to tell you, you were there for the beginning. Listen. Mute him, please. Just for 1 second. Give me 5 seconds. If you go look at the video, Welcome to the Lions Den, and when they show the flyer of some of the people, Kyle's on there, and you, Matt Selah, Karima, Ivory, and I can't remember who else. I'm saying when we decided to put this together in these back test stuff, you were there kind of like day one, bro. So I'm saying, bro, you're part of this. That's all I'm saying, bro. So don't come in and act like we ops.
I'm not. Yo,
All right, there you go. Go ahead.
I
I'm
don't
gonna be quiet.
I don't consider Lafima an op, and I'm not. So she always blasts off on me. Matter of fact, I'm not even comfortable till she blasts off on me like she just did. So I don't know what you're talking about. I never take offense to nothing.
It's La Jefe, man.
I'm not
La
mad.
Jefe.
I'm simply
not
saying,
Fina.
come on, man. Now
Pastor, don't do that yet. Come on, because I'm not. Just say I'm gonna talk next. Don't do that, Pastor.
Listen,
Please.
all I'm trying to say is the female. I ain't tell nobody to shut the fuck up. Somebody said that to me. I hold the rules till they start.
We got tough skin. Everybody talk different.
Right,
It's
so
okay.
I ain't crying about.
I apologize if anybody's feelings hurt.
No, I'm just saying, yo, we're in the middle of a high level conversation, yo, and the extraordinary Sarnetti shit right now ain't worth it to me. I don't need that.
It's his show, and if he telling you to back down and pipe down, and it ain't no levels to disrespect. So if he feel like you disrespect him by cutting in, he can disrespect you however he feel he want to disrespect you. Don't cry about it. I'm talking about a new cat. It's his show. The person he was arguing with.
Listen,
you're right. Well, if we move on and put out your information, because what I'm not about to do is go back and forth with you over none of that.
How about that?
Let me handle it from
in the middle of a black body radiation conversation.
All right, let's get back to it. We ain't gonna talk about that.
And don't act like we brought in high level information when we arguing, okay? So let's get back to the information, because what you're not gonna do is check me.
I ain't checking you. I'm telling you what it is.
Come on, y'all. This is the problem. Let 7,000 speak for a minute. All right, Kareem, this is what we're gonna do. Because the likes is down. Can we go to a JJ 7,000 Lions Den commercial break for 2 minutes? Cool it down.
No, I'm gonna say what I want to. No, I'm gonna say what I have to say, and let's move on. All that trying to sugarcoat him and make him feel some kind of way. Let's move on. Like we can play that video, but what we not about to do is sit there and try to check me or soothe him or anybody else around here.
Out of order, shorty.
No, you out of order.
Out of order, shorty.
Okay, so no, I don't want nobody to leave. I got it from here, please. Okay, you take your piece.
Ain't nobody gonna leave. Ain't nobody. But what he gonna do is get put out. He keep talking.
Well, put me out then. I did.
Wow,
Kick him out.
Bitch ass nigga, you got me fucked up. Now move on.
Krima, we ain't gotta do what they do.
No, don't tell me anything. Continue. Because at the end of the day, I don't play that. So continue with the platform. Okay then. So at the end of the day, let's move on. Don't say nothing to me.
Can I ask you a question?
Let's go. I want the information to come on. Let's go.
Can I ask my question?
So I didn't make that decision. The board member did. She has equal amount of authority as I do in the den. So whatever you did, whatever it is, what it is.
He was right here. He wasn't gone. He was right here. Stop trying to kiss his ass.
No, I'm not. God damn, we want people to come on, and then we gonna treat them like this.
They gonna come, but what they ain't gonna do is disrespect.
I'm gonna go in the audience then. I'm gonna go in the audience. You got it.
I don't care. What I'm saying, they ain't gonna disrespect me. Or nobody on this platform that's bringing out the information. I don't care who he is.
Is QButter still here? Look like QButter done left. God damn.
Kissing none of these niggas' asses. They don't come over here supporting. They don't do none of that. You want to come on here? You're going to be respectful. It's a new platform. I don't care what none of these niggas got to say.
I think Anu's gone too.
Go, Apostle. You don't kissing nobody else around this motherfucker.
I just wanted to know, Anu's gone and QButter's gone. But I just wanted to know because I heard a lot of what QButter was saying. I liked it. I liked a lot of what Anu was saying. I heard Nadil. Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about gravity. And he was saying they know it exists, but they can't prove it exists. They say they can, the way Neil put it, he can talk about it, gravity, he can explain gravity, but he cannot prove gravity, and he cannot show gravity.
Salakia, Elder Apostle.
Yeah.
I had a sincere question for Unc. I wanted to ask Unc something. I wanted to ask QButter as well, because I know them brothers are off in the science.
Yeah, bro. Can I finish?
Go ahead, King.
Without being cut off. And Unc just came back in, and I wanted to ask him, but he's gone again. But I just need somebody to explain that to me. I know a Mara, that whether it was a spaceship or asteroid, but I know it just shot around the sun. And I need somebody to talk to me about that. Why it didn't fall into a planet, opposed to just going around the sun and shooting back out wherever it came from. And then the space shuttle, why is that not falling down to the earth? It has to have something to do with the speed, the distance, the mass, and the gravitational pull of the earth, because for some reason, the space shuttle is staying in orbit. It's just going around. So I just wanted somebody to explain that to me. But y'all can go ahead and talk, man. You know, I waited a while to get that out.
Maybe the truest can explain to you.
Maybe.
Well, I would have to look a little more into the exact incident you're referring to. I don't want to give a freestyle answer to that question, but what I do want to say real fast is it's kind of sad that most of this show wasn't even on topic. The name of the show was Can Science and the Creator of the Universe Coexist? And Q and Anu, they couldn't even get to that because they're sitting here arguing over whether or not gravity exists.
Right.
And, you know, I was like, I enjoyed this conversation, even though, like, I think it's a little pointless. I enjoyed it, but I would have very much more enjoyed the conversation that was supposed to happen, which was Can Science and the Creator of the Universe coexist? Because I was really interested in seeing the perspective of everyone that was present on the panel, what everyone present thought of that topic. So it's just a little disappointing we didn't get that.
I agree with you, Truist. I that's what I wanted to talk about was can science and the Creator of the universe coexist? I think you can.
So let me ask you, Apostle. Would you consider science a wisdom of this earth?
Yeah, I don't think the Bible, when the Bible was talking about the wisdom of this world, it's talking about science. I think it's talking about those things that are against or opposed to the Creator. Those things that speak in opposition of a Creator. Science does not necessarily speak against a Creator. I think people's interpretation of science speaks against a Creator. But yeah, I don't think the Bible was talking about science. There's nothing wrong with science. I think we can have science, we can have math, we can have history, we can have algebra, all of these things can coexist. It's when we try to use one to cancel out the other is when the problem comes about. So when you and I have a conversation, and I had to learn this a long time ago when I was in drug treatment, the difference of being aggressive opposed to being assertive. I have a very aggressive nature about me. But it was explained to me that I can be assertive, stand my ground, make my argument, but allow somebody else to stand in their ground and make their argument without feeling that I'm infringing or I'm opposing to their way of thinking. Express yourself and allow others to express themselves also. But when we get into the back and forth, that's something that I have made a determination that I'm no longer going to be arguing with people, man. Like, I don't like the person I've become since I've been on YouTube. I curse more. I curse without regard. A lot of times, man, when I was in the church, unless I was making a mistake or it just slipped out or I purposely did it, I didn't use profanity. I had control over it. But I've seemed to lost that since being on YouTube these past 8 years, man, 7, 8 years. And before I know it, I'm just dropping these bombs. And I used to didn't talk like that, man, especially in my household. My wife is even, it's like, you cursing a lot here lately, man. What's going on?
Well, when you say curse words, where in this, like, that's something I always wondered, because it's mainly religious people that talk about curse words. Like, what scriptures and what texts refer to these so-called curse words? Like, what makes a word curse?
Okay, you remember Peter, when Christ was explaining how he was going to go to the cross, and Peter said no.
Yeah.
And he would defend him with his life. And Christ said, before the cock crow, you would deny me thrice. Before the cock crowed twice, you would deny me thrice. One of the things Peter did was to prove that he was not a follower of Christ. He began to use profanity. It says it in the scripture. He used profanity to demonstrate that he was not one of them. Why? Because it was known that they didn't use these words to express themselves.
What words does the Bible explicitly state is profanity?
Well, we use the analogy, like in saying F you, we know what that word represents. We know what SIT represents. We know what bitch. If you use bitch in the form of a female dog, then it's not cursing. But if you was to call a woman a bitch, well, then that would be cursing, would it not? So what I'm saying, just like in a courthouse, or on your job, when you go in and apply for a job, you know what words to use. Do you not? You know how to act.
Yeah. Well, that's because in American culture and in the English language, we have a clear-cut understanding of what words are curses.
Put that aside.
I'm saying, like, in the Hebrew tradition, right? What words would be considered curses according to the Bible?
Well, I don't know those words. These are English words, and I don't know the opposite of these words in Hebrew. When it talks about a man making love to his wife, it says, and Adam knew his wife. It doesn't even use the word love, because love has nothing to do with sex. In the Bible, love is keeping the commandments, being obedient. That's love. But I don't care where you are. It has nothing to do with America. Nobody has to tell me how to conduct myself in the presence of my mother. I know how to conduct myself. My oldest daughter is by my first wife, and she's 35 years old. She has never cursed in my presence. And to hear her cursing in her mother's presence, it shocked the hell out of me, because I've never heard my daughter curse. My mother died in 2019. I was 66, 65. I had yet to smoke. When I smoked cigarettes, I never smoked a cigarette in front of my mother. She never seen me smoke a cigarette. It was just certain ways I conducted myself in the presence of my mother or in the elders of my family. That's very seriously. My elders of my family never seen me drink a beer. I don't conduct myself like, we don't conduct ourselves that way. And that's throughout my family. You know, I come from a family of preachers, man. 5 churches in the history of my family. Over 100 ordained pastors, preachers, teachers. About 30 yet to be ordained to this day. All my mother's siblings were preachers. That's the family I come from. So
we come from similar family, Apostle.
I come from what?
I said we come from similar family. I'm a PK,
Right.
man. All my family's clergy as well.
Yeah. I'm just not, I'm talking. At one time, I counted of those that were ordained over 120 living. And that was a while ago. And 30 yet to be ordained. 5 churches starting in 1887, the first church to be built by my great-great-great-great-grandfather and his daughter. After they built 5. These churches are still in existence today. Pastored by my family members. Up in Aiken, South Williston, from Williston, South Carolina to Aiken. All 5 churches.
So Apostle, real fast. I think what I'm trying to get across, right, is we have clear-cut like understandings of what are abominations when it comes to food, what are abominations when it comes to acts. But what I'm trying to get across is I just don't recall anywhere in the Old New Testament or Torah where the Most High explicitly said these certain words are abominations.
I agree
These
with you.
certain words are curses. Now, when you say curse words, in my eyes, that would be saying the Most High's name in vain, or possibly saying words that are meant to curse another person, like not in like the F word sense, but like saying "I wish you catch AIDS" or something along those lines.
Right.
Like that.
That's
What curse words would be. It's not the F word or the S word or stuff like that.
Right.
The Bible doesn't explicitly say any specific words are curses or abominations.
Right.
I would agree.
The F word comes from an English word that means to sow seed. And that's why, like, so they would, when they pushed the seed into the ground, they would use the F word for that. And that's why it was attached to a sexual negative terminology.
Look, I agree with you 100%. I'm only telling you for me, the way things were for me. I don't think I would strictly bring it down to behavior that is what we would call normally accepted under normal conditions, and behavior that could be considered to be rude, obnoxious. The Bible says, "Let not your good be evil spoken of." So in like manner, and it also says, in terms of your neighbor, not causing your neighbor to offense. Eat what's put before you. I don't have to shame my neighbor because I don't eat pork. You see? So it's still got to do with more than anything else, attitude. We know there's a proper way of conducting ourselves and a non-proper way. Now, when I was speaking for me and in my conscience, not in somebody else's conscience. Okay. I've come to the conclusion that I'm saying words that at one time I did not use under normal circumstances. And I'm saying them now, and I feel like I've lost control. I'm doing it out of character for me because I don't feel I have control. Before I realize it, I'm doing it. And I think certain audience, I don't want certain audience to take that and say, I'm not going to listen to that guy because he has a filthy mouth.
Well, Apostle, I just feel like sometimes with a lot of these conversations, and I understand because a lot of this is about people's spiritual practices, right? But I think because of that, people have their emotions tied into these conversations. So when someone is challenging you on something that you're emotionally tied to, it can bring aggression out. It can bring anger out. And I think we need to kind of work on more having conversations where we can disagree without bringing emotionalism into it.
Right. Being more spiritual, right?
Even when your spiritual belief is being brought into question, you still gotta try.
I'm not talking about spiritual belief. I'm talking about acting spiritual, walking in the spirit rather than in the flesh. Walking in the spirit rather than in the flesh. Walking not in my emotions, but controlling my emotions, controlling my feelings, and being thoughtful or being mindful of my actions. Correct? Rather than allowing my flesh to dictate, I allow my spirit to dictate. Allow your spirit to control.
Yeah,
how do we do that?
You can control. I don't really believe that we can control how we feel. Like you're gonna feel how you feel. We have emotions, but I do believe we can control what we say, and I do believe we can control what we do.
So what do you do when you lose? When you feel of yourself, not others, but the conviction is within you that you are maybe going a step beyond that or what you are accustomed to. Do you continue or do you pull back?
So let's say I'm in a moment where I'm feeling anger because someone said something that angered me. I tried my best, and it doesn't always work, but I try my best to withhold myself from disrespecting the other, especially here on the internet. Like I really don't see any reason to be disrespecting other grown men on the internet, especially women on the internet. So I try my best to hold my tongue, to mute my mic, to pull back and let the other person vent. Because, a lot of times, some of these people on here just need to vent. They just need to vent. They just need to talk, get out whatever they got to say, and just hold a mirror up to people. Let people mirror themselves. And a lot of times, people talk themselves into a corner.
Yeah. I'm a minister, okay? And I don't want my personality. I don't want people to judge me by my personality. I don't want them to allow personality to dictate principle. I'd rather that you judge my character rather than my personality. So, character over personality. I don't want my behavior to cause someone to err. I don't want to be, I want to be mindful. I want to present myself in a manner that I don't become a stumbling block. That's what I'm saying. Charge it to my head, not to my heart.
Yeah, what people need to stop doing is doing stuff for people, entertaining people, caring about what people think about you, care about what people saying about you. I don't care about what one of these people saying about me, period. You gonna show some respect, else you ain't gonna get no respect around here, period, point blank. I don't pretend to be anything. And that's your problem. When you start doing stuff for people, you start moving for people. Ain't nobody, none of them, anybody, no more than what you is. If they can't come up in here respectful, then you ain't gotta respect them. You ain't gotta kiss their ass and explain to them, you know what I mean, you sorry or anything for their behavior. They gonna get treated the same way they coming up in here. They want to act the fool, go to Shanetta and the rest of them platforms, because you not about to do that here. You not about to disrespect anybody in the Lions Den. I don't care about you coming over here. You ain't shared the video. You ain't promote anything. So I don't care that you come on this platform running your mouth, trying to check somebody and tell them what they supposed to do. You don't get the red carpet around here. The black, none of it. You come up in here disrespected.
I like what Elder Yara said, Karima. Highlight what Elder Yara just said. Highlight it for us.
Khan, yo, pardon self. Who is the brother named Rachaman in the panel in the chat?
Rachaman.
Who's that brother? He got a wrench.
He got a
wrench. Rachaman Yisrael.
Oh yeah.
Watch what you say to me, boy. Watch what you say to me. I ain't never seen you on not one of these panels. All right? Fix your face, wipe your mouth off.
What did he say, son?
Nigga talking about he gonna remove us. Me and Q, we supposed to be debating. I'm sitting right here on the panel, and this dude in the chat, because he had a wrench, want to try to power play me. Nigga, please.
Him and Q can stay right there where they are, man. Nobody don't want to hear from Q. What's up, Babylon? Babylon, you okay?
Yes, Apostle. You know my phone be on mute, so it'd be a little bit slow. How y'all doing, brother?
Yeah, what's up, man? I ain't seen you since last.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to just say that, I thought I liked the conversation that the brothers was having. I liked the title. I can't really quote it right now because I ain't looking at it, looked at it in a while, but can God and science coexist or something like that?
Yeah.
And that's one of the topics I taught about a lot already, as far as God and science. And I'll continue to refer people back to the fact that science is based on observation. Science is based on seeing. Science means to see a scene, like a movie scene, like to see in order to know. But science means to see. Also seance lately. But anyway, as far as I'm concerned, science is a seance. And then just like religion. And then God, the part about God or religion is metaphysics, not physics. So science is a physical observation and religion is metaphysics. So science has absolutely nothing to say on the subject of God, because God says God is a spirit.
Sorry to cut you off, but the title doesn't say God, it says creator. And I really like the title because it doesn't say God. The fact that it says creator, you're not limited to just talking about a God. You can also be speaking on something like that new guy I was debating. He says light is the creator. You could be talking about the Big Bang
Well,
itself.
not to drag that out. I got you. So, like I said, I didn't really look at the title, like I already pre-said, and I didn't really try to quote the title. I said that already before I ever started. So, the creator is in this text would still fall under the word of God, as far as I'm concerned, and everybody can have their God, but we specifically talking about the title, so nobody should confuse the God creator with any other monkey God or any other light God or any other man or woman God or any other kind of God. We're talking about the creator, whatever that means to anybody. The bottom line is that when we're talking about a creator or someone who creates, it's still a theology, and science is still a theory. And both of those fall under the word scientifically or religiously, theos. And it's just two sides of the same coin, a thesis and antithesis from both sides, and they just arguing back and forth. Science claims to answer the questions that religion are not answered in religion. So
I think that's because that's where man
in reality, yeah, but in reality, no, this is what science does. Science says, hey, religion doesn't have an answer for how we got here, or it doesn't explain it scientifically. So they consider that spookism and cosmogony and all this other stuff, mythology. They don't consider it science. They say there's a scientific reason why we're here, and that's why the brother came with the quarks, the biops, the zeals, the electrons, the gravity, and all this stuff. And that's not in the Bible. So let's not try to make like it is. The Bible don't deal with physical science.
With all due respect.
But let me just say this, Babylon, and I said it before. Q, just give me, Zion, give me a few minutes, just a few seconds.
How many minutes?
My sister, just a couple of seconds. My sister was an evangelist and a scientist. She taught scientists how to teach science. One of her projects, the first space shuttle, when the space shuttle first went into space, her project went into space with it. She was selected highest among scientists to present. And what she presented was plants and how they germinate and grow in space.
Yes, I understand.
It's been operating for over 30 years. And she's a top. She's right now dealing with dementia. She's 72 years old, dealing with dementia. But she taught scientists to teach science.
Yes, Apostle, I understand that. There's lots of scientists that do that and religious people that teach in a science place.
Right.
So I talked about Deron Williams. So I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is, Apostle, if I could finish, it's not the same thing. What you're talking about is somebody that works in two different fields, theologically and theoretically. That's possible. You could do that. But she couldn't come to another scientist and say, oh, the Spirit did this and God said this. And because Joseph and Moses, and it's a covenant and it's a promise. She can't use none of that in the scientific field.
She can't.
So again, I stand on my word.
You don't know about Karl Barr?
Hold on. I did want to respond real quick.
Karl Barr.
No, I'm saying, Apostle, the word spirit does not exist in a science book. The word soul does not exist in a science book.
So this is what I wanted to say.
Wait, we're going to say some facts. Facts. The Bible says God is a spirit. We can talk to God in spirit. I know. I got you. I got you, bro. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. You don't have to cut me off.
Let him land his train, Zion, please. Because this is what happens. Just let the brother land his plane, and I promise you, it's only us here. So no, let him go, please. Thank you. I promise you're gonna go.
Yes, Apostle. What I'm saying is that I agree with you that a person could teach in two different fields. I know plenty of people that do it. I'm gonna refer you to a scholar by the name of Immanuel Kant, Kant. He explains this before anybody ever even thought about it. There's another scientist I want to refer you to. His name is Professor Kuhn, Kuhn. Kuhn. He wrote a book on science and the philosophy of science. He wrote the book on philosophy of science and philosophizing about it. And they all agree that science is physical. You can't change this. It's called physical science. And what you call religion is called metaphysical. They two different fields of study, have nothing to do with each other. Go ahead, brother. I'll stop right there. Now you got it.
Religion has nothing to
That's
do with
what I was going to
Creator
say.
also,
Hold
but
on,
go ahead.
Apostle, please.
Go ahead.
Please. Thank you, sir. With all due respect. I was going to say that, number one, I don't see where anywhere in the Bible where it states that it's a science book. Nor do you see in any place in science where it says that they either disprove or prove God at all. Right. So I agree with you on that perspective. I think you said it multiple times, but you had a couple of sources to pull in later, so I respect that. You know what I'm saying? The reality is that religion is based more on an internal spiritual ideologies of human consciousness and how we perceive the world, right? Perceive the physical environment and things within it without knowing fully what all is transpiring and why things happen, right? That's why they call it the God of the gaps, and et cetera, et cetera. But when dealing with observable things, and there are things that we cannot observe in science, but we make mathematical equations such as dark matter and dark energy. Nobody has seen it. Nobody's been able to quantify it. However, mathematicians and scientific scholars all agree that this thing is affecting our universe, etc., etc. There are many things in the universe that we have not been able to physically see with our eyes, but because of science, like for instance, string theory. It's a theory, but it's based upon some very, very strong predicated, evidences that are observable, right? So there are things in science that are unobservable, but we can try to measure things through mathematics and observation, however. But there is nowhere in the Bible where it is, in fact, a science book. That's not what it is. You don't go to a book about human biology, to study the biology of a fish. That would be absurd. You don't look into a physics book to find out, about something that doesn't have to do with physics. Things are specific to the study, right? Philosophy is specific. It's a science in itself, a science of how human beings perceive and then make notions based upon their perceptions and ideations. I'm probably one of the most pragmatic Israelite rosters that you'll ever meet, because I dealt with atheism for a long time. So a lot of the things that most of my brothers in the faith would assume, I don't necessarily hold on to those ideations, but I don't think that God is necessarily removed from the equation because of science. I believe that science is actually started by humans actually trying to seek and find God. The more people tried to observe their natural universe, they were trying to understand these forces that they once called gods, and whether it was typhoons and weather and lightning and all of these things that they felt were affecting them from the Most High's effect, they sought to understand it. And so at the pinnacle of science, at the basis of science, all beginning scientists that started were all religious. Even the people who charted the stars were mostly Muslims back in the day, right? 90% of the stars that are named with Islamic names. So
that's
and
not
then you
a fact. I got to interject on that. We don't
right. And my last statement is even wait. Hold on.
Before
my last statement. My last statement is even the Greek the planets Jupiter, Venus, all of those are named after gods, right? Even psychology. Last statement. Psychology. There are psychological behaviors that are named after, like narcissus, narcissistic
Monday,
behaviors.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The days of the week are named after God.
Right. Everything has some kind of religious context to it, even in science. If you study psychology, you know about narcissism, you know about all of these different phobias, pedophilia and all of that stuff comes from Greek mythos. There's all kinds of religious context to how things are specified within science. And I'm done.
And also, let's make it clear: the Bible does not talk about religion. When the Bible, when in the New Testament, when it says if you seem to be religious, that's a mistranslation. It means traditions. Okay, the Bible does not use words like the Bible. It does not use words like religion. And even the enforcement of the word Christianity is a false, is a misstatement in Scripture. Okay, when they were first called Christians in Antioch, Acts 11, that was not a courtesy. It was a complaint. It was a demark. They were criticizing them. So let's get that straight. You know, these words do not come from Scripture. These words have been added to Scripture. So I'm not religious. But go ahead.
I just wanted to say one last thing, and then I got to get off of here.
Yeah.
In terms of what this title says, can science and a creator of the universe coexist? I want to make it very clear to Babylon Done that an atheist could believe what this title says. What do I mean? So the fact that it's using creator and not God, right? You can be an atheist and still believe in a creator, right? Because let me share my screen real fast.
I didn't know that one.
Right.
Okay, what point are you making clear to me now?
I'm going to show you.
I didn't know that most of them do believe in a creator. They just don't give it a name.
Yeah, I'm going to make my point really
That's what
fast.
atheist is, Karima.
So, right?
Wait, but what point are you making clear to me? Because I don't like people to do that.
I'm trying to make it. It's going to be real.
No,
quick.
I'm saying, tell me what point you're going to make clear to me. Don't make a point, then tell me.
All right,
Tell me the point.
In the creator.
So first, the first point I'm trying to make is you kept mentioning God, and I'm trying to make the point.
I was clear that it's creator. I used it as creator. I said I'm using it according to the show title.
You can't do that, and I'm trying to show you why. Okay, because a creator could simply mean a person or thing that brings something into existence. Okay?
There's nobody that could create a thing. Matter cannot be created.
Hold on, Babylon Don. Let them build real quick.
Okay. Now, God, right? The creator and not or and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority, the supreme being. Other definition, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortitudes, a deity. So, what you can see the difference between a creator and a God is that a creator does not require worship. A creator does not require faith. It doesn't require religion, and it doesn't require morality or rulership of a universe. A creator could be something simple as me saying, science says the Big Bang is a thing, because remember, a creator could be a person or a thing, right? So the Big Bang is a thing. It was an event that science says took place and created the universe. So an atheist could absolutely believe that the Big Bang is their creator and not believe in a God, because a creator and a God are not, they don't have to be the same thing. Now, most gods are the creator of the universe, but not all creators are gods. And the Big Bang would be an example of that. So that's what I mean when I'm trying to say to you, we have to be careful in using the words creator and God, because had this say, can science and a God coexist? A God of the universe, then my answer would be different. I would say no. Science and a God of the universe cannot coexist. But
if that's predicated, I'm sorry.
But based off of the title we have here, where it says, can science and a creator of the universe coexist? I'd agree. Yes, it could. Because science, as it currently stands, already states that there is a creator of the universe, and it's called the event known as the Big Bang.
Yeah. I think that James Webb just disproved the Big Bang, and science has
I don't think that it's necessarily disproving it.
Is it my
Yeah,
turn
go ahead,
now?
brother. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I just want to address a couple of things. First of all, brother, I don't think you said nothing, really. I don't think you made a point. I don't think you showed me anything. I think you just talked around. Now, as far as the title, can science and a creator of the universe coexist? I think I was clear on my point that science, see, I'm defining science for you. Science means to seek to know. To seek to know. That's what omniscience means. All knowing, all seeing eye. To seek to know, omniscient, science, seen, to be seen, something observable. So science deals with the observable physical universe. When science tells you that they are talking about the universe, they are talking about the observable universe. Anything beyond what science cannot see, science cannot state or speak on, period. And that's a great point by the brother was making earlier. If you can't see, touch, feel, or put gravity in your pocket or test it and retest it, all you have is conjecture. Now, somebody need to close their mic.
I think that's Baby Hebrew. He just came in.
So when science says that it has a theory, I think everybody here can look up the word theory and see that theory does not mean fact. Theory does not mean proof. Theory means belief. Okay? Now, you touched on the word
That's
faith.
not true.
Wait, first of all, you touched on the word, bro, you can look it up. Look up the word faith and pull it up. You pull up everything else. I mean, look up the word theory and pull it up and show it to the people. And
So
show us that it
repeat what
says
you
fact.
said as
Show
I
us
pull
that-
it up.
and
Repeat what you said. I'm going to pull it up.
The word theory does not mean fact, and the word theory does not mean proof.
No, you said something
Like the other brother was saying.
You said theories are beliefs.
No,
That's what you said.
I'm telling you
You
what
did
I
say
said.
that.
I don't want to go back and forth with you. I don't want to go back
I
and
heard you
forth
say
with
that,
you.
though.
Even
You
if
said
thought I
theories
said
were
something
beliefs.
else.
That's what we
Even
all
if-
heard you say.
I don't want to
So I
go
want
back
you to
and forth
repeat
with
that.
you. Wait, I'm telling you what I said. I'm telling you what I'm saying.
You said all of that to
word
say that
theory-
it
no,
meant
you-
belief.
Listen, bro.
No,
you acting funny
Zion,
now.
let him
Because
go.
every
Let him
time I
go.
attempt to talk-
Hold on, Babylon Don. Let him build with
No, it
trust.
was me talking,
Zion.
Karina.
I know. I'm letting you go. I'm just telling them to let you go, okay?
Oh. So what I'm saying, I ain't gonna answer no questions in the middle, because every time then the person think they could go back and forth and verse the person when the person answered the question. So I'm just moving forward. You stated that God, when you define God, you're defining God according to Merriam-Webster. You're probably defining God by people that don't even accept the God or believe in a God. So the only way you're going to be able to define God is you're going to have to go to the Bible and look at the Bible context and content for the word God. You can't go to another book. So now, when we look at the word God, and I could ask Apostle right now who the creator is, who the Most High is, and another word for the Most High, the creator, the sustainer of the world, the universe, is God. It's a German word. We know that. We ain't called it. I'm a linguist and a mathematician. So you're not talking to an idiot. You're not talking to somebody who is into science or into religion. I don't accept neither one of them. Both of them trash to me. So to move on, though, you mentioned atheists. Once again, like I said, science is theory, religion is theology. You have antithesis and thesis, and now you want to be an atheist. Once again, you religion-based and don't even know it. You think you against God, and by saying you against God or atheist against theos, then you are admitting that there is a God. Otherwise, you couldn't be against nothing. So you out of pocket already. You should know that by now. mentioning words about philosophy. Another thing, matter cannot be created or destroyed. You define God as a person or thing that can create. You couldn't show me no person here that could create anything. Matter cannot be created or destroyed. That's a law of physics.
You mean energy, brother,
I don't
not
even need
matter.
the Bible for that. So
You
now,
mean energy, not matter, brother. Nice try, though.
No, matter cannot be created or destroyed. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. A gnat cannot be created or destroyed. No thing cannot be created or destroyed. All things come from something. I already gave you the math. 0 divided by 0 is indeterminate. Look it up. Any number divided by 0 is indeterminate. So until you could give me the answers to those, you have nothing to say about whether something could come from nothing or not, because you don't have an answer for that. Next, the last thing, and I'm gonna land right here, Sister Karima. Thank you for giving me time to talk. I'm about to stop right here. On the thing of Big Bang, the Big Bang is no more than if somebody said and God said, "Let there be light." You have no more proof of a Big Bang than anybody saying God said, "Let there be light." And don't let these idiots fool you like the word science ain't in the Bible. Like they laugh and try to joke like the word faith. The word faith actually means, apostle, and you said it on here, and I didn't say it too, that the word faith is the evidence of things unseen, the substance of things hoped for. So if you got evidence and you got substance, that's the basis of science. Evidence, reason, right? Evidence, reason, and logic, right? Okay, let's go ahead though. I just want to read the last thing. In 1 Timothy 6:20.
Brother, you done landed like 3 times already. I think you crashed at this point.
In 1 Timothy 6:20.
Hey, Q, hold on for a minute. Q, check
Hold
that.
on, in 1 Timothy.
Check that, man.
In 1 Timothy 6:20. Just let me finish, bro. I got it.
Yeah, let him
1
finish.
Timothy,
You don't have to add to it.
In 1 Timothy 6:20, it reads, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane," right? Because you mentioned profane, I'm killing all that shit in one verse. Even your profane and your curse and your vanity and all of that. Committed to thy trust, avoiding profane, that's what cursing is, profane, and vain babblings, and oppositions of science, falsely so-called. That means pseudoscience, quasi-science. That's what so-called means. So not only does the Bible talk about science, it talk about pseudoscience, false science, quasi-science. I'm done.
Thank God.
right,
and I don't believe in.
Hey,
before you go, bro. Before you go.
Hold on.
If you want to have a
Q.
if you want to have a debate at some point, I'll let you choose the topic. Me and you could get in the ring and have a debate on any
Sounds
of the
good
things
to
we
me.
spoke about
You got
tonight.
that, Karima? Karima,
anything we spoke on tonight.
You got it.
Apostle, be quiet, bro. Let him even finish first.
Hey, shut up, man, while I hook this up with Karima. You be quiet.
Yeah, let him finish, Apostle. I can hear it. I can hear it.
Yeah, anything we spoke on tonight, Babylon done. On another night, we could have a preliminary conversation to create a topic of your choosing that me and you can debate on. Because I disagree with 90% of the things you just said. But I have to go. I don't have time to respond to all.
Hey, before you go, brother, you don't got to respond. I just want to lay this out to you.
You pick the title. You pick the title and you do it, because I don't debate people that's not my equal. So when you pick a title that's sufficient for me, I'll see if I want to debate you.
Oh, okay. We'll see if I'm not your equal when the debate's over. What were you saying, Q?
Dude is double talking. First he said he don't debate people that's not. Okay, listen. Okay, brother.
With my name talk.
Okay, brother. Yeah, you landed, you crashed and burned. So before you go, brother, I just wanted to say, because you were saying that the Big Bang can be considered a creator.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I disagree with that is this: would you consider your 15 times great grandmother your creator, or would you say that she had a part in the reason why you're here?
Okay, so to answer that question shortly, yes, she would be my creator, right? But she would not be the creator of the universe. The title of this video is
can science and a creator of the universe coexist? So according to science, the creator of the universe that we preside in would be the Big Bang incident. So that incident, that event that took place at the beginning of the universe, which thus created the universe, that would be considered a creator or the creator of the universe. Because again, when I go to the definition of creator, it is simply a person or thing that brings something into existence. So anyone that wants to argue that, I would just ask you, what brought the universe into existence? The Big Bang.
Okay, hold on, y'all.
Nah, I
Because
dig it,
Malachi,
bro. But not.
hold on.
Hey, brother, relax.
Malachi,
You've been on here rambling and babbling. Relax for a minute.
oh man, I'm
So,
trying
so I
to
get your point.
Outside the cube, no, don't do that. And Apostle, let him, Apostle, let him introduce himself and come in, okay?
That's what I want to do.
Got a new word, huh? Outside the cube, babbling, huh?
Yeah, man. Go ahead, baby Hebrew.
Okay, timing is everything. I'm just right now listening. I want to get a feel of everything that's going on, but you all know who I am, baby Hebrew, brother Malachi. I just want to thank you for allowing me to come on the dais, and I just want to get a feel of what's being discussed, and then I'll interject at some point. But I thank you all for allowing me to come in and everything else, and I'll land my plane right about now.
Thank you.
Yo, the brother gotta go. I was just trying to, engage him before he went. But go ahead, Truist. You good, man? They
No, don't skip past him like he ain't just came before you. Go ahead, outside the cube. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is this: I understand where you're coming from when you're talking about, the creator of the universe. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to analogize it in this way. So, are you saying that the Big Bang is the creator of yourself?
Okay. So, all right. It depends on if you consider me a part of the universe, which I would consider myself a part of the universe, then yes. Because the Big Bang, and you know what? I'm going to word it like this for you. All right. Mm-hmm. Science would say that the Big Bang is the creator of me, because science says that the Big Bang is the creator of the universe. So forget about what I feel. Forget about what anyone else feels. I'm saying what science says. Science would say that the Big Bang is the creator of the universe.
And see, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, bro, is that yes, you can say that the Big Bang is the creator of the universe, but you can't say that the Big Bang is the creator for all of the contents therein. Now, does it play a part why these things are even able to exist? Absolutely. But just because you're 15-time great grandmother, you have one, does not mean that she's your creator. It just means that without her, you wouldn't be here. So when we analogize that and put that parallel to the universe, yes, the Big Bang can be the creator of the universe, but that doesn't mean that it's the creator of you, because there's a bunch of things that had to take place before you even got here.
Wait, I got to interject. I have to interject because this is the same brother.
Hold on. Zion, you go next, but the Apostle have been waiting the whole.
Okay, for himself. That should apply to his monkey theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, your grandmother had a part of you being here, but she had no idea. Only thing she knew is what went on while she was living. She had no idea what was going to happen the day after she died or thereafter. So the Big Bang, what we call the Big Bang, or what science called the Big Bang, if it was intellectual at all, one thing we do know is everything that is here was intentionally, intellectually designed. We know that the earth, if it's off in the smallest percentile, life would not exist on it. It has to be perfect and exact in order to maintain life.
Well,
Everything-
Apostle, I'm not
Hold
trying
on,
to
let me
debate
finish.
intelligence.
Wait, hold
design.
up, Truist. It's not your turn, and it's anonymous, and then Zion after that, and you can go after that if you want to.
Everything that
Keep that fine
exists,
tone, Apostle.
everything that exists have to exist in the parameter that it exists. Science even know that. If the moon was any further out or any closer in, it would have had a great catastrophe on the earth, thus
That's
challenging whether life would exist on the earth or not. We know this. So one thing we do know, the intellectual design has everything to do with why we're here and how long we're going to be here. And without it operating in this perfect place, we would not be here. Period.
Teach that.
That's what we know. And scientists from Carl Ball, Ken Ham, even those that now are talking about the ark, the boat that's over there in Turkey, down to the tombs of Christ's family, Mary the mother, Joseph the daddy, and all his siblings that they found, showing evidence, just like the evidence they got in Egypt, showing the pharaohs, but they ain't got no irregular people. But they got the pharaohs. They're able to show pharaohs, but they're not able to show regular people. We know, just like they're able to show David's tomb, Hezekiah's tomb, they're able to show it. Even though folk don't want to believe it, because they just want to believe what's in Egypt, these things exist. And I'll go ahead and stop at that.
Anonymous.
Well said,
Hebrew.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Karima. Peace to the chat.
Thank you.
I want to talk to Cube outside of the creation theory or outside of the existence of God. So I don't want to interrupt this conversation while they're getting it. I just want to know, Cube, do you have conversations outside of the existence of God or outside of the creation narrative as it pertains to the Bible?
What do you mean, bro?
So you repeatedly call us fake Black Hebrew Israelites. So if I wanted to get into the conversation of that, like from a scientific perspective, from an archaeological perspective, even from a genealogical perspective, would you be open to having that conversation?
Yeah, but first, what you would have to do is prove your God. And see, what I've done strategically is I've escaped. I've escaped all of that, and I've went to the head honcho. And once you can prove your God, then it would only then make sense that we follow this book that you
Right. So
believe
basically
in the
you're
Bible.
saying no. So unless I have a conversation with you about the existence of our God, you wouldn't be open to having that conversation with me, correct?
No, it's
No, don't call
a
him names. Don't
apostle,
call him names.
apostle, bro. Come
Don't
on,
do that,
man.
Cube. Don't do that, Cube. Don't do that. Just stay right here with me. Just stay right here with me. I'm trying to
So,
have a
so,
real intellectual conversation with you.
so what I'm saying to you is, brother, it's not a no. It's not a no. It's a prerequisite. So once you can prove that your God exists, now we know that this God exists. Now we can figure out what we have to do and what should we use to get to God. Is
Got
it
you.
is it is it the Quran? Is it the Bible? That's what I'm saying.
So in order for me to have a conversation about you calling us fake Black Hebrew Israelites, I gotta first prove my God. That's just a yes or no, correct?
Absolutely. And let me
All
say
right.
this.
So
Whoa, I've answered your question. Yes. But now you believe in this God. Aren't you able to prove him or are you not? That's a yes
yes,
or
yeah,
no.
yes, I am. So back to the
Okay,
point that
there
I
you
was
go.
making. Oh, whoa,
There
whoa.
you
So
go.
back to the point that I'm making. So for me though, um, I find it odd that your prerequisite is that I need to prove my God, but yet you can insult us, especially a person like me. Like
You know, I do my best to represent a certain way. I ain't always perfect, right? But I ain't out here just going in, going crazy like some of my brothers and sisters. So I find it odd that you're not able to immediately engage in any other space outside of a very controversial topic. And then on top of that, you don't even make it known what your prerequisites are for proving our deity, right? Number one. So, what are those prerequisites for proving our deity? And then number two,
Don't ask
do
him that
those
question.
no, I
No,
made a
leave it
question.
open. Leave it open. So you can
Okay.
smush him at every angle.
Yeah, like I nah, I want to know because it doesn't matter to me, right? Because if it's an impossible prerequisite, I just don't debate him. Like I don't have to prove anything. The point that I'm making is though is from a scholastic perspective, and then this would be my second and last question. Like, do you find it a bit hypocritical that you aren't willing to debate the topic or the existence or the uh, the ideologic the ideological perspective of these people saying that we exist unless they prove they're God, and then you have all of these weird ass prerequisites as to how they prove they're God. Like, so in other words, you've
Bro,
put
you
an
asking a
impo-
lot of questions
no,
and like,
I asked two. I asked two. Listen, and I'll rephrase them for you. Right, I have two questions. Number one, what are the prerequisites? Right, not that it really matters because I won't debate that with you, but what are the prerequisites? And then two, how do you propose putting these stipulations on being able to debate a people as to whether or not they are those people when you've put an improbable or an impossible barrier? Hey, you put an impossible or improbable barrier in front of you in order to protect you from being able to debate, you calling them fake. Go ahead.
okay, wonderful, wonderful. So what you said earlier is why do I call you? Oh, hold on, before I do this, hey Truist, did you want to say something before you had to bounce, bro? Because I know you said you had to leave. So
Yeah,
did you want to
I
go
just
ahead?
wanted to briefly finish our conversation back and forth. We kind of got derailed from that.
Yeah, yeah, we
So
can't do it
Y'all can
back
go
and forth
ahead.
because I'm
please
Y'all
already
can
respect
go
the
ahead.
engaged.
Y'all can go ahead. Y'all can go ahead. I'll bow back. I got a little time. So
yeah,
y'all can go
please
ahead. I'll
respect
stay
the
here.
panel. No
Go ahead,
disrespect.
Truist. Go ahead, Truist. Finish what you need to
Um,
finish.
so Cube, one before we get back into our conversation, one thing I want to say, I saw your conversation with Lex. I definitely want to be involved in that next time because I consider myself a rationalist and I look at it as a little different than atheism. But getting back to our conversation, right? So yes, maybe if I look at it as minuscule as you're making it in the sense that the universe didn't directly create me, it created the Big Bang didn't directly create me, it created the universe, even though I reside in the universe. Sure. In that instance, it would be my mother and father who created me, right? And the universe being created by the Big Bang, my whole point in saying that was in regards to the title of the video. And I was also saying that an atheist absolutely can believe in a creator. An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in God or deity, right? And a creator doesn't have to be any of those things. You could look at Steve Jobs as a creator. Steve Jobs is the creator of Apple. You could look at anemia as the creator for sickle cell trait, right? A creator doesn't have to be a god. It doesn't have to be a deity because gods and deities require worship. They require faith. They require religion. A creator doesn't require that. So that was just my point in saying atheists absolutely could believe in a creator. And in
Okay.
regards to the title of this video, I agree with it because I do believe science explicitly states that the creator of the universe is the Big Bang.
Okay, cool. So you kind of moving back and forth when you're using the term creator, and that was part of my issue. So on one hand, you say, well, Steve Jobs can be a creator, or the person that you mentioned, that assisted with sickle cell. But then you go back to the title and say, well, the universe has a creator, which is the Big Bang. Those things are not harmonious because the Big Bang, these people, Steve Jobs and the sort, these people are a result of that. You see what I'm saying? And that goes back into what I was saying earlier, is that your 10 times great grandmother is not your creator. Now, if it wasn't for her, you would not be here. but that does not mean she is your creator. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's all I was saying, bro. Like, so, oh yeah, last thing, you said you're not an atheist. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. There's a bunch of people here who are not atheists. But then you go on to say that atheists say, oh no, this is what I wanted to ask you before I even ask that question. Would you say that there was some intelligence behind the Big Bang?
No, and that was another thing I left
Okay,
out of what
cool.
I was
Okay,
saying
cool.
about creators. I don't believe that creators have to be intelligent or even intending to create anything as it creates. That's why I brought up sickle cell, right? Anemia created by result of anemia killing people and attacking people's immune systems. Sickle cell trait was created from anemia. Obviously, anemia didn't intend to create a trait in red blood cells that would directly kill and fight against it, right? So even when I say creators can exist, the creator doesn't even have to realize it's creating something. It doesn't have to intend to create anything.
Okay, but really quick, and I think we're about to wrap this up really quickly. So when you say the creator, we're talking about singular, right? Meaning one.
Well, I wasn't speaking about the
No,
creator.
no. That's a yes or no question. When you say the creator, you're talking about you're using that in a singular fashion, right?
It depends on the context of what you're talking about. So
No,
if
no,
you
no,
say the
brother.
creator,
Hold on. But the context is the title of the stream, which
no, it's
is
not, because the title of this stream says a creator. It doesn't say the creator. It
oh,
says
okay,
a
okay,
creator.
okay. I apologize. I apologize. So is there? So when you say the universe was created by the Big Bang, are you saying that the universe could have been created different ways?
Yes, but science
Okay.
says that is the way it was created with the information science currently has.
Hey, can I ask
Oh.
Truist a quick question? It's a yes.
Hold on. This the last thing I'm gonna end off with. This I
This a
just
yes or
wanted.
no, Q?
No.
So y'all can finish.
I'm actually
Yeah, go
done.
ahead.
I'm actually done right here. So what I want to say to you, brother, is that I actually agree. But as the moment that you said that there's no intelligence behind it, I got no problem with you. Like that's it.
Truist, do you consider yourself to be an agnostic?
No, I'm a rationalist. If you'd like for me
Oh,
to
you did say
define
that
that
before.
for
No,
you.
I heard that before. Yeah, I heard you explain it before. Okay, no doubt.
Okay.
All right, I remember that. Appreciate it.
Hey, y'all, we got Corey Dawson in the screen. Let Corey jump in right quick.
Have a good night, y'all.
I got cut. I was supposed to
Peace
go.
out, bro.
Go ahead,
Peace.
Yeah, I
Takori. Go ahead,
understand.
Takori.
I want to jump in after Corey.
Just let Corey just introduce himself, and then you can go.
Y'all
right
just keep
back.
going, bro. I'm not.
Anonymous.
Y'all can keep arguing about the creator. Y'all can get that out. I want to.
No, I just wanted to make that point that
Keep going.
that Brother Cube had just actually shot himself in the foot, because before he made the comment about simians and apes coming from monkeys, but now he turns around and in his interjection with Brother Truist says that the Big Bang did not create man. Well, in the same way, he said he actually used the your great grandmother.
Yeah,
didn't make you, right? So that he really just played himself just now. But Cube, me and you gonna get it in on that and I'm not gonna follow whatever little dictates about, you know what I'm saying, how God exists. I'm not following your rules. Okay, I'm gonna show you how God exists on 3 different levels. All right.
Hold on. Let me get my notepad out. Let me get those 3 different levels.
No, you're gonna get that when we set up the debate. We're gonna get that when we get a proper preliminary.
So you don't have them yet?
Do y'all got a debate topic set up?
I'm not here.
Come on, y'all. Let Corey get in, man.
Yeah, I gotta say something, man.
Apostle, fall back.
Let Corey
Apostle,
go.
fall back. Hold on. Let me do this. Hey,
Hey,
Takori, y'all gotta.
No, Anonymous. Come on, man.
Apostle, let me set the debate up. Relax. OG, I got this. Takori, do y'all got a title already?
Who, me and outside the cube, or who?
Yeah, whoever is going at it with outside the cube.
No,
right
that
now.
was Zion.
No, that's
that,
me.
that was Zion.
That was Zion.
He asked about the
That's what I'm
existence
telling
of
you,
God.
man. I'm just listen.
Can I prove the existence of God?
Apostle, I love you, Elder. I'm a pro.
Apostle, fall back. Let him build a little bit. Let him,
God,
I just wanted to Corey to introduce himself.
Yeah, appreciate that,
Go ahead,
Apostle, but
Elder.
I'm gonna just
Go
let
ahead,
them
Elder.
build first.
Yeah, he keeps saying that. He keeps saying that, Apostle. You good. I love you.
I love
Go
you,
ahead,
Apostle. I
Anna.
ain't trying to cut you. I ain't trying to cut you. I'm trying to get these debates set
You're
together.
doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Go
Appreciate
ahead.
you, bro. So this is Zion and Cube
Yeah,
on
he's
that
doing
time.
so good. I wish he'd stop. But yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
outstanding, outstanding.
Yo,
So
this dude is
so
like
Zion,
Oscar the Grouch.
Don't do that. Y'all on his
no, no,
time.
that's what he do though. That's what he
Save
do
it
though.
for y'all time when y'all got something to
Yeah,
say. Okay? Be respectful. Show the
yeah.
people that you could be a little different than everybody else. Then.
Bet. Like you don't. That's part of Cube who Cube is. Like he's gonna antagonize you. I love it about him honestly because it presses you to be better. So, Zion, are y'all? Do y'all got a topic set up already?
I believe the topic is can I prove the existence of God?
Is that what
Nah,
it is,
that's
Cube?
nah. It's the existence of the God of the Bible.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to ask. So I've got a lot of experience with Cube. That's why I wanted to make sure because this topic usually is not the existence of God. It's can you prove the existence of the God of the Bible? And you got to understand for him that's going to be a different topic. Are you comfortable with that, Zion?
I wouldn't
Absolutely.
be.
Okay, yeah. So and do y'all have a date set up already?
No, not yet, but we need to get a date set up for a preliminary so we can chop up some of the details.
What do we need a preliminary for? You come
You
with
want to just go
your
straight in? You want to go straight in? That's fine. The preliminary is usually where we get to exchange some of our information, just like you're supposed to do in what's called a preliminary. See, I got the LSAT stuff right here, brother. You need to figure out law. You know what I'm saying? Y'all
The
want to
reason
show
he wants to
books?
do a
I
preliminary
got legal
Cube is
books.
like,
Okay,
you know,
want to
Cube,
see
where
where
we
you're
come
coming
from.
from.
This is what I do.
Where we come from. I got you, Zion. So you know where we come from, Cube. We just gonna exchange premises and we're gonna get it. Over here, they do a preliminary, and that's how you get comfortable with the premise. So are you opposed to doing a preliminary and then that's where you guys exchange what your premises
yeah.
are? Are you opposed to that?
Nah, I'm not opposed to that. Like I think my stance, like this brother's been on my show before, you know what I'm saying? I've beat him to sleep a few times. So I thought he would have understood where I'm coming from. So that's why I'm like, I don't need a
Oh,
preliminary.
beat
But he
him to
said he
sleep.
has Apostle, your mic is unmuted. So when he said like, he has these 3 points, I'm like, okay, well, give me those points. Maybe this is something new I haven't heard before. But yeah, like if you want to do like a 30-minute preliminary, that's cool, I guess. I'm not opposed to that.
All right, bet. What day works for y'all?
We could actually do
Let's
it
do it.
tonight if you want.
You
I
want to do
got
the
to rest.
preliminary
We
now?
can do that tomorrow night. Let's do it tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We open up a show, you know what I'm saying, and do that.
You
I've
good
been
with
on
that,
here
Yeah.
for
Q?
like 3 hours, man. I'm pooped.
You good with that,
This
Q?
Negro just got in here.
Yeah, that's cool. Tomorrow, yeah, that's okay. 8 p.m. Eastern
Y'all
Standard
both
Time.
Eastern, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so yeah, we do 8 o'clock tomorrow Eastern. Karima, you there,
Yeah.
Queen?
Yep. 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
See what happens when y'all let me work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
So what
But
did you want to discuss?
not
Hold on,
yet.
let me just ask Zion real quick. What did you want to discuss in this preliminary though?
Well, we're gonna outline and there I'll give you my three premises of where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? It might not be exactly what you expect, but you just made the title and we're gonna stick to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you discussed the title, Q. Come on, can we move on? It ain't that deep. You know what
Right.
a debate is, bro. You know what a
Queen,
prelim is. What you scared?
what I was trying to do was I'm the only one here that's been here since the end start. Everybody else has come on afterwards. I'm the only one here. And like I say, we all got wrenches. We all close to JJ. We all close to you. I just think that's rude for somebody to come in and just take over things and not give respect where the respect is due. I've been here since all day.
Apostle, go ahead, moderate. He was just trying to hold on. He was just trying to set something up that you didn't notice real quick, okay? No, you didn't. You was too busy on some other. You noticed it, but he just set something up real quick. It's not that serious. You want to moderate? Go ahead, handle your business.
I mean, it's not that I want to moderate.
No, go ahead, just go. You said what you said. Handle your
Go
business.
ahead. Go ahead to Corey. Announce
To Corey,
yourself.
before you go, hey Apostle, I apologize, brother. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just trying to make sure that we got a conclusion to
I
that
was
because
going to
I
do that,
saw it on the
man.
verge.
I was going
Yeah,
to
I
do
Well,
know.
I'm really hoping
I
Takori can go
apologize.
so I can get in. Go ahead,
We're coming
Takori.
to you, Babylon. We're coming to you.
Okay. First of all, I want to say peace and blessings to the family and to the panel. I really don't talk much on here. I just sit back and listen to what's going on. But this is a scientific conversation, so I'm gonna say it just like this. I'm gonna say that any one of y'all who think gravity exists, you come get this work. I could destroy you on your gravitational concepts, the gravitational constant between the distance between two masses, the newtons that this force, this downward acceleration will apply to, the 9.8 downward constant acceleration every second square. I know all your stuff. Any one of you atheists out there that think that y'all the head people of science and a religious person or somebody that believe in the Bible don't got no science. Okay. And by the way, I'm a person that can break down these formulas. You know, two different type of concepts of gravity. Force equals gravity over mass 1, mass 2, divided by the distance between two objects square, or force equals mass times acceleration, both actually applying to newtons. Now I destroy y'all on all that. Oh yes, I
Yeah,
know y'all
yeah,
science.
So are you
yeah. I'm
saying
not
So
a
you're not
gravity
gonna
doesn't
be
scientist.
able.
exist?
Hold on,
I'm,
wait a minute. I'm not done. I know all your scientists, and I'm gonna make you break down your equations because a lot of that science that y'all love comes with a lot of equations that I bet none of y'all can prove or break down or figure out. And if you can't figure out those equations, you fish for the bears.
yeah, I'm not a
And that's
scientist,
it.
and I don't. I'm not a scientist, and I don't play one on YouTube like you. So you can have that debate with anybody you desire, but I won't be taking it.
What Corey just
Q
broke
Butter.
down.
No, that's a
You right.
conversation for Q Butter, the guy that was on earlier.
What Corey just broke
Yeah,
down
yeah, you.
is the God particle. And nobody wants to deal with the God particle.
Explain how
The
that's the God
science
particle,
does
Apostle.
God does science does not exist without the God particle. Everything
Talking about
depends
the
on a
Higgs
creator.
boson?
Huh?
Are you talking about the Higgs boson? What's the God particle?
The
That's
God
what
particle.
That's what he's talking about. He just doesn't know it. That's what he's talking about.
Right.
Man, I don't
So
need you,
anybody,
Q, to
any
tell
of
me
you atheists,
if I'm gonna mention something. I don't need you to tell me that's what I'm talking about, but I don't realize it.
No, but you didn't
You
know.
know,
That's why I
because
told you.
you don't need to tell me what I know and don't know, especially something I'm bringing up. I take
Wait,
you to school and back
yeah, but you bring up
and
the Bible all the
demote.
time, and you don't
Oh,
understand it
be
either.
quiet. Demote you at the same time. Just because you got hurt, why an Israelite? Because you got hurt, and now you out to do all Israelites because you feel hurt. Okay, we're not here for that. But I want to go back to my brother, Baby Hebrew, before I go to Babylon Done, and see if Baby Hebrew got anything he want to share at this time. Baby Hebrew might have went to sleep. I don't know. He will do that on you.
Timing is everything. My mic is on. I'm hoping I'm being heard
Okay.
now.
Okay,
I'm
go
just
ahead,
gonna say
brother.
this here. That in the area, as far as I'm concerned, I'm absolute Bible. There is no, there's no other God but Yahweh, and He's the grand ultimate scientist. See, and I think that we have to understand that every aspect of science, if you know what science is, which is the pursuit and of application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following, right? Everything that the Most High put into effect. As far as the three branches of science, you have physical, earth, and life science. Okay, you have the byproduct of science, which is math, logic, biology, physical, and social. All these things were made and created by Him.
Teach, Malachi.
Okay, and see, and the bottom line is like when you go into the Bible from the beginning, like the Bible's like water. Water is a simple substance, right? You have hydrogen and then you have oxygen. but yet that simple substance, water, it acts as a coolant, it acts as an alkaline, it is the most complex substance in the Bible, in the body, and as far as sustaining life. In the Bible, when you open it, it has a, it has a cover and it has an ending. But when you open the Bible and you go into the complexities of the Most High, as far as his science, in the area of every aspect of study in the Bible, which you have anthropology, archaeology, geography, you have every complex study which makes up what we call today science in all of its simple and in its complex. So what I'm about is simply saying that as far as creation is concerned, from life and everything else, this was not no big bang. No order of this magnitude came out of chaos. There was an absolute creator, a scientific methodologist. Okay, and if you know what scientific methodology comprises of, you got objective observation, you have measurement and data, and you have, in all of its construct. So you had an ultimate power and his helpers, angelic forces, put this into effect. You're not gonna tell me that some out of a big explosion came everything that we see on a orderly basis. So we have to understand that, the Bible and all of its construct is a science book. But don't separate the operations of science and then forget the one who created it in all of its aspects. So with that, I'll land my plane and I'll pass it
All
on.
right.
Thank you.
See, there we go. They're going to Malachi dropping that wisdom, man. What organization can come from an explosion? Go ahead, Babylon Dunn. You've been sitting around waiting.
That's an excellent question. I asked that question too, so I agree, Malachi. How do they get intelligence? Not only how do they get intelligence out of this explosion, how do they get gender, male and female? How do they get eyes to see, ears to hear, and nose to smell, and then get animals and things to do like things, and to be suited for you to eat, and suited for you to breathe, suited for you to live, and they call that evolution.
Yes, sir.
But they call it natural selection. Yeah, they call it natural selection, but then when you ask them who the selector is, they run away. So so I just want to say that, it's just to state another person, it's a man named Kurt Gödel, Godel, Godel, another German from the Vienna Circle. He proved mathematically that you cannot prove God. And the reason why you cannot prove God, because any system that you use to prove a thing, it cannot prove itself. It will have to be outside of itself to prove itself. And if it could get outside of itself, then it will have to prove that outside of itself and outside of itself. And so it's called a vicious cycle. So there's no way that you could tell me that you know the origin or the creation of the universe, because you will have to be outside the universe to know that. So that's the end of that. Now, as far as the creator goes, or a creator goes, A and V are the same thing. A is one, V is one. We're talking mathematics. So we ain't talking syntactics. Okay? We talking mathematics. So now, the next thing, buoyancy. I heard this stated on this show. Now, I want you to show me the science book. I'm putting all them boys on the spot. QButter, y'all mentioned this. Y'all mentioned that gravity, and other people mentioned that gravity has something to do with buoyancy and levity. I want to see that in a science book. I want to see that other than Babylon Don's page. I want to see that anywhere on the planet other than my page, where a scientist wrote it. A scientist wrote it. Not anybody general. A scientist in a science book where y'all got it from, because y'all stated it like it was scientific fact. as if gravity got something to do with levity and buoyancy. And also, I want to know what gravity got to do with static electricity. And I want to know what gravity got to do with centripetal and centrifugal forces. I want to know where y'all get this information from. I want to know what science book is in and show me. I'm good.
Okay, sounds like Cube and Babylon needs to have a discussion there. Come on, Nominus. You got anything you want to share before I go back to Cube?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. Can I interact with Cube? Is that all right?
Yes, you can.
Appreciate you. And I want to tell you once again, I apologize if you felt disrespected. I do respect you as my elder. I just saw an opportunity to set up a debate. And, I've been in these circles for a little while now. When I see an opportunity, I kind of want to close it up. So I appreciate you, elder, and please don't feel disrespected. Cube, you there?
No, but my spirit is. Nah, go ahead.
That's why I can't stand you.
Hey, but let me say this. Let me say this before you begin.
Cube is extra.
Hey, it's not your turn. It's actually not your turn. But let me say this. Hey, somebody, mic, it sound crazy.
Babylon, mute your mic, man.
I'm close.
But yeah, let me say this to Anonymous. I do appreciate that because me and the brother, we didn't have anything set up besides a title. So, but go ahead though.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a minute. I think people kind of sleep on what we got to offer, so I just wanted to go ahead and get that knocked out. Hey, real quick, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never really did the existence of God or anything like that. If we could set up a two debate topic situation where we'll do your topic and then we come back and basically what I want to debate is the existence of the proto-Israelites in the early 18th dynasty. And just to give you my premise, I'm going to start in the 12th dynasty, probably somewhere around the B'nai Hassan mural, prove that we have nomadic Semites that come in, and then they got to deal with the Syro-Palestinian Semite, and then we have an Exodus, in that early 18th dynasty period. I would like to prove, that that's the proto-Israelites. So, and then tell you from your perspective, in terms of my argument about the existence of God, I'd probably argue somewhere about, I'd argue somewhere around I deal with theistic evolution, and then we'll start from there. Obviously, it'll be after you deal with these debates. But if you cool with that, we set up verbally those two debates, and then I'll let you deal with what you need to deal with, and then we'll come back and lock that in. That's good with you?
Nah, I'm good on that. But and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
Let's go.
So for my paradigm is that you only get Israelites because of the God of the Bible that you perceive. Somebody's mic is crazy. Yeah, so you only get Israelites because of the God of the Bible that you perceive is real. So we can talk about a group of people coming from a particular place whenever they came about. But before we do that, we have to establish that there is a God that actually exists. Because you would agree with me, would you not? You would agree with me that had it not been for your God, then the Israelites wouldn't exist as they do today.
No, the reason I would disagree with that is because then that means that we are privy to every possibility in existence, and so that's why I would say no. But I wouldn't disagree that the reason we know about the Israelites of today is because of our deity. So I'm not arguing the fact that they exist. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, while he's paused, what I'm
No, I
saying is,
just had to tell my son to keep it down real quick.
okay.
I didn't want to get at him. What I'm saying, on the lot. So I'm not going to disagree with you that okay, we exist because we believe in our deity. However you want to
No,
word
no,
it.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the reason why the Israelites exist as they are today is because of the God of the Bible that you perceive to be true. Is that
Yeah.
correct? All right.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
I do push back that that's the only reason, right? But when you say like that's why we know him today, yeah, I agree.
No,
Right?
I didn't say know them today. I said exist as they are today. Because the reason, think about it. What I'm saying is the reason why the Israelites pray and fast and have all of these different laws is because of the Bible. Excuse me, it's because of the God of the Bible that they think exists. Without that God of the Bible, none of you guys wouldn't be doing any of these things that you're doing, claiming the things that you claim. So let's just skip, jump, fast forward through who we are, who we aren't, and get to if your God exists. That way, we know, okay, well, if this God does exist, well, guess what I need to be doing? I need to put one of them blankets over my head like Apostle in Zion, and I need to start praying. But why would I care about
Right.
any of
Okay.
this
Let me
other?
respond.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So first off, you know what I'm saying? Just to defend Apostle and Zion, like that's a cultural thing that we do, and I just think it's disrespectful to even bring that into the conversation, right? You know, just if you can, please refrain from that. It's not necessary. Not saying, oh, I'm offended, but it's just not necessary, right? The next point is whether or not it's because of our deity that we exist or if any other deity could have made her exist, to me is a moot point, right? Now, for you, okay, that's your prerequisite. And I feel like I've met that prerequisite. Boy, I feel like I've met that prerequisite by saying I will have the the debate with you about whether or not our deity exists. Now, whether I win that debate or not, in your opinion, to me shouldn't matter, right? Because I can make a conversation of whether or not my deity exists in your mind is irrelevant to the conversation. I want to argue or debate with your constant ridicule of us calling us fake Hebrew Israelites. So if you continue to do that, if you continue to do that, then I should have the right to argue the fact that you're calling us fake Hebrew Israelites, right? You don't say fake followers of Yahweh or Yahweh. You say fake Hebrew Israelites. So that means that your paradigm or your argument stems beyond the existence of our God, and you're just calling us fake because we call ourselves Hebrew Israelites. So my argument would be if I am I am ready to argue your paradigm, then turnabout is fair play. Why wouldn't you argue my paradigm unless you're afraid? And if that's the case, that's fine. Or unless you're not equipped to argue archaeological, anthropological evidence. I'm not mad
Okay.
at you if you
Okay.
want.
Let me respond before you get too far. I heard what you said. I don't want you to get too
Yeah,
far.
go ahead.
And then after you
So
respond, we'll pass the baton around.
if
Hold
that
on,
was that
hold on,
Babylon dude,
hold on,
the answer is
Babylon.
no.
Yeah, I want
No,
to
no,
respect.
Zion, stop. I
I want
got
to
it.
respond to Cube as my. I want this baby Hebrew.
Yeah,
I want to respond to Cube too as myself if I can.
right. You can.
Right.
Hold
So
on,
yeah,
Jay.
I don't want
I
to forget
got you.
his points.
Because I like to respond to Q myself, but I'm just trying to wait for Anonymous to get done. And I
Right.
want to hear from Zion, but I will go from, just hear me out. I will go from Anonymous Hebrew to Baby Hebrew. And then I want to respond, and then I want to hear from Zion and Babylon, and then to Corey. But go ahead. I'm trying to
Right.
keep this in order. But I
Right.
would like to respond to Q my also. But go ahead. Let's wrap it up.
Appreciate you, Apostle. Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm gonna end right here. If we can't get it locked in,
Well, hold on. I was about to respond. I was about to
okay, go
respond.
ahead, brother. When he give me a
Yeah.
chance, can I respond to this, Apostle, and then I'll
Yes,
wrap
you
it up?
can. I thought he was
Appreciate you,
done.
brother.
I thought he was done. You was about to respond to him, and then
No, let him get it out. It's fine.
yeah, go
And
ahead.
then
Nah,
yeah, I get it.
it was just the dude with the bad mic interrupted me, and that's all. So what I'm saying is this: if you ask me, am I afraid? Yes, I'm terrified. I'm, so scared. But my whole thing is this: you agreed with me earlier that the reason that the Israelites exist the way that they are today is because of the God of the Bible that you perceive actually exists. So there is no need for me to talk about this group of people or that group of people. Let's talk about the God of the Bible, because this is why you are the way that you are. Now, furthermore, when you say, okay, I call you guys fake black Hebrew Israelites, I do not believe that any God exists. So when it comes to Muslims, when it comes to Christians, they're all fake to me. I'm not singling
What
you
about
out.
Jews? What about Jews?
bro, let me say it one more time. I don't believe that any God exists.
What
So if it
about
comes,
Jews? That's a
let,
clear question.
listen,
What about
hold on,
Jews?
but I thought I made it plain. When it comes to Muslims, when it comes to Israelites, it doesn't matter. I
I asked
don't
you a
believe.
specific question about the Jews, brother.
Okay. No, I do not believe that the God of the Jews exists.
Got you.
I do not believe that the God of the Muslims exists. So they're all fake to me. So if
Right.
you want to, if you let me just say this last thing and I'll pass it. If you want to say, okay, well, this group of people, they existed, okay, that's fine. Let's say you can prove that this group of people existed. But can you prove the reason why they are today and what they do is because of a God? And if you cannot show me that, then I feel like anything else is pointless.
Straw man
All right,
argument. He
let me
understands. Go
respond
ahead.
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You called it correctly, Apostle. Right.
Right.
And to me, that was the first thing out my mouth. To me, that's a straw man argument, right?
Right.
And the
He's
reason I say a straw
dictating it.
man,
He's controlling it.
right?
He's devising it. So it's all predicated on his and what he has to say. But go ahead,
Now the people that know me knows I take the impossible debate because it's easy for me. It's not a problem, right? The issue that I have at this point is if I'm conceding to take that debate about whether or not God exists, why is it hard for you then to take the debate about whether we existed or not in a certain time period? And if
Hold on, let me answer that really quick. One word, it's
no.
inconsequential.
Got you. Right. No, it's good. He killed himself. Let him do it. He killed himself. Right. And so the reason that you say it's inconsequential is because
it's still
then,
strong man.
Right, because you're making a straw man saying that I will not debate you unless you prove your God exists, right? And so the reason that that's a straw man is because my argument is not that we exist because of our God. My argument is, why are you calling us fake, right? And so ultimately at the basis of my argument is then please make sure that you attack our deity, right? And this sounds crazy to people, but I want you to say your God is fake. You can't call us fake because we actually exist. And the fact that you're afraid to admit or to debate that whether or not we exist in a certain time period, right? The fact that you're afraid to debate whether or not we exist in a certain time period shows that we actually exist. So I would just ask then if you're not going to, and I won't say you're afraid, right? I'll use better terminology, right?
No,
If you're
you can say that, brother. It doesn't bother me.
Because to me it feels.
Don't answer.
But to me
I
it just
wanna go
feels.
to, I want to go to baby Hebrew. So ponder the question. Don't answer.
I'm gonna end right here. Because to me, I don't want you to have a reason to say I'm being rude towards you, because and you of all people know I ain't perfect, but I try my best not to be disrespectful unless people get disrespectful with me, right? So my concern is if you're going to say that your argument, because even by your admission, your argument is not whether or not we exist. Your argument is about our deity. So please keep the argument to our deity just for sake of us making sure that we keep things scholastic. From here on out, my press is towards anybody that hates us. Let's keep it scholastic, right? Your argument is with our deity, not with us. So argue about our deity. You understand what I'm saying? Argue with us about our deity. So then everybody that knows when they come to you, the argument is with your belief or your disbelief in our deity. Whether we exist or not as a people is irrelevant to the conversation. And so then I'll park right there. Appreciate y'all.
Malachi,
Can I
go
say
ahead, bro.
two sentences?
No. Hold on. Just
Okay.
Hold it. Go ahead, Malachi.
Okay, great.
Okay, Apostle, in fairness though, before I go, I would want, since Cube is on the hot seat and everything else, and everything is being thrown his way, let him respond. Then I'll come in if you don't mind.
All right, go ahead, Cube.
Appreciate you, baby Hebrew. Appreciate you, Aki.
Go ahead,
Right.
Q.
So in regards to what you just said, you said, well, keep it on your deity. What's funny about that is that you asked me to debate the people, and I said, no, I want to debate your deity, and if you can prove them or not. So what you just said is exactly
and
what
I said I would. By the way.
Hold on, brother. Relax. It's okay. You don't have to do that.
Just point that out. Point that out. I said I would debate. I said I would debate our deity.
Hold on. No.
Relax.
Hold on.
Can we set that up?
Hold on,
Let's
relax.
debate it.
Hey, doesn't the Bible say don't interrupt the man in the middle of his speech?
No, I'm trying to narrow it down.
I know what you're doing, what you're trying to do, but you're also going against the Bible.
No,
So
I'm not going against the Bible. I don't need you to teach me the Bible. I will teach you the Bible. So, sir, are you willing to debate that? And do you want to establish it? Right now.
I already said that, but I also want to finish what I'm saying really quick.
When can we do that?
I don't know. Maybe sometime in January.
Right. Okay. Well, this is January. You want to do it next week?
It's actually December, brother.
He wants to get his other debates out the way first, Apostle, and that's why I told him he can get his other debates out the way. And look, I'm a load. He'll tell you I'm a load to deal with, so I'll let him get the rest of his debates.
Okay, we're wasting time. So James,
no, hold on. We're actually not, because I was in the middle of speaking. I was in the middle of responding. Baby Hebrew said, "Let me respond." Baby Hebrew said that.
Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You're such a good brother. So godlike.
Because it's going to be
more interrupting by you, right?
Or imbecile. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So what you're saying, Anonymous? You said, "Well, keep it on our God. Don't talk about the people." Well, see, that's the whole thing, brother. I fast forward and skipped through that already. I'm trying to deal with you, God. So when you say, "Oh, keep it," that's what I'm doing, and I'll end there.
Okay, baby Hebrew, give me 30 seconds and I'll turn it over to you. Wow, that's good.
That's why I want.
Man, this gonna turn back into an infinite back and forth.
I promise you, I'm gonna be real quick. And I'm not gonna do nothing to antagonize him. I'm not gonna do anything.
That's why I wanted baby Hebrew. Okay, listen. Because listen. Back and forth. We're gonna set that up.
All right, listen.
Let baby Hebrew go ahead. Because I want to share my speech, and we just got somebody new in. Right. Babylon is waiting. War Child is waiting. Takori is waiting.
Anonymous, you got my word, bro. That's it. You got my word. That's all I want to say.
We're going to take care of Anonymous. Go ahead, baby Hebrew.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to say this here. I listened to what Cube was saying, and gentleman, Cube did clarify that as far as when he calls us fake Hebrew Israelites and anybody else who believes in a one supreme deity, he calls them all fake because he doesn't believe in a one ultimate deity. And he also doesn't believe in the names and titles that we've affixed to ourselves. So in fairness, I heard what Cube said, and he clarified it several times. So now let me just say this here to Cube. I'm going to say, yes, we believe in the fact that we are the children of Israel from our glorious past of yesterday and our wretched condition today, based upon the real prophecies that can be proven throughout every aspect of time, both the beginning, middle, and we're now in the ending. Now, I'm going to also say that, yes, we believe that we're the children of Israel and every other nation out here on the planet, which the Most High made 18 nations, subdivided into what we call tribes or families, exists based upon everything that's structured in the Bible from a historical, archaeological, and anthropological standpoint, with dates, times, and figures that match up. The history, everything matches up. We believe and we keep this book in our arsenal because we are under divine instruction in Joshua 1 and 8, where we're told by the Most High, this book of the law, not religion, not any kind of fake ideology, but this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night. See, each one of us coming up here as Bible believers have been gifted in every aspect. Some of us are gifted in being great etymologists, the languages of yesterday and today, science, history, making all the necessary connections. But what makes the God of Israel, or the God, one true God, both wonderfully and terribly real, Brother Cube, is the prophecies that are in the Bible that when you take time out to connect through history, through the archaeology, through anthropology, and all the other findings that have been found throughout the planet Earth, that's how we know how real he is. Because see, you have to make me understand, let's say stepping outside the cube, no pun intended, stepping outside the cube, stepping outside the box. If you say he doesn't exist, if you say that our current state of affairs and how we're living right now is based upon some other consequence, Q, then how do you explain it? See, what I'm all about, I'll take you saying we're fake Hebrew Israelites or whatever other nation you want to affect, Muslim, what have you. But the key thing that I find, among my atheist clan is this. You'll tell those of us who are God believers that we're wrong, but none of you ever come in and show us what's right. So, now the key thing in all scholarly, endeavors and discussions is when you tell somebody they're wrong, you have to have something in its place. So how do you explain our condition, both socially, economically, politically, that we're going through right now in this bunghole of a country called America? If it's not based upon the Bible and God, the God of Israel, then how and why do you say we're in this condition that we're in?
Yeah,
And
it's very
I
easy.
thank you for your time. I thank you for your time, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your question and what you said in your monologue, but it's very easy, bro. There was a series of unfortunate events that took place that has us beneath, behind, underneath all other people. It has nothing to do with a God. Neither can you prove that it has anything to do with a God. You can point out these prophecies that you claim that you believe in, but none of those things are true. The truth of the matter is, we can change our situation if we pull together utilizing humanism. We don't have to utilize a Bible to do such thing.
Yeah.
Any person that's prayed has died. There is no everlasting life that you're going to. So why waste time and fill our brains with these things? If we want to better our condition here on earth as black people, we have to do something about it. We cannot wait for a God. And before you jump off the cliff and say, well, I'm not waiting. I'm not one of those brothers that are waiting. But other people are. Other people don't read this book the same way that you do. There's Christians that feel that they have to wait. In the last point, I was speaking to a sister today, and she said, "You know what? We're having a conversation." She said, "You know what? Things aren't going to change until Jesus come back." I didn't even respond to the sister to tell I was an atheist and what I thought she thought was absolute garbage. I said, "Wow, sister, we got to do better," and I left her at that.
All right, so we're gonna leave you at that. Now,
Hey, let
can
me
I say
tap in
something?
real quick. All I want is 30 seconds. I just need to finish out what I'm saying. I'm gonna shut up and move. Please, Apostle. Please.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, I know you don't want to hear what I got to say. I get
No,
it.
I
I'm not
want
one
to
of
hear
your
what you
favorite
got to say.
religions.
That's
I
not
get
the
it.
point.
All right.
I'm
Just let
trying
me
to
finish.
manage this around everybody.
Then you
Plus,
could have
I
just
like
let
to
me
chime
finish
in.
30 seconds ago. Because
I'm
I appreciate everything that Baby Hebrew was saying, but you also got to understand, like, I got to set a debate, or I at least got to make sure that
I understand. I tried to set the debate. He was refusing. He wanted delay. Okay. So,
but it wasn't
and
just that.
I knew my
Apostle, that's why you let him build, the person that's trying to debate
I understand.
him. So let him get it back in a little bit for 30 minutes, 30 seconds. 30 minutes. And you got the floor.
Appreciate you, Karima. Hey, and shout out to Baby Hebrew because he made a masterful point, right? So, Cube, and I'll just lead us out there, right? If we're not going to debate both debates, then for me, it doesn't make sense to have even one debate. I respect your position. I would expect you as a scholar to come in and respect mine, and we both agree to come to the table and have those debates. If not, then we're not having them, right? Because for me, it's pointless to argue the existence of God because we believe our deity exists. It's that simple, right? Just like you believe he doesn't. So we would have both of those debates. I met you where you were at. I said I would have those. I said I would have that debate. You refused to have my debate about archaeologically proving who we are. So to me, you yeah, I'm just gonna say it. You're afraid, right? So it is what it is. Thank you, Baby Hebrew. Thank you, Apostle. Thank you, Karima. I'll shut up, and until we can agree to both of those debates, that's not where I'm at.
Yeah. As I navigate through this, man, I ain't gonna do it perfectly, man. But y'all just abide with me as I try and navigate. through this thing since JJ's not here.
Hey, can I go,
Let's stop being
Apostle?
Hold on. Hold on. I just want to remind Q, when I met Q, him and Sonetta called me on the phone. I didn't know who Q was. Sonetta was like, hey, I want you to debate. Q wanted to debate with you and blah, blah, blah. I asked Q what he wanted to debate. Q said, I want you to prove that your God is real. I gave Q Hebrews 11:6. He that comes to God must first what? Believe. So, what was I saying? The same thing about Abraham. Okay? I'm not in a position to prove that God is. He's not giving me that liberty to prove that he is. But if you want to find out for yourself, he will prove to you that he's real. But nevertheless, I will debate if you want to prove that God ain't real. And you accepted that debate until Sonetta got on the phone and told you no. Advised you against that debate.
Can you repeat the last 5 seconds? You said I did what now?
Oh, whoa. See what I'm saying?
No, brother, just repeat it.
Listen to me. You and Sonetta called me. I didn't even know who you were. Sonetta said, I got somebody want to debate with you, Apostle. I said, okay. And he told you to talk to me. Tell me what you wanted to debate. You told me you wanted me to debate and prove that God exists. I came with you with Hebrews 11:6. Where God says that we must believe in him, then he will prove that he exists. If you have the capacity to believe in him. But I ask you, I will debate you on whether you can prove that God does not exist. You accept it. That you will prove that God did not exist. And I told you, I will debate you on that. That's before I've debated Black Jesus. And I came to the terminology that I was not going to debate anymore because of that same reason. But I gave you the opportunity to accept the debate that you was going to prove that God did not exist. And Sonetta talked you out of that. Because he knew you could not prove that God did not exist. And that you was walking up a downfall, beat up area of your life. And that you was confused, defused, and didn't know what the hell. And every other question you came with after that has just showed that you ain't really up for the game. Your butt hurt. Because
Can I respond to you?
When I'm done, your butt hurt because the Israelite community that you joined hurt your feelings. And now you're mad. And I understand. I wouldn't have joined them in the beginning. You see?
Can I respond when you're done?
I don't know what you're going to respond with unless you're going to respond with the truth. But go ahead.
Yeah. I'll respond with the truth. So number one, I never joined the camp. Excuse me. Number one, I never joined the camp. Number two, I'm gonna wait for you to turn it back around so I know that you're listening. So number one, I never joined the camp, so there's no hurt there. Number two, I actually converted over to Judaism, briefly, mind you. So I never joined a synagogue, so there's no hurt there. So no, whoa. I'm actually about to get into that this very second. So when it came to our conversation, yes, brother, everything that you said prior to I was hurt, you're 100% correct, and that debate is still on the table if you would like to take it. Now, Sinetta said, nah, let's not do that. That was on him. He makes the decisions on what kind of debates he wants to have on his platform. That does not mean that I cannot show that your God doesn't exist. I would not bring a debate title to you, which I don't have. Hey, brother with the bat. Yeah, thank you. So I would never bring a debate title to you if I wasn't or didn't feel I was up to snuff. Now, the only reason I even had to do that is because you were so staunch and stuck and, dare I say, afraid to prove that your God actually existed, that I had to now turn the tides and say, I can show that your God doesn't exist, because you didn't even want to prove that your God did exist. So when you tell the story, make sure you tell it from a lens that's exploded, not a micro. Okay? There you go.
All right. Well, I did. Because, see, scripturally wise, I'm not supposed to prove. Why would I take on a bait that I have already been told not to prove? I can't prove that God exists. He that comes to me must first believe. He told Thomas, thou believest because thou see. But blessed is he that believe and have not seen. Why would I be disobedient and arrogant to prove my God exists to a non-believer when he told me not to do that? He told me to bring the word, and if you reject it, to shake the dust off my feet and move on. So why would I be disobedient and arrogant to think that I can prove something that he has already told me and he himself did not do until I believe? Once I believe, he proved he exists. Now I can share that story with you and make every sense in the world. But you know what you would do? Not because you don't agree with me, but to just show that you're the lying person that you are, you would deny the evidence thereof. I can tell you, give you news article, give you testimony, and the fact that my daughter is my daughter, and she's now 35 years old, that when she was born and found 2 days after Christmas on a church step, and that day it was prophesied that she would be my daughter, and 6 months later, she became my daughter.
By whom?
Even by my
By
mother.
whom?
By my
Oh,
mother.
okay. Oh, okay.
By
So
my
your mother's
mother.
a prophet? Your mother's a prophet?
My mother was a prophet
Oh,
while she was
wow.
alive. But she's not the only one can bear witness to that. Everybody in my family can bear witness to that. My ex-wife can bear witness to that.
So what you telling me is that your mother broke down the exact details is that you're gonna find a
My
child.
mother called me based on a news article that she saw on Channel 7.
Oh, so she had the
on the
information
news.
already where the child was. You just went to retrieve the child.
No, I did not go to retrieve the child.
He went to retrieve
there you
the
go.
child.
No, I was about to adopt the child the next day, but that adoption fell through because pit bulls in California killed the child. That the adoption agency changed their mind, called me that morning and told me not to come because of something happened in California. I'm on the East Coast. I raised pit bulls. 6 months later, when I had nothing to do with it, they called me and asked me if we were still interested in adopting. And I said yes. And 6 months later, that child that was on the news on December 27th in 1987, that my mother prophesied that God was going to give me and my first wife.
So hold on, there
That
was a
is the
child. So did your mother see that child on the news?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a prophecy, brother. Move on. Next person to Corey.
See, that's what I said. That's what I said. You would not receive it. What did my mother have?
Brother, it's not a prophecy. If I tell you who's going to win the Super Bowl, it's not a prophecy.
Stop. What did my mother have to do with the news?
She saw it on her.
She
She
saw
saw it on the
6 months.
television. And she
saw it.
gave you the hookup. She said, "Hey, there's a child that's been found.
No,
Since you
no,
can't go
no,
get the other
no,
child, you should go try to get this one." You
no,
went and
I
got
did
it.
not try. I did not try.
They denied you the other child because you raised pit bulls. So your mother saw it on the television on the nightly news. So she told you. Did she tell you?
Telling me the story. You see how you
Hey, QButter. I mean, Q. It's the same child. It's the same child.
Do you see how you telling me? You are telling me the story. You're not allowing me because you don't want to change. My mother prophesied 6 months before that child became mine that she will become mine. When they denied me to the adoption, we stopped seeking.
So did your mother see 6 months?
Stop. They called me 6 months later and asked if we were still interested. We said yes. Because my wife lost 7 babies.
Yeah, I'm gonna disengage, brother. I think you're lying, but I'm gonna disengage.
No. Yeah, Apostle, move to yeah, because you don't want them to disrespect you. Yeah, you don't.
I'm lying. But she's still my daughter. She's 35 with a set of twins and a son. For anybody that want to know proof of God, that is proof of prophecy and fulfillment in 6 months. That's my daughter. You damn fool. But
isn't it weird that you didn't want to bring that to a debate with me?
But
No. Apostle. Because you supposed to be the the host. Let Takor go. And this is his testimony. Don't disrespect him, whether you believe it or not. You know what I mean? Let's move on.
I apologize.
Let's thank you.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. See, I'm in a position in my walk where I don't have to prove anything about my God or Bible or my Bible to an atheist, to anybody that hate the Bible. If outside the cube want to be an atheist, let them be an atheist. Because I talked to another atheist brother a while ago about a certain prophecy in Revelation chapter 16 about the Euphrates River drying up, and it dried up, and he just still denied it. You couldn't give these people proof even if it was part of their eyes. So this is why the scripture says that they are given over to a reprobate mind. So outside the cube, and what we mean by the reprobate mind, we mean he got his mind made up. So trying to teach outside the cube the Bible, or trying to get outside the cube or any other atheists, trying to get them to believe in the Bible, it's just like throwing something down an empty hole and stuff. You're not gonna get no benefit out of it. You're just wasting knowledge, just like trillions of people on the earth.
But can I come in for a
You can
second?
teach to that actually want to learn. So I don't who got their speaker on, because I'm echoing.
That's baby Hebrew.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is this right here. Don't waste your time on people who made their mind up. God already said he just sent a strong delusion to them that they may believe a lie. This is why outside the cube don't want to debate nothing he stand on. This is why he don't want to debate his sciences, but he want to debate, do your God exist? If y'all want to put yourself on that level to proving your God to this man, go ahead. I'm not doing it. And I'm not proving my Bible to no atheist or nobody that hate the Bible. And I'm done.
Baby Hebrew, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thank you. Listen. What I'm not gonna do, and what I'm not gonna have anybody else do is attack anybody in here because of what they may believe and what they feel. Here's what I'm gonna say on this issue. How about this? On the flip side of what you just said, sir, how about this? I can understand why there are a lot of people who may be atheists, considering the fact that when you have so-called Bible believers, the way they act, the way they conduct themselves, the hypocrisy, the lies, and all the other hell-raising You got a lot of so-called Bible advocates from Israelite on down. Okay, look at some of the representatives out here. Okay, that could be also a reason why a lot of people don't want to believe or may reject, the Bible overall, because of some of the people who claim to be believers and the way they conduct themselves and the way they act. So it goes both ways. Now, also, Ezekiel the 2nd chapter says, whether they hear or forbid, you make your presentation. If they don't accept, that's fine. But there's no need to say it's a waste of time or anything like that. Who knows? Today, a person may not be a believer, and the next day or next week or next year, okay? They may make a turnaround, but it's only how you present. The presenters of the Bible are presenting the Bible itself. Look at, like I said, there was a time in my life I didn't believe in the Bible. Why? Because it interfered with my lifestyle. Okay, I was out here, okay, some of y'all may not believe in the zodiac, but I do. I'm a Virgo to the fullest, but take away the G and put an H, and that was me, Virgo. I was out here having a good time. I didn't want to hear the Bible. I didn't want, look, I like being in the club. I like, let me hear you say, okay, that was me. Because, so I didn't want to
Party over here.
Hold up. I was up in there. Okay, why? Let's do it. That's why. Oftentimes, a lot of people who don't want to believe in the Bible is many rhymes and reasons. But my point was, for me, I didn't want to hear, thou shalt not make whores of the daughter of your people. Thou shalt not do this, because I'm like, what can I do? Can I breathe? But then there were certain things that started happening in my life that wasn't happening until it was a young lady who was trying to show me a scripture, and I got real cross, real fly out my mouth. But then certain things started happening in succession that made me realize, wait, this didn't start until boom. But my point is this here. I was a non-believer because I was a hedonist and bohemian to the fullest. But then through other ways and means, the Lord got my attention. And here I am now, a stone cold advocate. But don't ever attack anybody, Cuban, otherwise. Because see that, the way that sounds, the way you come off like that is crazy. Because see, we all are required to prove all things. So if you're gonna stand on something, you gotta prove it. And if you're not ready to prove it, then you shouldn't be in any conversation whatsoever. I'll yield the floor and
Black
stand down.
Jesus
Thank
Buddha.
I appreciate y'all. Cube, I got a question because you had said earlier that the prophecies in the Bible was not true. So my question to you is, what standard of judgment are you using to determine truth or falsehood? Q.
Oh yeah,
That's my
yeah. Go ahead. I
question.
didn't know that was for me. Say that one more time.
Yeah,
What's standard?
I said I heard you earlier. You had made a statement with regards to the brother had talked about the prophecies in the Bible coming true, and then you had said that the prophecies are not true. So my question to you is, what judgment or what standard are you using to determine truth and falsehood? Like, how do you determine what is truthful and what is not truthful?
Oh yeah, that's easy, bro. We can just look at the lies and the falsehoods in the Bible that they call prophecies, and we can see a lot of these things not coming to fruition. So that's not difficult. I think you even understand that, right?
No, my question, that wasn't my question. That wasn't the answer. That's not the question. The
Oh,
question
that's not the
was,
answer you were
what?
looking for? Did you want to tell me
No,
the answer so I can
that's not the
regurgitate it back
question.
to you?
Pardon self. That's not the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you was, what is the standard that you're using to determine what is truth and falsehood to you? What is your standard, personal? What is your personal standard?
But you said what is truth and what is false
That's
regarding the
not what I said.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I know that's what you think you didn't say, but let me repeat back to you what you
No, that's what
actually
I
said.
know I didn't say. That's what I know I didn't say. That's not
So
what I
so
think I
so,
didn't
so
say.
when you
That's what I
mentioned the
know I didn't say. So I
so
say
when
it
you
one more time. Hold on. Pardon me. I said, what is your standard? A standard to determine what is truth and falsehood in your life. in your life.
So what did you mean when you mentioned the prophecies? Can you go back to that?
What I meant was when you had made a comment to that brother saying that the prophecies in Deuteronomy are not true. You said that they're not true. So I'm saying, okay, so what are you using to determine that? What standard of judgment? How are you judging that?
Okay, great. Now you're back to saying what you initially said, and that's what I want to respond to. So now, when it comes to the prophecies, the errors, and the BS that's in it, I can just look at it and see a lot of these things not coming to fruition, like I said initially. So that's what I'm using, brother. I'm using exactly what the Bible says. The Bible says that this is going to happen, this will happen at this date, and it didn't happen, brother. So I'm using the standard that the Bible tells me to use.
Okay, for an example, what scripture?
Hold on, brother. I got this, brother Apostle. I got this.
All right.
I feel like you hula hooping, so let me ask you this way: are you a man? Are you a man?
Yeah, to some I am.
Okay. No, I'm asking you, not to some, to yourself. Are you a man?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%, no doubt about it.
So what standard? How do you determine that? What standard? What judgment are you using? What has defined you?
I can see the false prophecies not coming
Nah, I ain't
true,
talking about the prophecies. I'm not talking about the prophecy. I asked you, are you a man? Are
and I
you a
answered that
man?
already.
Okay, so how are you determining you a man? What makes you a man?
How do I determine? Well, we can look at gender roles. We can look at X and Y chromosomes. We can look at having or not having gonads. We can look at various different things.
Okay, and the standard, that's how you determine your manhood, by chromosomes and gender roles, right? That's how you determine your manhood.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you determine
And
yours?
who wrote that?
Nobody wrote gender roles. These are things that exist based on
So
evolution.
you knew your gender role when you couldn't even walk, when you was an infant. You knew your gender role when you couldn't
That's
walk,
what
right?
is confused.
Of course I didn't, brother. The same way you didn't know
Okay.
your God when you couldn't walk.
But we ain't talking about my God because you don't believe in God. It don't matter. Don't talk about my God. We talking about you. We talking about how you determine yourself. You said you're a man based off of X chromosomes and gender roles, but all
So
these
are we
things
are
is
we
here before. Hold on.
conversing? Are we conversing, or are you dictating a narrative to me? Are we conversing?
I sound like you getting soft and emotional.
No, 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 no,
Are you
no, brother.
are
Hold
you
on.
tight?
Listen. This
Are
is
you
why I
tight?
said I'm a man to some, because you're able to say
Sound
what
like
you
you
just
getting tight.
said.
You
Yes,
sound like you
brother.
getting
This
tight. It sound like I pushed you against the corner. You can't handle it. All I'm asking
actually
you is, are you a man? You said you's a man. I said based on what? You said based on gender roles and X chromosomes. So who said that first? Who's the first person to say that?
the first person to say what in this conversation or ever.
You hear what I'm saying? You hear this man?
Running.
Y'all hear this
He
man?
running.
You hear this man? He going through his
Brother,
hula hoop,
listen,
man. You
just
don't know
make
what you
your
talking
point
about.
clear. Ask
The
it
point is
clearly, and I can answer you. It's not difficult.
the point is you trying to disrespect the brothers on here because we have a standard, which is the Torah. We have a standard to
It's
determine
to
Oh,
our
love
manhood. We have
his
a standard
head.
to determine our manhood, but you don't have no standard. You just coming off the top of your head.
oh,
You went out of space. So before you want to
oh.
come at the brothers trying to use the Torah as a standard to determine our manhood and our prophecies that define us and that prove that
Okay,
our God is real, you gonna have to come and answer these questions, my man.
okay,
You gonna have
okay.
to do that.
Okay. So let me ask you. Let me ask you one more time.
Answer the question.
Are we conversing, or are you dictating a narrative to me? Are we conversing, or are you dictating a narrative? Which one?
He's
Look,
doing
hey,
both.
let me tell you something, man. Bro, let me tell you something. What
The
I'm
only
doing
thing
is
you
I'm
can
asking
tell
you a
me is the
question.
answer to my question.
What
That's
I'm
the only
doing is
thing you
I'm
can
asking
tell
you a
me.
question. What I'm doing is I'm asking you a question. You getting tight. That's what you're
Brother,
doing.
you
You're
were
getting tight.
finished.
So that
Brother, you were
don't so that don't seem like to me. So according to my standard, that's not a man to me. All right,
He
that's not a
okay.
obfuscated.
man to me. How about that?
He
Listen,
How about
listen.
that?
obfuscated
No, no,
his
no, 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 no.
question.
There was no
How
All right,
about that?
obfuscation.
all
There
right,
was no
Doc.
obfuscation. The only
All right,
obfuscation
Yeah,
Q.
you
is.
obfuscated, brother.
Okay,
Hold on, let me
okay,
finish. Hold
How
on. Why
about
we
okay.
cut
that?
me off?
Go ahead, Q. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, okay. So now, brother, you said that I don't have a standard. I gave you two. I said X and Y chromosomes, and then I also told you gender roles. And then for some reason, you continue to say that I don't have a standard. Now, why would you say that I don't have a standard and you do, when I gave you 2 reasons on why I call myself a man. Explain.
Because I attempted to ask you who's the first person to say it, then you did a hula hoop by saying on this stream, the first person to say it on this stream. I'm asking you who's the first person to say that. That's what a man is.
Okay, but I'm
Who said
asking you,
that?
are you
But
talking about
I'm
the first
asking you
person in
now. I'm
history?
asking you now. Who's the
Okay,
first
watch
person to say
this.
X chromosomes, and gender roles? Who's the first person to say that's a man?
Okay, listen, bro. Let me
Nah,
help
you
you out.
listen. You listen. You going through a hula hoop. You can't
But I've
answer
already
that because
heard you. Why would you tell me to
you
listen when I've
insecure
already
right
heard
now.
you?
You
But
tight,
but,
my man.
but why would you
You can't
tell
answer
me?
that. You
But
don't
you're not giving.
understand it because you can't give me no etymology of that. Of
Let
that
him,
word.
let him try to answer it.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, man. You see, you're not giving me the opportunity, and
No,
that's
no,
unfortunate.
answer the
Now
question.
you exhausted right now. You
Okay, Black
exhausted. Don't
Jesus.
disrespect us like that, brother.
Okay,
Don't come up in
stop.
here and try
All
to
right,
disrespect
Hey,
the
all right.
Torah night, brother.
I got a
Don't
statement
try
for
to
him too.
disrespect us,
Come
brother.
on, Black Jesus. Then I want to go to my brother, the new brother. But go ahead and answer the question, Q.
Right. So the brother's not making himself clear. This is normal for mumble mush mouth Negroes on YouTube. They ask a question, they're looking for a specific answer. They do not receive it, but what they don't understand is that they're not actually being clear on what they're talking about. So I asked a clarifying question. The brother refused to go and retrieve it and give it to me. So let me just answer your question. So now I'm just gonna answer it how I want to answer it. Hey, you can mute your mic.
Goofy.
You can
You
actually
just
mute your mic at
goofy,
this point.
boy.
You can
You
actually
just
mute your mic at
goofy,
this point
boy.
because I'm
Yeah,
trying to
You
respond.
let
just
him
goofy.
respond, Jesus.
Go ahead,
Please.
Karima, and respond.
Right,
No, he can.
right.
He's gonna be respectful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've been respectful the whole time.
Yeah,
So
don't
now,
disrespect him while you talking.
I'm not.
Okay, thank you, because he was not being
He
disrespectful.
he actually was. The brother called me goofy several times.
Just go ahead and give your answer, man.
I'm trying to.
Let him go. Let him go.
Right. So, brother, what I mentioned to you is this is evolution, brother. Simple. It's plain and simple, brother. So when we were monkeys, who our ancestors were, they did not operate this way. But today we do operate this way. The standard that we operate under is how humans interact with each other. So people like you who operate under a standard of the Bible, we're weeding you guys out. Atheism,
Okay,
non.
that's
Whoa,
crazy.
hold on. I can't
No, no,
finish.
no, 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 no. You talking about monkeys? What are you trying to say? We're monkeys?
Wait,
We
wait.
disagree
Let
with
him
that.
finish, Apostle. Let him finish. Not
I mean,
you're gonna
we
get him
we
off
definitely
track. I
are
want to hear his
primates.
answer
So,
because
hey,
I need this ammunition for tomorrow. Go ahead and shoot yourself in the
Okay.
foot, Q.
Right. So I'll just finish like this, man. You know, the way how we interact with each other, the way how we interact, we've evolved to do these things that we do. So when you ask for these standards, the standards are what we've set as we've gone along, brother. Simple as that.
All right, thank you. Notice that Q did not respond to one prophecy.
Wait, hold on, Apostle. Come on now. Don't. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do
She's
that.
moderator.
No. Yeah, you moderator, so don't. You're supposed to open it to Kanye and go around back to the panel. Okay.
Right. I understand exactly what I'm doing.
Thank you, Karima. And so my question for the panel, I mean, because I think a lot of Hebrew Israelites, or Hebrews or whatever we want to call it, you know what I'm saying, no disrespect, we focus a lot of energy and attention on the validity of God based on the fulfillment of the prophecies of Deuteronomy chapter 28. But have y'all ever studied the Sheridan Vassals treatise that was the prototype for Deuteronomy 28? Like, have y'all ever read that document by King of Sheridan?
Repeat that again, brother.
Okay, there's a lot, but all right. So the basis for the Hebrew Israelite, or the black Jews, or whatever we're gonna call it, right? And I mean no disrespect because I was once in that paradigm myself. The basis for that is the premise that Deuteronomy 28 is relevant.
You mean Undugu?
Who?
Hey, you gotta mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic, Apostle,
Iki.
Christian minister.
No.
Hey, Kaya, I think you should talk to Anonymous. He's probably more fit with going back and forth with like the stuff like that.
I mean, it was,
Yeah, because these guys are these guys are novices. So like you would
No,
probably
don't do that. Don't let them open this conversation to the panel. Don't do that.
But I mean, can you mute Apostle?
You just be ready for anonymous, okay? All right, let's go.
Can you mute Apostle though, Kareem? Cause we can.
No, that wasn't Apostle. That was Benny. Okay, Apostle.
No, it is
let him
Apostle.
go.
He's on the phone. Look.
Not now. Right now, I'm monitoring your show. I'm monitoring.
There you go.
Hey, Apostle, you got to mute. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thank you, y'all. Thank you, Karima, and thank you for brother Takori as well. But I just want to pose a plausible question, and if you don't know the answer, it's okay, because at some point I didn't know the answer to this question as well when I was engulfed in being a Hebrew Israelite that I was for almost a decade out of my life, right? But my question is, have you guys, because the foundation for the Hebrew Israelite belief system is the fulfillment of the prophecies of Deuteronomy chapter 28. Have you guys ever heard of or ever looked into the vassal treaties of King Asharidan, which was implemented in the Hebrew text and made to seem as if there was a prophecy because there was retroactive writings to get the people of Israel to abide by Asharidan's laws? Like, have y'all ever come across that, or what's your thoughts about it? Or, you know, if you want to post some links, I can. But I mean, that's a pivotal piece, and it kind of is missing completely.
Is it an ancient text?
Yes.
How old is the text?
Older than the Hebrew Bible.
How old is the text?
Boom.
The text is, I believe, 7th century BCE.
Is that from the people themselves that gave that date, or somebody else that came way after them gave them that date?
It's based on the date that the king, whose name is Asharidan, reigned over the Assyrian Empire.
So is there a primary source for that date?
Yes. The text, I mean, I put it in the chat.
So it's from the people themselves, right? So if I read it, it's going to be from the people themselves, right?
Yes, it's from 672 BC.
During that time, right? So they were saying BC, way before Christ existed.
No, that now you're memorizing the complicated. Okay, so
they can't use a dating system based off somebody that didn't exist yet.
Can I respond at that point though, bro? So at some point in time, when we're dealing with intelligence, we have to have a protocol, or just a system of how we're going to communicate with each other. So if I'm using the protocol, which is the system that's established to date these different materials, and you're not accepting that, then we can never have a fluid communication. And what I'm doing is giving you the standard, which is what we use here in America. I'm not sure where you are, but I'm in America, and our standard is the Gregorian calendar. So I'm using the Gregorian calendar to date materials. Now, if you want to switch to a different calendar system, I have no problem doing so, but you got to establish that prototype or that standard for us to do so. But like, if we want to have a real scientific or intelligent conversation, we have to have words defined and dates defined so that we can make those things correlate.
Look, check this out. And no offense though, but it would make sense to say that the people, in order to know who actually when that concept actually came, we'll most likely have to go to the people that actually was there when that was written, because they will have knowledge of all that due to their experience. It wouldn't make no sense. Hold on, wait a minute. It wouldn't make no sense for somebody that came thousands of years after them to tell them when they information actually exists when they don't say it themselves. Anytime when you're dealing with history and you're making claims about ancient concepts without the ancient people saying it themselves, or don't have a primary source reference, it's called commentary. Commentary is information that don't have no primary source reference to it.
Okay, so can we stop right here for a second? Because we're going part of the conversation, right? And I appreciate the dialogue, but the thing is that the thing that I'm referring to, it is referenced to by the people who wrote it and was influenced by it. It's acknowledged by both parties. It's also a primary source because we have the Assyrian vassal treaty by King Asharidan. We have
Okay,
it.
hold on for a second, y'all.
Man, come on, bro.
Hold on, just hold on. JJ just called me. Him, Black Jesus, and Inky are trying to get into the show.
Yeah, so 3 people got to step down.
Okay, so I'll
Hey,
step down. Baby
I'll step down. Yeah, I'll step
Baby
down.
Hebrew
But
gonna
why
step.
did y'all
Baby Hebrew
block
gonna step
Tyrone
down.
McNeese? That brother
Well,
ain't
we're
say
not
nothing.
dealing with Mississippi right now, man. But go ahead.
Okay,
I'm
so
just letting y'all know that JJ got 3 people. JJ,
So baby Hebrew gonna say good night to you all. Thank you.
yeah,
Hey,
JJ, Inky.
well, Cube will say goodnight to you guys. If there's space, I'll probably come back on. But thank you guys.
Okay.
now, but Q, hey, look into the Asarian. He didn't jump off, but look into the Asarian vassal trees. If you hear me, Q, that'll be a good ammunition for you when you go against other people who go against your paradigm, because it definitely is a doctrine buster because it disproves it completely.
All right. I'd like to thank y'all for taking my lead, allowing me to take leadership here while JJ had left. Karima, thank you, baby, for allowing me to shine. And I'd like to thank all of those, Zion, to Corey, and to you, brother, for sticking around. JJ, it should be open so y'all 3 can come in. Black Jesus, Inky, and JJ. He's trying to set up something with me.
Yeah, but now that's all I wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, did they did somebody else date their primary source, or did the people themselves date their primary source? Because we know when you're talking about the BC, the CE, them type of dating systems, they didn't exist during that treaty that you're talking about. So I don't
Yes.
think they could be using those dating systems.
No,
I want to know what
that's not what I'm
dating
saying.
system they use.
They definitely were not using those dates, bro. What I'm saying to you is, like, for instance, right? Let's walk through this mentally, right? So let's say, for instance, we change our time of dating right now, and we have to date a time period that starts at 1 or 0, matter of fact, and we got a date when Ronald Reagan was president. So we got to codify the number of days in a year. We understand how many days are in a year, and we can place these presidents based on how long their term is or how long their life was into these time periods, and they give us a circa date. So what I'm saying specifically is that you have a person that was named Asharadan, who was an emperor or a king, whatever word we want to use, that ruled over.
Hey, please let me tap in when y'all finish.
Nah, you got it, bro. Just let me finish my train of thought, if you don't mind. And so this person ruled over these people for a certain period of time and wrote these vassal treaties, because these vassal treaties that was written to the the Israelites, the Moabites, some Canaanite people, and the whole nine, right? And it's not as if we don't have these documents in their original form. And also, it is also said that these documents were inside of the Jewish synagogues that was produced under Hezekiah's reign to keep the people in order. So that being said, how can we now say that this is a prophecy if it happened first and foremost after these things happen, and secondly, if it happened from it came from a Gentile source?
What are these things? These things happen.
So if we don't know what a Sardan vassal treaty is, I kind of have to go through it. So it's basically everything that is in.
You talking about Sardan? SARDAN?
Yeah, he talking about Asardon. Yes.
Asardon.
Yes, I'm talking about.
Okay, so now I do know about Hezekiah. Are you talking about stuff happened in AD or BC?
This is all BC.
Talking BC.
It's all BC.
Hey, let me help you real quick.
About like, are you talking
I think
about
maybe
like
Anonymous, this might be a better conversation for us too, because I think you pretty astute with the historical aspect. So I just want to get your opinion on it.
Right. I just need to know if are you talking about doing the Babylonian Talmud?
This has nothing to do with the Talmud.
What he's
No,
trying
I'm
to
saying
say
during the
is
time period of the Babylonian Talmud.
he's trying to say
Because the
that
Babylonian Talmud is different from the Jerusalem Talmud.
I'm
nothing to
aware.
do with either. It has nothing to do with either.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't want to be
Okay.
so sharp, man.
Yeah,
But
no, I got it. Like,
Right.
you know, I
Right.
love the
Okay.
apostle. I just want to
Right.
get to it real
I
quick.
just
right?
I need to know so I can know how in my own mind
this is
how to address it.
For people who use the JEPD, I believe is what it's called, method, use this as a foundation for the implementation of these laws that was given to the people. And they say that this is the reason why these things are present, because it pre-existed in those other vassal treaties before we had record of it in the Torah or record of it in any type of Hebrew text.
Did it pre-exist the Septuagint?
Yes, by at
Did
least
it?
yes
500 years. Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so it
Could I tap
pre-existed
in?
the Peshitta.
Man, I'm waiting for you, bro. Let's go. Let's rock out.
Go ahead.
So a few problems, and I love this conversation. So I appreciate you for bringing this, you know what I'm saying, to the forefront. There's a few problems that I have with using the Esarhaddon treaties as saying that they are the catalyst for the covenant that is enacted in Deuteronomy 28. And I'll just say the main reason that I have is because when you read biblical study Bibles, or even when you study antiquity, really these treaties, if you're going to attribute them to anything, it would be the Hittite treaties, right? And so
I would agree with you on that.
Right,
We can
right,
right,
right. So if that's the case, then I'm not going to argue with you, right? My argument would be is that we take that and make that our own, right? And the main reason I say this is because when you look in antiquity, all of these Near Eastern people, you know, they take all of these things and end up making them their own. So for instance, we could look at the Zukru festival, which we could argue later becomes the Passover festival.
Hey, hold on. No, you can't talk about that, bro. You know, you
I can talk about it all. Don't do me
like that. You talking about the Zuku festival, bro. Hey,
do me like that.
I ain't gonna lie, I just earned a whole new respect for your scholarship. I ain't gonna lie to you. I might not test you too hard.
Let me say this, y'all. In about 6 months, for all of you that pleasure in eating lamb and goat, y'all will be able to come to my resources. I will be selling goats and lambs.
That's what's up. That's what's
Okay.
up. I'm glad that you got that
I
business.
will be raising goats and lambs.
That's what's up.
I will be moving in the next 3 or 4, 5, 6 months to Kentucky on my spread, and all.
Hey, please
even if you eat
contact
chicken.
me.
Even
Please
if you eat
contact
chicken.
me. There's a lot that I can help you with. I've raised
Okay.
chickens. I've raised goats. I've raised lamb.
All right. All right. I will
can
do
talk
that.
to you. I can talk to you about the different things that you're gonna need to have to make
Right.
it a lot less expensive, right? Because it gets
Okay.
expensive, especially
Right.
if you get sick, if you get illnesses and things that come. So that's
Right.
what's up. Let me know.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Man, but back to this Zuku festival.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Now,
Right.
now we finna cook. Now
Yeah,
we
let's
finna
cook a little bit.
All
Right.
right,
So
all right.
even when we look at the Zuku festival, right? My argument is number one, if you want to say that the Bible peels from that, then we go back to Genesis 4 with Cain and Abel and show that they have ancient festivals that line up with all of these things, right? So the argument that I have is not so much. I would argue definitely against the Esarhaddon, and I would go to the Hittite, like just so you know, like that would be my argument against the
Oh yeah.
Esarhaddon.
And if that's what we want to argue, because I understand that in that area that it was multiple vessel trees
Right.
that happened. I'm just using that because that was the most recent one, and that
Right.
most scholars said that was the preset for Deuteronomy 28. Not that it was the only one that happened. So
Right.
we on the same page, really.
Yeah, we on the same page. Like my
Okay.
argument would be that it come from the Hittite more than the Esarhaddon, because I believe that the Hittites, that treaty, it sets the example for how multiple cultures start to codify their legal codices. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then from there they just modified it for their basic
Right.
needs.
Everything modifies.
The only thing
And so go ahead.
Now I'm saying the only thing that really changed is the gods in these trees.
Exactly. And
So
so
we
that
on the same page.
yeah, right. And so that's my argument is that Why am I a Hebrew?
Yeah, because if we on the same page, I'm the opposite. Why you a Hebrew?
Because I don't
JJ
believe
is coming right in. JJ is coming
because
right in.
I don't believe the fact that these people adopting to different treaties changes the belief system in that God. So if you ask me, put it in layman's terms, I adhere to the belief of Yahwism, right?
Okay.
And that's just what it comes down to, especially when we go back to the 1400s and we look at the Bubastai pedestal
But
and we
why
see the
you not
Shasu.
doing Elism then? If you going back 1400
Because in my
opinion,
opinion, Elism was pantheistic, whereas I believe in
Pagan. Right.
monolatristic. You feel what
Right.
I'm saying?
Pagan.
I get it.
Right.
Canaanite.
And so, but no, I'm not gonna do that to the Canaanites. Nah. Let me make it
Well, you
clear.
got to do it to the
No, I don't.
the
Let me
Anunnaki.
talk, please. Come on, Apostle. So this is my ideology, just so y'all know, right? And this is why I say I separate us from the quote unquote Jewish people. Not trying to be disrespectful. And if y'all can understand this, you can understand why there's no need to argue with anyone, right? Jews are monotheistic. Some people are what we call polytheistic.
I'm poly.
No, you're not. You're monolatristic. So let me explain to this,
All right.
right? Let me explain the difference. Monolatristic is we understand that there are other gods in existence, but we ascribe our worship to our chief deity, which
Right.
is Yah, right?
Right.
The difference in that is a lot of other people that are monotheistic, they just try to completely ignore the existence of other spiritual belief systems. They try to bash them, they try to destroy them. That's not even what our ancestors did. Our ancestors would get at you if you tried to come at us. But if you was cool, then we would say, okay, you ascribe your. So, for instance, when you look in during the time of Judges, right, in Yefeta, he said
Henotheism. I'm sorry.
henotheism. Yes,
Yes.
that's exactly
I'm
what you're talking
sorry.
about.
Henotheism.
But monolatrism is the next step
Right.
beyond henotheism, because monolatrism says we understand henotheism, but we're
Right.
living in the monolatristic, which mono one, latry meaning the
Others.
worship of one, right? The
Right.
worship.
Right.
So
All right, we
we
got Yashar
worship.
the Lion in the building. Hey, peace and blessings. Anonymous Hebrew. I didn't mean to cut your bill. I just want to speak. So I've been out, sharing the video, recruiting guys. We got Dr. Inky. He getting ready to come in here. We might can replay the video of Team God whooping up on Karima. After we stop building, let's get the video of Team God whooping up on what was the Team Atheist last night on QButter Station. See, hey, they in some trouble. 7,000 went and got a chemistry book. You see. Now they got to answer some of these 8th grade questions that you've been promoting, Isabio. You've been talking about this and a little bit of that. I want to see what you know.
Man, you got
All
the
they
If you
gotta
don't know
do is
none of
break
these,
them
and
equations.
don't compare it to the Bible.
All they gotta do is break them equations down.
Right.
They ain't gonna
We
do
got
it.
carbons, simple organic compounds, Isabio. That's going to be one of the questions. Get your pencil and paper down. We got
JJ, I love you,
some
but you're
questions
rude
you
right
need to
now.
answer. And Uncle
What
West,
does
this
he
is
mean?
everybody get you one of these. This is by James P. Gills, M.D. Darwinism under the microscope. It goes to abiogenesis. It goes to the Cambrian explosion. It goes to all that. You see what I'm saying? This is what we do. And
JJ
then you
got the
got
slogan, man.
the
Go ahead,
battlefield
Jay.
of the mind is a very important book. The mind is a psychological thing that you have to deal with. Parenting skills. See, I was embarrassed last time. I said, JJ, you ain't got no books up in there. I said, well, I better get it together. With
Hey,
that being
JJ.
said, hey, let's get it back in. I'm
quick
back.
question. Quick question, JJ. Quick question. You still there? Have you figured out what endogenous retroviruses are? Because I don't want to talk to you till you can tell me.
I hate you.
This is
I
what
hate
we're
you,
going to have to do
Kyle.
here, man.
JJ gone.
See,
Well,
hold
there you
up,
go.
man.
There you go.
Sebastian did a straw man argument. Say, well, JJ, if you can't tell me what endogenous retroviruses is, then you lose this debate. That ain't what the debate was about. No endogenous retroviruses, right?
It actually
Am I correct? Am I right or wrong?
It actually was.
Show me a title debate that I've ever been in endogenous retrovirus is what they're
y'all was
talking.
debating evolution, bro, and he was showing you that the
I'm gonna
important
bow
No.
out, but Kyle, we good, right?
yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm a probably Black. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
You can't mess with Black Jedi.
y'all already got my
I
number.
told you gonna get
You
bit
got
out
you
over
got
here,
my
man.
three
y'all
more
got
months
your
of
number.
Hebrew,
Hey,
and you
Y'all already got my number, bro. Hit me up.
Anonymous,
Hey, look.
you got about 3 more months, my
and
dude. You can be out of
Kyle,
there.
You
y'all
say
need
what?
to come over.
I said you
Y'all
got
need
about
to
3
come
more
over on
months
my
of being a
channel.
Hebrew Israelite, then you out of there, bro. So welcome
No,
back.
okay. This what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna get back to JJ. I've known this for 8 years, 9 years now.
I mean, what you
right?
trying to say,
So
Kachi?
so you got to understand, like, I appreciate a lot of the conversation that you and Garfield had. This is why me and Garfield ain't really at odds, right? I appreciate what y'all say. The difference is I make a choice.
Garfield?
I make a coherent choice to worship my deity. That's the difference,
And
right?
you know what? I can respect that because you're scientifically literate. You
Yeah.
understand the morphology and the cosmology of your belief
Right.
system, and
Right.
that's all you can expect for anybody. Because when you do that, it doesn't take you to the extremist levels where you get so emotionally involved as you can't have a real life conversation. So I respect that.
And so just to help you,
Jesus.
just to let you know, I'm working on rewriting this Bible, right? Starting before the Septuagint.
That's
Because to
all I've been
me,
asking somebody to do.
because to me, we have to pick up before the Septuagint. Not because I want to argue with people, but we can prove that there is a belief system that exists before that.
Well,
And
you
that
gonna
belief,
you know you're gonna have to add some henotheism to that motherfucker now.
and it better, and you saw me not shy away from henotheism.
Yeah.
So hey, so look, so let me put this out there to all of y'all who don't understand what's going on. If you want to call yourself an Israelite, the main thing that separates you from Judaism is you don't believe in monotheism, right? You've been taught that monotheism is your way of believing. No,
Right.
the Bible does not say we ignore the existence of other gods. We say that our God is the chief
It's
of
the
other
chief
gods,
of other gods.
right?
It's the
And
creator.
if you can understand that, then we
Right.
can have a conversation. If you can't, I'm ready to take you to task and put you to sleep, right? I am
Anonymous.
that one, right?
Anonymous.
That's right.
Please, brother.
That's right, man. I'm
Please,
trying to tell y'all,
Anonymous.
man, that hey, see, I can retire now. I know Anonymous is lurking around. You see what I'm saying? You
Anonymous,
see?
I'm just
Hey,
wanting to
listen.
know this, brother. JJ,
I'm
Anonymous,
still in my
let me
prime a
be
little
on this.
bit, but hey, listen. Anonymous tried to come at me when I was in my prime. He was a little
JJ,
young lion, little Simba, you know. But then he
JJ,
ready now. 7,000
JJ,
can sit down.
let me get with Anonymous.
Okay, old lion. Now
Okay,
Mustafa,
What
hold
you
sit
got,
down
tight.
somewhere,
Apostle?
Because I
What you
man.
need
got?
Okay, go ahead,
Anonymous.
Mustafa.
I need Anonymous to
You
get in touch
Mustafa
with me.
grandfather. Go ahead.
Because honestly, that henotheism, that's where most Israelites come short.
Yes, sir.
They fall short. They don't understand. They think it's just the two, monotheism and many gods.
Right.
One
Henotheism.
God,
Right.
many gods. They don't
Right.
understand that word God, that wudin, that power,
Right.
that halak.
Right.
But see, I think Anonymous can get with me, and this can all be solved in the Abayath.
Hallelujah.
Oh, the
In
man.
the Abayath.
That's
Not
the
the
man.
Hebrew, but in the Abayath.
I'm not familiar with the language when you don't have.
What he's saying is he's saying in the Father, he's talking about the Father creator deity, right? So
No,
what he's
I
trying,
figured it out real quick though.
yeah. When you do the language, you know exactly what he's saying.
And
So
Fitzakaya, I would love for you to come and join. I would love for you to come and join. Because
Hey, can I ask y'all a question real
I
quick?
get beyond this Masoretic and this Metrics Lectionis and this Aramaic bullshit that we
I
are
can't-
involved in.
Me personally, though, Apostle, no disrespect, man. Like, but I can't see how that's an intelligible language without the biodiversity.
I understand, but
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
yeah, it's kind of hard to kind of.
I understand.
Yeah.
But when
let me explain. I can break this down real
Yah,
easy. I can break this down real
Yeah,
easy.
I'm listening to everybody.
It's
Everybody
the
one at a time.
language of the gods. When you
Teach, Apostle.
understand, it's the language of Yah. What he told to Abraham in the 12th chapter of Jubilees, that he would teach him the language of creation.
Mm-hmm.
That which he gave to Adam when he told Adam to name every animal And Adam named every animal as it appeared before him. There's power in appearance. There's power and authority in appearance.
I'm gonna give you some homework, Apostle.
I hate you, Kanye. Stop it, bro. That's my elder, bro. Stop it, man.
And then look, I got an
No,
idea.
it's an easy window, man.
But I see, I already know what you finna say. Let me help you
What you
before you
finna say,
go there.
fam?
No, we're not doing that. All right, look, this all I'm gonna say. The reason I respect where my elder is going, and I'm gonna put this to you. You have multiple cultures who adapt different verbal forms, right? Different expression of different verbs. I can show you how to take the proto. So we move from the proto-Sinaitic to what we call the proto-Canaanite or just this Paleo-Hebrew, right? I can show you how to go into Paleo-Hebrew and we can see different words like you can see a yod or a yud being used multiple times. You'll see it doubled in different points to show you the different usages of the verb. All Apostle is showing you is we got different usages of the verb, right? And those of
No, I
us that
get that. I
really,
get it.
yeah, and that's all he's saying, right?
I'm just saying, I'm gonna leave you with il, el, and al. That's how I'm
And I'll take you to the Anunnaki.
Or we don't even got to do Anunnaki.
No,
we can just go.
can't
We don't
take
got to
me
do
to
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
We don't got to do Anunnaki. Stop. We don't got to do Anunnaki. Stop it.
It's
right?
a different language, man. Come on.
Stop it. We don't got to do Anunnaki. We can just go into the Mesopotamian culture and just deal with Enlil or Eniki and all of these stuff. You say what, Kyle?
I said you are determined to defend your elder, man. I got
Because that's my elder, nigga. What you mean, bro? I'm gonna go down for my elder. Like, I'm a clapper, bro.
Man.
I
That's what
shoot
we
for
do
my
over
elder,
here,
bro.
man.
And notice
What
how
we
you
do.
can't argue with it. I shoot for my elder, nigga. This is my job.
Right.
I respect that, but
Where is the atheist elders? Hold up, Anonymous. I want where we call him out.
Hey,
Who
Walter
confused our
Williams
people?
cannot function on this level. Walter Williams will have to bow out
We're not
of
gonna
this
talk about
conversation.
Stop, elder. Come on,
I
man.
know.
What
I'm
we
sorry.
doing?
I'm
We ain't
sorry.
gotta do that.
I'm sorry.
Look, and I love
That's
my
your
elder.
elder, Apostle. That's your elder, man. Come
It's
on.
not even
I
that.
give nothing but respect to Walter Williams. I talked to him 3 times.
Yeah, but he was playing games though. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. He was playing games today with me, with Judah Nazareth, with Apostle, and who
That's
else?
right. I
It was
give
somebody
the
else.
utmost respect to Walter Williams. I spoke to him 3 times and give him the
Oh
utmost
yeah.
respect.
This all I'm.
I have
this all I'm.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm
Hey,
not.
yeah, right. I hate you. That's what, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Hey, listen. Hey, if you want to build, bro, we could build. Yara got my number, man. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that is. I know you
Yara is my man. I need Yara.
that's also my
right
OG.
now.
But
That's
hey,
right.
but don't get it twisted. Like, I'm the one out here that's ready to get busy. Right.
My name is War Machine. Hey, listen. Let me just.
And let's not.
Hey, bro.
Let me just say this.
Hey, the next person that cut me off, I'm gonna ask Karima to put y'all in the back. The next person that cut me off, every time I open my mouth, y'all. Hey, bro.
You've been speaking all day. I just came in.
I love you, Yusuf, but me and Kyle was in the middle.
Hold on,
me
man.
and Kyle was in the middle of having a conversation, bro. Can
Hey,
we
we
finish
was
our
reading some
conversation?
deep level.
All right,
Like,
brother,
we
go
having a very deep conversation that many people may not even understand, bro. Like, let us build
you
real
gonna
quick.
come in here talking
All
about
right,
the
go
Old
on, brother,
Testament
go on.
stuff. So stop.
Hey, yeah. Hey, peace to all of y'all. Hey, real
Yeah,
quick,
man.
Kyle.
Peace.
Kyle, hey, this only point I'm pointing out. I understand where you coming from. I would say let's build and study a little bit. I'm not telling you that you got to come back here. This is where we get to the epigenetic argument that I was making the last time you was on, right? Just because we understand each other's culture doesn't mean you're a part of my culture. You really could have a different culture, right? And so I'm not mad at you for that. I'm just saying those of us that really go deep into this study, we identify our culture and we love it. This is where my heart resonates. If it resonated somewhere else, I would be a shooter for that culture. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't doubt. I mean, like when I was engulfed in that culture, I was the same way, bro. I was going around knocking on doors, leaving friends on people's doorsteps. Like if you violated, you know what I'm saying? Because I came from that school, you know what I'm saying? I came from the House of David school, you know what I'm saying? So we wasn't
got you.
You know what I'm saying? We wasn't playing with niggas.
Right, y'all out there every day. But this point that I'm making, though, in my opinion, in no side of the House of David, they don't got the information that I got. Right, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I'm on the verge of revamping what it means to be a quote unquote messianic believer, right? And if we can't move from this Hellenistic Greek frame of thought, you might end up finding yourself a part of the in biblical believers understand this, a part of the 2/3. If you can't let go of all of the esoteric stuff that has put you in a position where you're afraid to move, you're going to be forced to have a conversation with me or those that I study with, right? There's nothing wrong with having your mythos. But if you can't move beyond your mythos to the pragmatic understanding, in my opinion, this is where Dr. Carl Bachman got in trouble on Sonetter's channel. Because when Chris came and asked him or questioned his integrity, Bachman should have made it clear, my Christian understanding and belief in the mythos has nothing to do with my historical analysis of whether or not the quote unquote Jesus or Yeshua or Yahushua figure existed. This is where you got to start to have these conversations. Everybody else has moved to the point in this world where they will say, these are our mythos, mind your business and leave me alone. But here's my historical references. You need to be able to have a conversation from a historical perspective and tell everybody else, leave my mythos alone because I'm not arguing from my mythos perspective. If you want to accuse me of arguing from my mythos perspective, that's a straw man. If you can't do that, you need to sit down and be learned and trained and taught more. That's where I'm at, Caillou. So
Man,
whenever
look,
we're ready to
we're gonna go ahead and send you over the invite for Dagger Squad, man. I'm gonna get you.
Me and Garfield already cool, bro. He know what it is. I'm on record giving.
We're gonna sign you up as the first Hebrew Israelite on Dagger.
Yeah, nah, bro. I'm already on record of giving Garfield this work, bro. Garfield don't like me. I already know what it is.
Kyle,
we straight.
When I talk with the House of David, when I talk with the House of David, when I did talk with the House of David, the young man got stuck on my name.
Okay,
he got stuck on my name. Apostle Zaquan, Apostle Elder, Apostle Elder. What do you? He got stuck on my name rather than hearing my words.
Who did you
when he tried to elaborate to me about when he tried, I've been drinking a beer, but when he tried to elaborate to me about the end times, what's the word I want to use? Christ.
You're talking about the apocalyptic times and
right
in the day.
About 13, 16 through 18. Revelations 13 through 16 through 18.
Well, I mean, but you gotta understand.
What is that? The revelation of the mark of the beast.
So, but you got.
He was trying to elaborate to me the mark of the beast as being an imprintment underneath the arm or underneath the hand and in the head. And I was presenting to him that it's a man, a name of a man, and the number of his name. But he wouldn't get beyond Apostle Zaquan. Apostle, what do you mean by Apostle Elder?
Can I tell you why?
Let me finish. And you can tell me why. Because what follows Zaquan is Thalmayad. Thou Mayad. Apostle Zaquan Thalmayad. Mean Apostle Elder pupil.
And you know that from the yard. But anyway.
Yes, he didn't pay that no reminder.
Yo, can I say something, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, hey, let me close out. Let me close out with Caillou.
No, don't move, please. Anonymous, don't move. Please.
Bro,
let me just say
want to do
something.
this with you, Yusuf, bro.
No. Let me
we
just
went
say
at it
this.
for an hour, bro.
I know, but I just want to say
Yosef, just let them finish. It'll be over in a minute.
I promise you, I'm gonna be very quick,
No,
bro.
but he's gonna go after. I don't want him to go. I want us to
I'll
stay.
stay here. I'll stay here. I'll stay here. But let me
All right,
close
go
out
ahead,
with
go ahead.
Kyle. Let me
Go
close
on,
out
go
with
on, then.
Kyle. Like,
No
hey
problem.
Kyle,
No
hey, I
problem.
got so much love for you, loved one, right? And
Yeah,
I
likewise,
would
bro.
just
Likewise.
love to build with you. I love that you are actually searching this out. I get cussed out and attacked by different brothers in private because I understand your perspective. I just know how to take our perspective and spit it the way that you would spit yours. You feel what I'm saying? So just understand, like, bro, um, we're growing and we're moving beyond some of this Christian dogmatism that has been forced into our community,
Yeah.
right? And so I understand the goal to erase this Western Christian perspective from our people from an intelligent perspective, right? From a scholastic perspective. And me, the brothers that believe, and all the brothers that I build with, that's what we're working on. So I just want you to know, like, let's build, let's grow, let's see what we can agree on and agree to disagree on, and we
Yeah.
move from there,
And
right?
you know what? And it's gonna be a lot of things that we're gonna agree on, but it's gonna be some things that we don't agree on. And you know
Right.
what? As a
Right.
brother, that's okay. You know
That's
what I'm saying?
okay. Exactly.
It's
100%. 100%. And let
And
me say this to Domo, because I seen Domo say something. No, I am not a Christian. I Christians, my Christian family,
No,
even though
you're
I
not
love
about to
them.
do it. You're not
Hold
about to
on,
do
let me
it.
say it. Let me say it. Let me say it. My Christian family rejects me as much as I love them. And you talking about I got 6 pastors in my family, and I was supposed to be the 7th.
Only 6?
I'm talking. Hold on, I'm talking about in the last. I'm talking about in the last 20 years. Hold your
Yeah, I'm
horses,
talking about
Poppy, right?
today. I got
Right.
over
So,
100.
all right, congratulations. It's not
Yeah,
a. It's
go
not.
ahead,
It's not a
bro.
competition. Congratulations,
Yeah.
right? I was supposed to be the 7th, right? But when and I rejected that space. So nah, I ain't no like. And as much as I would love to make the argument or whatever, even Christians reject me, and this is mainly because I'm not finna argue about the mythos. Now, if you want to call me a Christian because I believe in the existence of Yeshua, what I call Yeshua Bar or Yeshua Ben Yosef, then okay, I'll hold that. I'll hold that.
Yeah,
But
nigga, that's what make you a Christian. But look though, I want
nah,
to ask you something else though. You
go
know I
ahead.
ain't tripping off that nigga. I was fucking
No,
with
we
you.
good. Yeah, we good. We
I
good.
want
Who
to
is
ask
the
you.
political plug? Introduce yourself.
That's Damo.
Okay.
Now
I know
yeah,
you. You come in here out incognito and all that kind of stuff. I know you do that.
yeah. That's my that's my other handle on my
Using the
other social
mongoose.
media.
Using the
Yeah.
mongoose to perpetrate a fraud. Okay.
But yo, so real quick, and if anybody else is listening, y'all could partake in this as well. But I do want to direct this to A9, and you brought up the things like Dr. Bowman, the dude who had the conversation with Jabari, and I wanted to ask you about that the characterization of like biblical Jesus and historical Jesus. When Bart Ehrman is talking about a historical Jesus, do you believe that he's talking about the same Jesus that they're talking about in the Bible, like from his perspective?
Yeah, even though no Jesus ever existed until after the 1700s. Yeah, as far as his understanding is concerned, he's talking about the same guy that they refers to, that the King James Version 1611 refers to as Jesus.
But he atheist though, right?
Who he is now. He didn't start as being atheist.
But
after he got his doctorate, he conformed, but he was a Christian minister until that time. Yes.
Right, but in terms of
what he's saying, Domo, is that there was a historical character that got assigned these supernatural attributes,
right?
But that person didn't necessarily do those things in real life. But
right, no. That's it. Like that. That's what I'm like. That's what I was at. Because that's what I understand Bart Ehrman to be saying. Like when they talk about the scholarly consensus, how it's like what 8. There are like 8 things that can be verified historically that Jesus did, and
that's what I wanted to live in. That's the space I wanted to live in. Let me knock that out real quick. Let me knock this out. So
go ahead.
So some of
It's
these
another
brothers,
part to it though. It's another part, but go ahead.
yeah, I'm gonna knock out the first part. So some of these brothers don't have a seminary school background, right? There's a reason that the Baptist church causes seminary school cemetery school, because once you get there, we ignore the conversation of the mythos, not because we say it didn't happen, right? I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not Jesus walked on water. If you want to ask me what do I think, I'm gonna say I don't know. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If you tell me that my faith is dependent upon that, I'm gonna say we believe in different things, right? But what I can prove is there was a person at this time period with this name that was destroying the Roman Catholic or the Roman Catholicism or just the Roman regime hold on the Semitic culture that was in Jerusalem in the first century, right? So the conversation becomes historical Jesus versus the mythological Jesus. And the question is this, and this is the argument or this is the debate I wish we would have. Does me believing in the historical reference of Yeshua remove or negate my belief in the biblical character, as if the biblical character only does the mythological things? That's the problem. Now, if the biblical character was only based on the mythological walking on water, turning the loaves of fishes into turning the one fish into multiple fish and multiplying the loaf, right, multiplying, doing all of these things that we see of the mythical character, if my belief in him was based on that, then you got an argument. But we can make an argument. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
But we can make a solid argument of the person of Yeshua ben Yosef or Yahshua Bar Yosef, right? This same person comes in and he is a direct oppositional force to the Roman establishment as well as the Jerusalem establishment. Now, but here's the last question, and here's where I do, and y'all can get mad, I don't care, let's go to work. Here's where I do agree with Jabari. We need to go and reclaim this from our perspective, right? Because until then, you have to contend with the Hellenization of your messianic figure. You have to contend with the person that comes and Greeks have made this person this. I can argue with you that Mark doesn't make these arguments, right? And then if we want to be honest and say that the rest of these synoptic gospels follow the presentation of Mark, then where do you get the rest of the nonsense? I could make that argument. I'm not doing that right now because I ain't trying to mess up y'all faith. But I'm just saying we can make a serious argument even with the Codex Sinaiticus, which removes the conversation of the virgin birth. Not trying to have this argument. I'm not trying to have this argument. I don't. Hold on before y'all go crazy. Hold on before y'all go crazy.
And you still got to deal with Shimon Bar Kokhba too, bro. When you dealing with the
Bar Kokhba is after him though.
I know that. That's my whole point. Because the Jews that was in that land definitely declared him to be their Messiah, and he fulfilled.
But they did, okay. And Yeshua comes and says that we'll have multiple Messiahs. The Tanakh says. Hold on. Before we finish, hold on. Let me get this out. Hold on.
Many Messiahs must
come. We have many Messiahs. Yeshua had a specific purpose, and what we have allowed to happen is the Greeks have taken his purpose and turned it into something else. All right, go ahead.
So, hold on. No. I'm not done. I'm not done.
I can't do this for you. You gotta give me some consideration.
Hold tight.
Hold on, I'm done. I'm not done. Now,
told y'all about letting me on here.
Because all of that's cool, right? But see, you know me though. So I'm focused more on the argument itself. You know what I mean? In terms of how it's validated. Right, because I would argue that using people like Bart Ehrman as a way to argue for the validity of Jesus is actually counterproductive, because he makes the distinction between the historical Jesus and the biblical Jesus. Right. So when we talking,
forget about Bart Ehrman.
But the reason I'm talking about Bart Ehrman specifically because when we go back to the conversation with with Dr. Bowman, I think his name was
Dr. Bowman. Carl Bowman.
Judge him too.
Bachman or Bowman, whatever his name is.
Yeah, something like that.
I've heard people say Bachman, but I don't know if it was Bachman or Bowman, so I don't know.
When Chris when Chris had pointed out,
he was stand in judgment too.
And Yara had a good point. Go ahead, bring it out.
He
Yara
did,
had a good point. Yara had a valid point.
Go ahead.
Because when Chris had pointed out, when he was calling into question his ethics in terms of how he was utilizing what Bart Ehrman was saying.
Hey, y'all, please let me address this when Domo is finished, because he's making a great point. Please go ahead.
And again to everybody on the panel, I'm making the argument to make the argument. I like believe, but people believe what y'all want to believe. Like I you know what I'm saying? Like for scholarly sake, we position in the argument, because like I've heard people try to explain it, but it's been explained terribly. So,
and I agree, and that's why I can't, and that's why you was like, A9 can't stay away. I just can't keep watching this, bro. And you know my pedigree. I come from a biblical pedigree, like you come from a scholastic pedigree, and so for me, it's like I can't deal with it no more. So go ahead, get it out. I'm sorry.
And so when you have a person who doesn't believe in the validity of the scripture, but believes in the historical figure, based on, because I think the people that like the part that get left out is that the belief in that historical figure is based on the ways in which we've confirmed other historical figures.
Right.
Like people that we don't doubt the validity of, we have just as much information about them that we have about Jesus. So to say that Jesus doesn't exist and these other people we assume exist would be fallacious. But when the doctor is using an atheist who doesn't believe that the scripture is valid, in terms of its spiritual basis, to then say that Jesus does exist, isn't one playing games with the source, knowing that the source that you're using doesn't use the historical validation to validate the scripture.
Yeah, let me respond. So while I love this question, I'm not finna sit here and cape for that white man. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go ahead and get this out the way first, right? Yeah. So my issue with what Boffman did was,
how would you respond to it?
Yeah, this is my response.
Would you have used Bart Ehrman?
I don't use Bart Ehrman in that respect. Me personally, I don't use Bart Ehrman, right? If anything, I go to the Codex Sinaiticus. I use textual criticism. So, for instance, right, my argument is that the original version of Mark doesn't have the things that Mark has in it. And then from that perspective, we say that all the rest of these gospels more than likely copy from Mark. Right. So that's the first conversation, right? Of the rest of these gospels, if they copy from Mark, then whatever is added to them, because we do know that Christians added to ancient texts. We know this for a fact, right?
And
so whatever that
example of what something that's added though, bro, if you don't mind.
Okay, let's go to Josephus' writings, right? But I'll just deal with all the esoterics. I'll make this simple. The esoterics, the virgin birth, the ascending in the cloud, all of those things are things that have been added, right? All of the things that we contribute or say would be miracles. Now, I'm not telling you not to believe in the miracles. Please don't go crazy, right? You want to hold to the argument of the miracles, yes, but when you are in a scholastic argument about proving the actual personage of Yeshua or Yahushua or Jesus, you do not use the miracles. You do not even use an atheist argument to answer this. You use the textual criticism to prove this, and the reason that this is important is because we know that there are many different writings that exist in this time period. The only argument that you have is the textual criticism, and then you go from there to the Jewish writings that say that they martyred a man because he did magic. That's the best that we got, right? He riled up the people and he did magic. That doesn't mean that the man died and rose from death. Now, once again, I'm not telling you not to believe in that. Don't go crazy on me. I'll beat you up on it. That's why I'm telling you don't go crazy on it, right? But to answer Domo's question, my perspective is I argue from a position of textual criticism. And this may sound racist or whatever, but I'm not giving Bart Ehrman, Carl Bowman, or any of these people no credit, because like how you had certain debates, I beat these people up in college, right? I beat people up in college to where my professor said, please just do the paper, give me your biblical worldview, and don't participate in the discussions because you're riling up the classes. This is what I did, right? I'm on record of doing this. So my argument is I don't argue from Bart Ehrman's position. While it may be a credible position, I'm not knocking him. I'm saying we use textual criticism rather than use the existence of all of the other things that he used. Go ahead.
And so the last thing I say, and I'll pass it on, is that's why we got to be careful when we try to kind of like glamorize and deify PhDs and like specifically how we understand what's known in philosophy as ivory tower institutions, because that's to bring that type of argument into this space. You have organic intellectuals that have engaged in this information that can identify when you fallaciously using the source.
And we talking about doing it for years. I agree. Right.
Yeah. You know what? Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Hold on, Shock Life. Let me say this, y'all. For honesty and for real, there's things that we learn in seminar. The average person does not get a chance to learn.
Yes, sir.
So let me say this here. Who has a bachelor's degree in teaching theology and who is a student of theology, who just signed up in the Mighty Hebrew course, university, just signed up, okay, because he offered it to me. And I'm going to take advantage of it because I'm that way as far as scholarship is concerned. I believe in it. I read in my text. This is the King James Version Bible that was translated in 1976. It is the Old Testament, New Testament, King James Version, Thomas Nelson Version. Listen what it says. And people don't read this in the prefix, in the beginning of the Bible. They don't read it. They don't. It says, the Bible contains the text of the King James Version, originally published in 1611. The characteristics of this version, it is use of italics. Why are they using italics?
Please teach them what italics mean in the New Testament real quick, Apostle, please.
They are using to indicate words supplied by the elder.
They've been added. They've been added by the
editor.
Right, by the editor.
Hold up, man. Y'all giving them too much meat at once.
Hold tight.
There's too much meat, Apostle.
I know what I'm
giving. And Black Jedi, y'all got to slow it down.
No, JJ.
I ain't ready for this type of information, man.
I ain't never got a chance to really go in, and I'm just happy that Domo asked these questions. I'm happy that I'm happy that Kyle is here. I'm happy that Domo asked these questions.
That's my young eye. Domo in the building.
This is the Holy Spirit. Don't deny him.
I would just love to stand in the pocket and answer all of these questions.
That's right.
Niggas know
See,
I ain't finna
people
run.
don't know. They just read the Bible and they see things and they think it's part of the Bible. They don't know it's added into the Bible. They don't know the difference of what is added to the Bible and what is Bible.
Right. And this is what I was telling Sister Karima and behind the scenes, but Apostle, real quick, how that topic that Sister Queen Natalia took, everything is true and exact in the Bible. I said, don't
she don't know what she's talking about.
No, but you can't. Titles is everything when you get in front of the people.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Titles is
JJ.
everything.
Now let me add to this, and then I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna add to this, and I'm gonna give it right back to you. I'm gonna give it right back to you.
Get the tie played out.
I'm gonna add to it. I'm gonna give it right back to you, JJ. Yes. So in boxing, they say fighters. In boxing, they say fighters make fights. In debates, titles make fights.
Damn right.
100%.
Somebody can be way smarter than you or more educated than you in a debate.
Right. JJ
but it's the title of the debate that determines the outcome. I just want to. I gave y'all a jewel. I hope 10 years from now, y'all take that into consideration.
JJ
maybe sooner than that, though. Maybe like tomorrow. Maybe like
Come on,
in 30
Domo.
seconds.
Come on,
Y'all
Domo.
take
Hey, Domo.
consideration when
Domo got something.
JJ 7000 just dropped on y'all.
Domo got something he trying to
Titles.
get out. Domo
Hold
got
on.
something he trying to
Hold
get
on,
out.
y'all, because Apostle got something I'm trying to get out.
Go ahead, Zaquan.
JJ taught me a well-organized lie is stronger than a disorganized.
No. I got that
That's
from Unc
bull
West.
head,
That's Unc
man.
West. I didn't
That's
teach you
what
that.
y'all said.
Well, hold
That's Unc
tight,
West.
brother.
No, I
didn't
taught you that.
hear
No,
from Unc West.
Apostle, you got to be quiet because you just said this. Just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. No, I taught you that our opponents are saying that a
Right.
well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth
Okay.
every time.
Right.
Ooh,
Ooh,
wee.
wee.
See,
So
I
let
told
me
you.
tell
You
you.
stupid.
Unc
Let
West
me
crazy.
tell you. I wish my brother Kazawan was
When
here.
I heard, I said, "What the hell's going on?"
I wish my brother
I said, "What is
Kazawan.
this?" I said,
Wish
Hey,
my
"What
hey,
the
brother
hell's going on?
Kazawan
This is
let
what
was
me.
we
here.
doing."
Hey, hold on.
Listen.
Everybody relax.
I
Everybody
definitely
relax.
gotta
Everybody
have my
relax.
truth together.
Hey,
You
y'all
hear
relax.
me?
Relax.
You gotta
Relax.
have your truth together because
Elder
a well
Apostle.
organized, and he right about that. But he
Elder
didn't come up with that.
Apostle.
That's an old saying.
Elder Apostle.
I yield.
Elder Apostle.
Wait.
Elder Apostle. I consider my brother Klazawan, or what we call volume. That's my elder. Now I ain't gonna say I know everything he teach, but maybe I can bring clarity to thought of what you wanted him to say. If I don't know it, I'll say I don't know. What did you want him here for? And then we'll turn it over to Domo.
I wish he was here because he would clarify everything as far as scripture. Because see, scripture is true and accurate. Scripture can never be flawed. What God gave is accurate. It's what happened after that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where our problem lies.
Can I add to that for you?
Yes, sir, you can.
So my elder Kazawan, and I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this because he's so humble. In my opinion, it's one of the best teachers that we have in this community, right? I'll just say this, but he's such a humble brother. He doesn't try to boast and all of this, and this is the brother volume of the book for those that don't know, right? And then please do not go and buy.
Thank you for my introduction.
Hey yo, who was that?
It's been a long time coming.
Is
Real
that JJ?
soon,
Shut
it's
up,
gonna be
JJ.
okay. Telephone.
Stop.
Buying the book. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna have a sing off. I think you was lip singing.
And you will lose.
All right, hit it then right now. One time. One time.
And you will
I'm
lose.
putting you in the spot, bro.
And
This
you will
brother's a
lose.
singer.
Book was not lip
Hey,
singing.
No,
volume of the book
volume
will
of the book.
come and
I
embarrass
just
you
called
right
you out,
now.
bro.
Any more than I'm
Hold on,
not
Apostle,
playing.
please. Let him have his moment.
Hey, look, volume of
Hit
the
the
book.
note, bro. I'm taking over your
I can't
catalog.
hit it. I ain't no singer. I'm a rapper, right? I ain't no singer. So
No,
volume
I'm talking
got
about
all of
volume
that.
of the book. Is he on here
He
right
ain't
now?
here. No, he ain't here.
Oh, okay.
Leave
I
him
just
alone.
called him. I just talked to him. I thought he was on the panel. My fault.
Leave
Go
him
ahead.
alone.
Yeah,
So,
I ain't seeing in a minute. He need to come through.
No, I
no,
just talked to him. I called most of y'all to the panel, man. That's what I
he
do.
been an amazing elder doing what he need to do. But this, come on, Apostle. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey, look, but this
Sisters,
the
man.
point. Hey, this the point that I'm gonna make. And Volume will say this, and other elders will say this. It is time for us to really reclaim this perspective or reclaim our heritage for ourselves, right? There are some things that we agree with, some things that we disagree with, and the things that we agree to say, like, okay, I see where you've arrived at that. We hold on to it, but we say, here's the different perspectives. There's nothing wrong with all of us having different perspectives about the esoteric understandings. Or, so for instance, what does the return of Messiah look like? Right? There's different understandings of that. There's no reason for us to argue about that. Right? What we do need to understand is what it means to keep Torah. Right? So when we get into this understanding, the whole goal now is to change our character, change our belief system, change our way of interacting, and reclaim our belief systems to what we had before it was Hellenized, before it was Romancized or romanticized and made a mockery of. That's what it comes down to.
Deuteronomy 1-3, keep Torah to the best of your ability.
All
Go
right. And
ahead,
with that
Domo.
being said, keeping Torah means being kind and gentle to your guests. We have a new guy. This is probably the second or third time I think I've seen him around. Shock Life Culture. Oh, you did you get to speak? Go ahead, brother. I look out for everybody to
Domo
come on
had
the panel.
something. Hold on, before we get there, Domo had one more thing to bring out. Did he leave? Did Domo leave?
I don't see no Domo being. Domo ain't
I
on
guess
here.
he left.
Yeah, he
I guess
left. He left.
Split out.
Well, Kyle has something else too. Did you want to bring anything else, Kyle?
Shockfire been waiting for a second.
I just want
So
to.
y'all just gonna do Shaka like that. This is a new
No, he gonna
Shaka.
come. Bro, we
He
was
gonna
already.
shock your
We
life
trying.
and y'all scared.
Stop it! We
Hey,
was
Shaka
trying to
Life, I'm
finish
gonna
off.
promote you, man.
JJ,
Hey, come
stop
up
it,
under the
man.
management of JJ
JJ, stop it.
7000
I'm gonna
Enterprises
take care of
Debate League.
Shaka.
Hey, Shock Life.
Take
Hey,
care of
brother.
Shaka.
Hey, brother Shock Life. I got a lot of respect for you, brother. Can you please let us finish off this last piece of conversation and then
All
we
right,
got
go
it?
ahead, man. Y'all a little long with it. Then Apostle
no
gonna jump
problem. I can
in,
wait.
and
You know
then
what I'm saying?
it's gonna be another 45 minutes before Daquan and Shock Life get to speak. Go ahead.
Hey, you know why Cass is long-winded and you need to get happy with it? You got real scholars on here now. We got a lot to say. Relax.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead,
yeah,
Kyle.
I'm good with that. Just let me be quiet then. Shock Life will sit back.
All right. So my question is just simple, right? I just want to know is biblical scripture considered as historical? If so, when that means that that biblical Jesus and historical Jesus will be one and the same in the context or so. That's all I wanted to ask.
Amazing question. Can I answer it?
That's
y'all?
right. That's a good question,
Did anyone
man.
else?
You
Did anyone
can
else want
ask
to
more
answer?
than that too, family. Since you new on the panel, we like to know what
Anonymous,
everybody thinks.
I
Go ahead.
will yield to Anonymous right now.
I
All right, there you
appreciate you,
go.
Elder. So what we're taught in the scriptures to study to show thyself approved. That doesn't just mean only study the scripture. So what happens is if you study scripture and then study historical understanding, then that's how you come to a proper understanding. So when you say scripture or biblical Jesus, when we talk about walking on water, the miracles of healing people, all of these things, we can't prove. There's no way for me to go back and prove those. Even if people said, if we had eyewitness accounts of people saying, I'm the person that he healed, I'm the person that ate some of the fish
It
that
just ain't enough.
it's not enough, right? So we can't argue that. What we can argue though is the existence of this person and that he walked the earth and that they crucified him because they thought that he was a rebel rouser. That's the extent of the argument.
So he'll be
So if
considered as historical.
yes, we can't. There are several people outside of Bart Ehrman. There are several scholars and several people that will consider him to be a historical person. But
Amen.
what we see happening, I want to make this clear. What we see happening on like SciNet and other panels is, are you saying that he's historical based upon the mythos? Y'all got to understand the small idiosyncrasies that are being asked. Are you saying that he exists based upon him rising from the dead? Are you saying he existed based upon turning all of these fish into multiple fish? All of that thing. That's not what you argue.
Okay,
You
if he was
argue. Go ahead, brother.
And that's a
if he
beautiful
was a
point,
if if he
Hebrew.
was a man that if he was a man that walked, that shouldn't be a debate. If he had existed and he did things, it should be declared as historical. What if he walked on water or fly or flew in the air? As far as in that go, it's just that people make separations between the biblical aspect and the historical aspect when they should be one and the same. That was just my take on it.
And I would say this. I'll say this and I'm gonna set up. I'll say this, I'm gonna set up. You can't make them one and the same. So for instance, if I'm arguing the Exodus, I can't argue about people throwing their rods on the ground and turning them into serpents. I can't. I just can't do that, right? But I can argue a lot of the other intangible or the other tangible actual aspects of the Exodus. So when it comes to that, you got to deal with somebody who's going to be scholastically honest. Are we going to say that Hatshepsut didn't exist because she said that she was born of one of the ancient Nasuts that was dead?
Right.
No,
Right.
we don't do that, right?
Okay,
So,
one more
so
thing.
that's what I'm saying.
So, okay, one more thing. I'm gonna get out of here. Well, I would say to that. Well, I would reference, people that's in the spiritual voodoo faith. When I heard stories where people turn into animals. When I heard stories
Right.
of mermaids and things of that. So, if that exists in that spiritual world, in the ancient Kemetic world, so I would think that would also exist in Jesus walking on water. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to compare the two, but if they believe that what they exist, they magic exists, then we can't, put it past the magic that also exists in the Bible. So if they stories is considered as historical on the wall and how they have powers on the wall and stuff, then I think it's safe to say that, you know, Jesus did what he did and rose from the grave, and you know, and that could be historical too if you want to make it into the mythos aspect. That's all I wanted to say.
Can I say something real quick?
The main difference is that we accept the African the ATRs as historical fiction. It's a way to tell a historical tale by adding fiction into it to embellish these stories, to make these things a little bit more grandized. And like when we look at Jesus, we say no, everything that this book says is absolutely true. But then we would dismiss that when we go to voodoo or we go to Yesheshe, or you go to, you know what I'm saying, Fa or Afa, you know what I'm saying? Like we say, hey, that's fake. But when we deal with this Bible, everything had to happen, including the donkey talking. Like,
can I please add to what he's saying? Because he's making an excellent point.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
yeah, man.
I'm gonna be quick, JJ. I promise, bro.
No. I'm gonna jump in, but you already got it. I'm gonna say, yeah, man. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. This your show. You got it, bro.
This ain't my show. This is our show.
Yeah, but you the man, bro. So if you want to say something,
you the myth, the legend. All of us.
You stupid.
See, man, I'm for real, man. I stick and move. I say a little bit. I go. I go in the crowd. I hang out in the crowd. I go out and share the video. That's what I do.
Here's my quick point. Then here's my quick point.
Go ahead, man.
Right.
Get it in.
So over the last few years, I've been blessed to have, I mean, a lot of debates. Right. I've been blessed to have.
But I appreciate that, family.
And so I want to speak to what Kyle said though, and then tie it into what the brother just asked. I've been blessed to have probably over 50 debates over the last 3 years, right? And we talking about on record, right? With clock on the clock, you know, we watching you, judges, the whole deal, right? Off and on, like, you know, and some of those we count, but if we look at my record, I'm 23-2, right? Not saying, oh, I'm the best, I'm this. I just know how to get busy. And so what I'm telling you is, Kyle made an excellent point. When we come into the point where we got to argue about what we're saying, we have certain things that are measurable that we agree upon, and then other things that we can argue about. If we're going to tell other sources that you are false because you're holding on to your mythos, the same thing happens to us. So we have to learn to say, we draw the line here. We draw the line at the historicity, and then the mythos is the mythos. That doesn't mean that we negate or our belief in the mythos. That just means as it pertains to a scholastic argument, I'm not arguing it from that perspective. And so what y'all have to do is learn what JJ said. Debate titles make debates. If you're going to argue about the historical Jesus, the argument is, did the historical Jesus or Yeshua or Yahweh exist? Not the mythos. And then we don't have to argue that for the rest of the night. If you're going to argue about the mythos, you got to go find statements, proof, and people that agree with the mythos. There is nothing wrong with believing in the mythos, especially for our individual ideologic perspective. But when it comes time to have a debate, oh brother, we got to pull up with bullets, not blanks.
Yeah,
and that's what I come down to.
I was just making that statement because I'm like, you know, they got a whole spiritual faith that dedicated to the mythos that's talked about. You know, that we see people turn into animals and sticks turn into snakes and stuff like that. Like they have a whole spiritual system that's based upon that.
Open the knowledge, jump in whenever you can, brother. We got another brother on the panel. I didn't mean to just jump in, brother. This is how we do.
It was just a statement to kind of like validate the stories in the mythos.
And that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. But you know what we don't see, brother? We don't see those people in debates. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The people that believe in those things, they're not debating it. They just living out their culture. If you want to enter into the scholastic realm of debate, you got to debate at that level. Otherwise, just say, I'm happy to live out what I believe in and F y'all.
Hey, let me tell you something that's deep, anonymous. One more thing, bro. You don't mind, bro. Let me say one thing.
I think Kyle was trying to get in, y'all.
Yeah, I wanted to say just one thing that I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna listen to the rest of this conversation.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna bow out. See, hold on. Let me say something.
I'm with him because I feel like we've been talking too much.
Boy,
I feel like we've been talking too much. I agree with him. I feel like we've been talking too much.
Let me just say one thing. See, y'all see what I'm doing? Let me just say one thing, or Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go. That's a tactic, but it's cool. Everybody do it. Come on, y'all. Let's do it. Let's do it. I study. Let's go, y'all.
JJ,
But that's how you get in, y'all. Any new up and coming debaters? I'm just giving tips to the new and up and coming debaters. I'm just telling y'all how these
All right,
old
so
timers do it.
I got my hand
Go
raised.
ahead. Go ahead.
I got my hand raised.
That trick worked on me 2 years
I
ago.
done
Now
used
I know
all of
what's
these
going on.
You know, I'm laughing because I've used all of these tactics, so I can't be mad at it. You know?
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You know,
Hey man,
see,
how you live,
we all
man.
do it. See, anonymous, we all do it, man.
I used all of these
because
tactics,
look, watch
bro.
this, y'all.
I got my
It's
hand
funny as
raised.
hell, man. I love y'all.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Then
I got my hand raised.
They gotta go, but then they've been on. They've been on it for 30 minutes.
Because watch this.
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say this because I done seen like y'all debate people that practice like commit and stuff like that, and I'm like, they practice those things that I'm discussing. So it's just like, it's kind of like, weird how
you done made me have to stay for another 5 minutes.
That was my point though. I'm trying to add to you.
No,
right. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I was trying.
Please,
That's what I'm
y'all,
trying to
let
understand.
him finish. Let him finish.
So that's why I was trying to understand, the whole if these are the people that y'all debating, but they practice is based on that specific aspect of their practice, the mythos and the magic and the whole. This is what they is into. So for them to dismiss, Moses splitting the sea and the stick in the water and the magic and stuff like that, it's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like far fetched.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, yo, you shot the line been quiet for so long.
I've been
when
trying
he
to get in,
finishes,
but y'all
Yashar.
niggas keep talking.
Go ahead, Yashar. I'm sorry,
Hold on.
bro.
When
Go
Yashar,
ahead, bro.
when this brother finishes, Yashar get in. I thought you was asleep, family.
Why it's on topic, man.
But hold up, everybody, please. That brother that was speaking,
I'm gonna remember
Yashar jumped
Kyle.
in, but he wasn't done yet. Listen, please. That brother that was speaking, let him finish his thought, and then Yashar, he raised his hand and said, "Let me just go next." But that don't mean everybody else interrupt his bill. The one that was speaking first. Go ahead, finish, and then Yashar next.
Look, that was it, y'all. I'm done. I just wanted to make that statement. I was done. I'm a fan.
Oh, this Judah. I know who this is. Hold up. This Judah Buddha Muhammad, right? This Judah Buddha Muhammad.
Black
You just got a
Jesus
different
Buddha.
page.
No.
Oh, okay. They sounded like okay, cool. All right. So ask the question again. I messed it up. I interfered. Go ahead.
You talking
Hey,
about me?
Go ahead, Zion. Or whoever was next.
Nah,
Oh,
yeah, I just wanted to
the
shout out my
brother just with the
fellow
big
man.
O. He just asked the question, and I interrupted. So can
Yeah.
y'all please address what he said, please? Ask again, family. That's my fault.
Who, me? You talking about me?
Somebody just came in. They got to mute their
Yasin,
mic.
it was Yashar the Lion. Yashar the Lion is next.
No,
Okay,
I'm
but
next,
somebody got
I know the brother was trying to say something. I'm just waiting.
right. He just okay. Listen, somebody just came in. I hear their TV. Can they mute their mic? I think the brother
That's
just or whatever.
Darvis. That's Darvis. Come on,
Yeah.
Yashar
Okay,
the
brother
Lion.
Darvin, just mute your mic, family. Okay, there we go.
No, I was
All
just
right.
going to chop it up with the brother Shock, like just to ask. My thing is, as
But
long
yeah,
as
hold on, hold on. But let the brother just finish. Then you come in after him.
He
The
finished.
one
Shock
that just
Life was
asked the
living.
question.
Shock Life was finished. It's on Yashar.
Open to knowledge. Oh, okay. All right. I'm leaving alone. I thought open to knowledge speaker. I just want to make sure everybody gets fair shake. Okay, go ahead.
You know, it's on Yashar.
you're open or not, you have something to say, Ark?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
he left.
yeah. I want to say peace to the family. Peace, everybody on the family. I want to say
Hey, Karima, can you get the camera on the brother? This is his first time on the panel. Go ahead. There we go. Speak on the family. I'm glad you finally. I think I seen you yesterday on QButter panel. Go ahead, family. It's on you, family. Open the knowledge.
yeah, I'm waiting for the echo to stop.
It's on you, family. Open the knowledge.
I'm waiting for the echo to stop.
Are you watching it on your on the computer? You might
Turn off your YouTube. Turn off your YouTube.
Turn off your
brother.
YouTube.
Yeah, you
and
gotta
then
turn off your sound.
Yeah.
Bet.
There you go. All right, brother. Let's go.
Damn, that was me all that time.
It's good, brother. We all done did it before.
Yeah. It was you.
Hey, JJ, I've been watching you for a long time. Hold up. First, let me say peace to La Jefa. Peace to the queen.
Electromagnetism.
Yeah, got to say
Queen
peace
of the day.
Thank you, King.
JJ, I've been watching you for a while, man, on Sinetta and all that, man. I seen you a couple of times. I always be on that. I actually met my cousin Zion on Sinetta. When he told me his last name, I was like,
I remember that episode.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, we know you. That's what's up.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm
Beach Boy
just
in the
here. I'm just here and I'm just listening, man. That's my name. I'm open to knowledge, man.
Open the knowledge. That's a powerful name, bro. Because it means you're humble. Right?
And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I grew up in Christianity first, AME. I was born into that, being in the South. And then when I moved to Chicago, I came up in Catholicism. And then when I came back to the South, I got back into AME. And now I'm just like reading the Bible for what it is. Now I'm getting outside of religion and trying to read the Bible for what it is. So that's why I say I'm open to knowledge.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with AME, brother.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Open to knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. This is a question that I have for all the panel participants. Is have y'all
don't get to ask them more questions? No, I'm just playing. Go ahead,
This guy's crazy.
and listen, okay, now everybody if he gonna do a whole around the clock type of situation, Criminal, can you give everybody 30 seconds? These guys long winded.
Hey, JJ, that's my cousin Darvis also at the bottom. Like I told y'all, man, I'm bringing it to the South. We in South Carolina. And I'm
for the record,
South,
I'm
man.
in South
Let him
Carolina.
finish it.
I'm in Bluffton, South Carolina. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's right. The elder down there, but elder, let him tell.
Hey, Kyle, say what you was trying to say before, Kyle, so I can know that and then ask your question.
Yeah. So what I was
trying man, y'all just do the whole
I'm
vibe.
not trying to. Bro, we're gonna be here for 2 hours, man.
Wait, hold on. The brother is bringing somebody with him, and he's actually introducing him. So let him finish, let him finish and drop the mic, and then because he just introduced your brother that he just brought, so that's important for people to be bringing people over here. So y'all acknowledge that.
Right.
Yeah, that's all I was saying for a minute. We can get it back in. You know. Go ahead. Open the knowledge, and I welcome you and your family. You know, and Kareem, get one of them a wrench. That way, we all stay connected. Y'all can all share your platforms or information, your sources. The people who have wrenches, that's what it's for. Share your sources. It's not to troll people or because you don't like them and their information. We ain't doing that. The wrenches is for, all of us be judges of ourselves, right? In this chat. Yes. Right? Because everybody in this chat are not Israelites. They got a wrench. Everybody from all walks of life got a wrench. But the wrench is for y'all when we doing these conversations. Oh, let me share a source that goes with this, or for the person on the panel when he or she's doing her presentation, they share their source so the whole chat can see it and look it up, or share something and go, hey, well, I found something different. That's what we're here to learn. It's not no one-sided coin over here. Are you? So yeah, the brother that go ahead, brother, the one that open the knowledge. Okay, go ahead, Apostle.
No, I said go ahead, knowledge.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'm sorry. I thought. Okay, go ahead.
Seriously,
I'm so. See, all of us got PTDS over here. You think you're getting challenged in debate, or it's right. It's rough back here sometimes. So go ahead. I thought Apostle was just the Apostle. You was on something the other night. You more like the elder tonight. The Apostle I know.
It's all good, man. I got respect, man. I was raised by all women. You feel me? So, but yeah, like I said, man, that's my cousin Darvis. Zion, we found out we was cousins the other day. So I'm here to support everything, man. Even though I don't believe in what y'all believe in, or I used to believe in what y'all believe in, I'm still here to get the knowledge that y'all willing to hand out. And I'm grateful that y'all willing to have me on, and y'all don't block me in the chat when I'm throwing stuff out there in the chat, like asking questions. because I'm asking questions for a reason.
Facts.
The dumbest questions is a question that is not asked. So
yeah, you said that earlier. You said that earlier, didn't you? Or somebody else said that. Yeah, that's it, man. You need to coin that one. The dumbest question. Yeah, me and you was talking. You said the dumbest question is the one that's not asked. That's a good one.
Right.
Go ahead, family.
Right. So you know what I mean. I'm trying to get more people to subscribe to your channel out here, man. Me and my cousin Darvis out here, man. He's an Israelite. And by the way, he's an Israelite, and I'm not. So that lets you know that we both have different opinions, but at the end of the day, man, we trying to put our opinions together to see what we can forward ourselves. I don't care how you feel about any of that. If you don't help me get this concrete slab pulled for this basketball court, that this park that I'm getting built, then I don't care nothing about that. But now if we just want to hang out and discuss this and that right there, I don't got no problem with that too. But at the end of the day, it's about moving forward, man. So I respect y'all.
Yeah.
Peace to all y'all.
I'm sorry, man. Sometimes I got bad timing, sometimes I got good timing. So you continue, brother. I was gonna say what we could do, because QButter told me, hell, he stayed on here 23 goddamn hours before. He said you can stay on here 23 hours.
10 hours
we could do,
last night.
we can raise money. We could right. We could all of us come with different presentations, and we could raise money for see what we could raise for the for your basketball court. Then the next person got an idea. We do the same thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Like Rob Boy say,
do y'all got a problem with traveling down south? And say like if I give y'all a platform, say if I give y'all a apostle, I know you in Hilton Head though.
Yeah, I'm in Hilton Head from
Washington, I know. Apostle, that's a whole different side than where we at, brother.
Where you at,
brother? Over here by Charleston.
Charleston is an hour and 15 minutes away.
Yeah,
I'm going to Charleston Friday.
You know why you look you know why you look the way you look and we look the way we look, right?
Why I look the way I look?
Yeah. And we look the way we look, right?
No, you explain to me. Let me show
that lets you know that hour and 15 minutes is serious.
Is it? Let me show you something. Karima, share this with the young man.
All right, bet. I'm gonna mute up, Apostle.
All right, share this with the young man. No, I ain't got it yet. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Let me do this here. Let me back out of this share because I forgot. I got to do something first.
Hey, Apostle, he said you look way too much like Moses and not enough
he's telling me I look like a white man, but that's all right. I'm gonna show him that I'm no different than his family. I'm no different than his family. Hold on. Just let me do this here. I'm gonna have time, to share my screen.
All right, while you pulling it up, somebody else can say something until why you getting it together.
Tell me,
Sign, what the hell?
That's my dad. That's
Daniel. He looked like he could be connected.
He looked like
That's
possible.
my kinfolk.
Yes, sir. That's Clarence's son. Yep.
And y'all found out about this on Sunday TV, right?
Yeah, I just want to ask my question.
You've been asking questions for 30 hours, man.
All right. Y'all. I'm ready.
Daquan never got to go, did he?
I don't want to ask my question no more, man. They just want to keep talking.
Let us
Okay. Y'all see that?
Yeah, Darvis.
Somebody want to ask me a question, JJ?
Hey, y'all see that? You see that picture?
Right, all different shades, brother.
This is my baby brother. This is one of my older brothers. These three are my sisters.
He look dead on you.
All right, now you see that? That there is my mother. Them my three sisters. This is the brother that wasn't there at the time because we was at his funeral.
The apostle look like a linebacker.
All right. This is our family.
Right, come on, man.
And we know in our family, we got all colors, all versions.
Right. Okay? All your kids are not the same color, at least none of mine.
But we all look alike. Look at that.
It's okay, though.
Look at that. Look at this here.
Hey,
That woman
Apostle,
there,
my bloodline
her
helped stop
grandmother
you.
was a pure Cherokee woman. Her grandmother is registered as one of the five families of the indigenous people of America. Her grandmother.
Now, when you talking about South Carolina history, you talk about these 5 registered tribes. We got to understand there been way more tribes than that, my brother.
I'm only talking about the 5.
Whoa, hold on. Apostle, my apologies, please. I respect you to the fullest. I will mute out when you talk. I got real respect. But let's be for real. When you had the register underneath the 5 tribes, it was either you came down with that, or you became enslaved, or you became an outcast and you had to move away. The 5 tribes that registered, they got a compensation and all of that. But did you also know that those same 5 tribes had slaves? They were supposed to release those slaves, but they didn't.
Not all the 5.
Whoa. Hold on, Apostle.
No.
That's why I say you from Hilton Head. You from Hilton Head. That is the last spot. That is the last spot where all the African slaves, if you want to call them African American slaves that came from Africa or from Barbados or from wherever they came from, Hilton Head was the last. That's when Harriet was taking them and everybody else was taking them up north. So now, when you talk about
I spent all my life in Washington, D.C. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C.
Oh, well,
I moved here because of my wife's
family. I apologize, then. You don't even know South Carolina history, then.
Do I know South Carolina history?
Yeah, you had me kind of confused. I'm like, I thought Apostle was from Washington and B-Mode, because he always teased. Hey, tell that joke that you say, Apostle. Tell that joke that you say about if it wasn't for us, Baltimore wouldn't have something.
Baltimore. If it wasn't for Washington, D.C., Baltimore wouldn't have no water pressure.
And tell them why.
Because everything from Baltimore comes from Washington, D.C. Baltimore, Washington Airport, Baltimore, Washington Bullets. Everything comes from Washington. Baltimore is known, is put on the map because of Washington, D.C. Period.
So what we got to start doing as a people, we got to deal with each individually, and get to know that person, and don't assume because you're.
I'm from Southeast Washington. Half of you Negroes couldn't walk the streets that I walk the streets of.
Apostle, a big dude. Hey, y'all see that picture of Apostle?
To this day,
he towering over his family.
Could not walk the streets that I walk the streets of.
Bruh.
Ask Quanath. Quanath knows the neighborhood because Quanath grew up with my younger cousins. Elder Quanath grew up with my younger cousins. People like Eddie Jordan, those that made it out. I grew up between.
So Uncle West, hey Apostle, so Uncle West live over here in y'all area too, huh?
Uncle West is from Baltimore. My people would have went up in Baltimore and took all this shit, including their drug deals.
And what about the other brother, Tam? What's his name? He's from Baltimore too. Ching Ching. Yeah, Ching Ching. He got that Baltimore accent.
Ching Chang family is no shit. I know who he's talking about. He's no shit. He ain't playing the game. He ain't talking out of the side of his neck. I know his family.
Yeah, shout out to Ching Ching. But JJ, stop going over there, man.
But the wheels, in the wheels day, there would never been. What's that boy name from New York? What's his name from New York?
Who, Polite? Who?
No. The brother that came down to D.C. that just got killed up in New York.
I don't know, Apostle.
The brother that came down to D.C. and ran the drugs. That was part of
That could be anybody, apostle. You know what
That's what
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying, man. They ain't a problem.
Y'all
Over there
know
by the
the
river
brother.
tree.
He
You know how
just
the
got
old
shot
timers
on
do.
He just got shot on
Somebody got
Halloween
shot yesterday out here, man. We nobody know that.
in
Elder.
Baltimore.
Come on, man. God,
What the
that's a
nigga name in
guesstimate.
Baltimore that
I
got
don't know
shot?
the nigga. Come on,
But I'm
Apostle.
saying, if the Carlton Wills, if the Wells family that own Colorado Liquors was not out of the question, that nigga would have never survived in Washington, D.C. Montana Platters and all the rest that was there. They would have took care of that nigga a long time ago. That's all I got to say. And I
Hey,
ain't saying
QButter, jump back on. You and Domo.
I ain't saying no more.
brother,
But much
brother Doug.
knowledge, open to the knowledge, much respect to you. I moved my family out. My youngest son, who is 24, only kid to graduate straight from through school. The rest of them didn't do it. I wanted my kids to have a better education. I wanted my youngest son to have a better education than my oldest two.
Right. Ain't nothing wrong with hey, brother.
They
Open
kicked
to
me
knowledge.
out of school in the 7th grade in D.C. and denied me access.
I thought he was talking about Alpo, but he never did say he got out of jail. If he was said he got out of jail and got killed and they made a movie, then I would have said Alpo.
Yeah, Alpo was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, and that's respectable too, Apostle, that you want your kids to be in a better position that you in, and you know what I'm saying.
That's the reason why I made the move.
And
thanks, Kyle. Because I was gonna say that. Go ahead, Kyle.
Right.
I think that's the reason why we having this this debate in our community right now, because you got a lot of people who came from the worst of the worst positions, and they want their kids to be in better positions than they in, and they know that from historically looking at and just observing the world, that the STEM fields are the best fields for being and having access to those funds to create a better life for them. And like for me, I'm pushing STEM all day to my kids, all three of them.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
I got a son right now in USA and University of South Alabama. He's in school for microbiology. I got a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old about to be 5 in February, and they already own it, bro. You see what I'm saying? And because I want them to be able to operate in this society the same level as these little fucking white kids. And I don't mean to say what fucking white kids, but you know, these little white kids, you know what I'm saying? I want them to have the same ability to have upward mobility. You know what I'm saying? I want them to be able to see something, understand it, and understand how to conquer that thing, and understand how to make it work for their favor. And for me, just going back to the title of this entire conversation, I only see that happening by being observant and being aware of your environment, and that's through the observation and the practice of scientific literacy. And that's why I push that shit to my fullest. That's why I do it. That's why everybody I know do it. Bro, I grew up in Tuxedo Projects, bro, in Birmingham, Alabama. You can Google it, bro. It's not a good place. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good place. If you make it out there, man, you gotta be somebody special. And I got out because I played sports, but I didn't let my athleticism not shy me away from academia. And I think that we have to push our kids more toward mainstream academia, even if, like, let's say for instance, you don't even believe in it, but you know that's something that's going to benefit your kid's life. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And that's the question that I'm not hearing anybody answer. If you knew you had an opportunity to better your children's lives by giving them scientific literacy, why wouldn't you?
Okay, you got two brothers that just came. I wanted his cousin to introduce himself and then the brother Wisdom show.
Peace, peace, peace. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, peace, man. My name is Darvis. I'm from Carolina. I'm an Israelite. More. I might not be like a lot of Israelites. I'm an Aboriginal. So I don't subscribe to the out of Africa thing. So it is what it is. I mean, I'm glad to be a part of y'all panel, whatnot. I've been out there yesterday, but last night, all fucking night, last night, dealing with y'all boys. Glad to see people doing something like that. I like to be around Israelites. I mean, and not only just Israelites, but my people. So peace of the panel. I mean, peace of my cousin will put me on to y'all. I really ain't know y'all, boy. I've been dealing with something. I'm not really dealing with something. I watched something for a while. I mean, but my cousin, I mean, put me on y'all. So you say I'm gonna find a good little home right here. So I'm gonna check y'all, boy. I'll see what it's about.
You know what? I think I seen you was on Pseudo Killers the other day.
Yeah.
Man, don't go back on that, man, until you're ready. You got beat up.
Oh, I ain't get beat up. Listen, King. All the thing, anything you hear me talk about, King, I can show you right now. All sorts of right now.
Nah, bro.
I don't really subscribe to this.
Hey, he gonna don't let him trap you up. That's his people, so he gonna say that, okay?
Understand that. I'm Israelite, you know what I mean? I go to a lot of different platforms.
No, that's Kanye's people. You was on his people's platform, so he gonna say that.
I understand that. I'm Israelite. I understand the Pan-African movement. I understand how them boys are. I'm not knocking that. I mean, it's all fun to me.
How you gonna be an Aboriginal Israelite, bro?
But as far as debate though, listen, I eat niggas for fun. That's what I do. All I do.
You eating cheeseburger for fun, man. You kind of healthy, man. So I feel you. But listen to what I'm saying.
Of course.
It don't make no sense, bro. Think about what I'm saying. Think about
and raising family.
That's grown man life, bro. I ain't mad at that. But what I'm asking you is, how do it make sense? How are you the indigenous people of North America, but also an Israelite that's from the northern tip of Africa when it meets the Levant region? How? Make it make sense.
Listen, no problem. Hey, matter of fact, how can I share my screen? I can show you a source right now. Matter of fact, you know we're Israelites, so I'll show you two of them.
Oh God, go ahead.
On the bottom, it should say share.
Here in the Americas, we here in the Americas, we had this little Israelite thing going on before it moved over to that place they call Africa.
So you saying that the Israelites started here and then moved to Africa?
Yes. We are Aborigines here.
You know what? We can stop right here. I'm done. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Hey,
I'm about to tell you
have to
you
respect
never
each
heard
and
from no
everybody,
other nigga
even
before.
if you don't agree.
Right, let him bring out his information.
Yeah, man.
How do I share the screen? How do I share my screen? I can show you right now.
Okay, on the bottom, everybody mute. On the bottom of your screen, it should say present or it says share screen.
Present. I'm asking to share screen.
Everybody mute. On the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, there's too much going on. Okay, then after that, I would like to share. Yeah, we're going to get back to the science, man. We're going to take you to the episode when JJ 7000 went against all these so-called science greats. See, JJ 7000 is not just no one-trick pony when it comes down to these debates. As y'all been looking at my catalog. Hold on, come on, let me fire it off. See, so in this episode, JJ 7000 challenged the conscious community about abiogenesis, evolution, and atheism. And this is supposed to be me and us West. Final hurrah. I gave him another chance. He been crying about this goddamn rematch because when I beat him up on my Facebook page, man, he just ain't been getting over. So I gave him another chance. I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all. But then I come against, goddammit, Chef Ron, what's his name? Chef Ron from Pseudo Killers. He popped up on there. He didn't say much. Unc West and Sebastian Cole. They couldn't handle the questions about the Cambridge explosion. They couldn't handle the question about how did this just pop up out of nowhere and all this just come about. So after this brother shared screen, we have to get into this. Thank you.
Hey JJ, that's the debate when your stick head, the ball head fell off.
Nah, that ain't the one, man. Don't remind me. I lost my power that day, man. Hey, I was so embarrassed. Yeah, you know, everybody
what's
loves that
Sarnetta
damn
trying
stick.
to do, man? What is
Oh,
Sarnetta trying to do?
I don't. Wait a minute, Apostle. How you just go from what we talking about to what the hell Sarnetta trying to do? What we talking about, bro? Elder, what we talking about?
I just got kicked out. I came back in. I hit your link, and it put me on Sarnetta. Sarnetta's trying to jump into what you're
Oh, he
doing.
trying to get in. Well, yeah, he got the. Everybody got the link, family. That somebody is it 10 people on?
Hey, JJ, can I say something, please, quickly?
No, yeah, but can we? Are we gonna just? I want to get back to the science at the apostle. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah, he's trying to bring it over to the Sarnetta channel.
Well, ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody thinking about that. We do what we do, and I don't worry about what nobody else do, man. And so people want to. Hey, listen. Sometimes, listen, I be live here, and I go peek into other people's channel. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
He's trying.
We all
to
together, right? So
I can't see y'all. I got kicked out of the show. I just got back.
Apostle, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You still on this show?
No, I got kicked out, and when I came back in on Sarnetta's channel.
I'm not technical. I'm not a. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I don't understand it either.
That means that's a sign from the Most High. Stay over here. See,
I'm trying.
All right, go ahead, brother, with the source. If Elder wasn't done, was you done, Saquon? Elder Saquon, was you done? Okay, I think so. All right. So who's up? Who's up next?
I think Darvis is still trying to give his source.
Okay, well, he's still looking for that. Y'all continue to talk, everybody. That way the pressure ain't on the man to hurry up.
Man, because I got lost when I got kicked off.
You say hurry up, Apostle?
I didn't say
hey, listen, can I just say something? Because I've been trying to say something for a long time, JJ. Listen, I just want to say this, right? You guys say that you're debaters and you're champions and all of these type of things. But so far, every time somebody calls
every
somebody
debate
out,
you had, you lost so far. But go ahead.
I know. There's only JJ that will step up to the plate and say, yeah, let's debate. The others, when I debated Judah, guess what was happening? Oh, JJ, this is a nonsense debate. If you're a champion, you debate anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You debate them and beat them.
Calling you out, Judah.
And let the people see that you beat them. Don't come in and start moaning and saying, oh, after you've taken the debate, and then start moaning, oh, it's a stupid subject. Same thing with Anonymous. That's why I wanted to speak to Anonymous. Hey, JJ, Kabima.
I don't know about. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait.
It's true.
Wait a minute, man. Now, I was kind of rocking with you. And then Judah did win that debate y'all had on the lines. Then I mean, I would. Hey, you shouldn't want nobody to show that one. But anyway, and then you talk about Anonymous. Come on, y'all.
Don't you come over here talking about Anonymous.
You're doing too much tonight. Hold on, we all can't speak. You're doing too much tonight. But I'm with you. See, hey, Judah Naz, I will promote you. Judah Naz, the Lions Den, Yosef Samars with the Lions Den, and he calling you out. He want a rematch. That's how you do that.
And Anonymous too.
I don't know about Anonymous, man. I don't even Judah, man. You kind of you have a PowerPoint next time. That's my advice.
And Yosef.
Yeah, but we're doing the scriptures, so yeah. I mean,
yeah, even if you're just showing your scriptures on the screen, people like visuals, like what we got going on right now.
Hey, Yosef.
You're right. I'll get that going, and I'll come.
Challenge you to a Kunga competition.
Nah, you win that the hands down. I surrender to that one. You win that hands down because I know you're real good. You're real good at that. Believe. I surrender to that. I'll play with you, but I will not compete with you. Definitely.
Yeah, you could come over here and play your presentations and, discuss what you want to discuss, okay?
Sure. All right, no problem. Thank you, Sister Lehefa.
Let me tell y'all something real quick. The Lions Den is open for anybody who want to come on here and do a presentation every day. We always look for somebody to bring some information. I get tired of trying to want to come up with content. So if somebody else got some ideas, we don't have no problem with it. So just all you can do is get in contact with me, Kareem, or anybody from the Lions Den. They'll get in contact with us. We're gonna do what we do.
No respect, man. Every time.
Peace. Do y'all see my screen?
Yeah, I see it. Some of the
Yep.
information I got here, I just printed off. A lot of that information right there.
This particular thing, this article came out of the book called Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Portuguese, some shit like that, man. I'm going to get the book. I left it on the screen. You can look at the screen.
Louis Lopez.
Okay, hold on, family. Who presented this information? This is open to knowledge. Oh, Jar. Okay, listen, bro. Go ahead. You don't have to rush. If you want, if you're gonna put it up there, go ahead and read it, or I can read it for you if you want me to.
You go ahead and read it. I'm about to go find a book while you read it. I got another source.
Okay, but listen, bro. This ain't today's topic. Is really we talking about science. We want to get into that because like I wanted us to talk more about science today. And
JJ, the brother just asked him to prove that he's a Indian / Israelite, and this is what he's doing.
All right, go ahead, bro. We say that we and then the next time you can come and get in detail and do a whole show. But go ahead, brother. Do what you gotta do.
I'm over looking for this book. I left it on the screen though. The source is right there.
And see, I'm talking about Kareem. He ain't even got everything together. He got to go.
No, he got this source. He just looking for his other source, but he asked you if you can read it while he's pulling up the other source, so he can make it quick.
All right. Let him read.
All right, good.
The Portuguese and Moreno. Go ahead. $16.50 independent by the English.
All right, am I kicked off the show? Can y'all hear me?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, so now let me ask you something. What are we doing? Why are we got dead air?
I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, because this is where the confusion came in. When Apostle started talking and acting like he was about to read it, that's why the brother didn't say nothing. Because at first you was going to read it, then you got to question it, and then Apostle was going to read it. He said one line, and then it left it at that. So, yeah, let's move on.
I wasn't reading it live. I was reading it underneath my breath.
But we heard you loud, so you thought you wasn't, so that's where the confusion was. The brother was just trying to bring out some source. It was just going to be quick. That's what he said. It wasn't going to be a problem. We've been here all day. If the brother going to say he's something and somebody's going to question him, you have a right to bring the sources out. It took him a minute to gather it, so all we had to do was wait a couple of minutes for him to bring out his sources.
Right. And I didn't have no problem with that. So I stepped off the minute ago, put my steak on. I come back and ain't nobody saying this.
Because he was, Apostle started to read it. The brother asked one of y'all to read it while he bring out another source. Hold on, let me finish.
It's no big deal.
No, I'm telling you right now. I know it's not. I'm just saying it right now where the confusion came out. The brother brought out a source. He asked you, Jeremiah, could you read it while he bring out another source? Okay? He was going to make it very quick. That's what he said. But that's why he was trying to get the other source so he could have it real quick while he go over both of them. But, yeah, we're going to move on because,
Let me see what I have that includes with what he has. When conducting biblical research and study, the important find use best resources. This is important not only for the class, but also the ministry, personal information, to discuss how you would go about finding great resources either to the books or judges for the book of Ephesians, reflecting to the resources found in one. Dear late classmates, may I answer, wow, most certainly describe most contingent contrary to the norm of most peers. My position is one of dissent from the formulation and questioning concerning scripture text as face, value, and interpretation and understanding according to doctrinal teaching of the Bible. Whereas the Bible doctrine instruction teaches according to the scriptures, text saying, knowing this first, that no privacy of scripture is of private interpretation. For prophecy came in old time by the will of men, but only men of God spake as they moved by the Holy Spirit. 2 Peter 1, 2, and 21. All scripture is given through inspiration and is profitable for doctrine.
Hold up, y'all. I don't mean no harm, but I'm lost. I thought he was trying to prove some kind of. Can somebody help me? I just went through a test.
Yeah, he was, and that's
Okay, so let me answer. Okay, I'm lost. I'm lost. What are we doing, Apostle? What are we doing? Are you answering this brother's question? Or where the hell are you at?
Yeah, you should have read that brother's article. This is just
right.
slow
What the hell?
as fuck. You should have read the brother's
article. Can we get back
article.
to the science, please? That's all I'm
asking. Out your article.
I told them we wasn't going to be focusing on the Bible or nothing else. That's what I told these brothers. And when I left off, I come back. Let's get back to the science. That's what we're here for today. I tell them they can't always. I say y'all always talk about the Bible, and then why we doing it? I want to talk about science today. That's all. I hope I'm not being rude. So, Apostle, I don't know. And then the brother just said we're going to talk about how he going to prove his lineage, and you went somewhere else talking about the opening of the reading of the book of the Bible. Can we get back on the topic, please?
Yeah, but okay, JJ, you gotta understand that the topic changed like 6 times that you was gone because the scientists had left. So you gotta understand when people get to asking questions about other things, then let them get into it. But we can get back to the science, but it wasn't about science you know what I mean? It was so many other different topics when you had left. Okay, so.
Right. And what I was saying was the brother that placed
the material,
the brother that placed up the material is material that I have.
Yeah, but you should have put his material. I'm muting you. You should have put his stuff up because at the end of the day, JJ was trying to push on to another thing. The man had information. If you didn't want to read the information, it's rude for you to go grab some other information and try to put your information at, you know what I mean, instead of just reading the brother's source. Like at the end of the day, it was up there, but you reading to yourself. It was up there.
I would have read his source. His source was no longer there.
No, because I said let's move on, and then you got to read your source. So let's just play this video because it's rude for you to, you know what I mean, continue to bring your information out, and you didn't want to deal with this brother information.
Yeah, brother. You said you was
Israelite
more. What does that mean?
I don't know if it's okay for me to speak or not yet. You know, I just want to,
Yeah, was your turn. I was just saying that I was muted, but yeah, we didn't even let you get an opportunity after the brother brought out this information to even introduce yourself and speak. Go ahead.
You know, they call me Wisdom. You know, I came up here because of the title, and I wanted to ask another question after the title. But sounded like the question was posed: can science and the creator coexist? To make a long story short, I would say yes, automatically. And my reason for saying yes would be just if we're looking at the word science and what the word science means, I think most of us know it means to know. And if we look at the creator to be the all-knowing, that automatically puts it at a relationship right there to me. And when you look at the science aspect, to me, science dealing with the earth, like the body, how things actually becomes tangible and exist. And when it comes to the all-knowing, the creator, that's dealing with the mind, like, you know, the ideas or whatever that you wish to bring into existence, you know. So to me, yeah, they coexist. I want to ask a question about Titus 1:14 to any of the Hebrew brothers and sisters that might be on the panel, and what y'all think about it. What y'all think about Titus 1:14?
Anonymous, I think you want to take that because I'm not.
I don't directly to deal with you, but if you know,
I know, but I'm just saying,
yeah,
take the man's question if you want to.
yeah. What's Titus? Read Titus 1:14 for me. Maybe I got an answer for you. We'll see.
Okay, I had to put it up for you. Hold on, my bad.
I'm kicking it. It's family night, so.
Well, it says, I don't know if I have to read it from the beginning for you, but it says, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. What does that mean to you?
What's your question?
My
What
question
does it
is,
mean?
yeah. Well, let me just go ahead and just make, go ahead and give you what I'm thinking about it, so we can shorten it up. You know what I mean? Because to me, when I read the whole context of it or whatever, it's explaining when you go into what the Jewish fables are and things like that. It would be explaining like the scriptures to me, the doctrines, basically saying that it's all allegorical and that
no. So this is what this is talking about. I did a conversation on this before. I think it's Matthew 23, Mark 7, and Colossians, I want to say 1 and like 16. Forgive me if I'm wrong, right? This talks about what's going on in the first century. Okay, so in the first century Jerusalem, you have a distinct argument that's going on between two schools of thought. You got the Hillel school of thought and the Shammai school of thought. And the argument is whether or not they should adhere to oral history and oral traditions that are being brought from the Babylonian captivity, or this concept that is being brought from the teachings of John, the Apostle John, and Messiah Yeshua. And so Yeshua answers this when he talks about all these things that you hear by the scribes that sit in Moses' seat, adhere to them, but don't adhere to the things they do. And then if you go to Mark, I want to say chapter 7, he talks about you have forsaken the commandments of God and started to adhere to the traditions of men, the washing of pots, the washing of hands, taste not, touch not. That's in Colossians. So the conversation is this, and I want to be clear, right? Because I love this channel. I don't want to get this channel flagged, nothing like this. The conversation is about a certain conversation that has been had in the first century. Against certain Jewish practices, small hat practices. Forgive me, I'm not trying to be, you know, disruptive. If y'all go back, you can mute that if y'all want to. But there's an argument about the esoteric understanding about what it means to be clean and unclean, or what it means to be defiled and undefiled. At this point in time, there's an argument between multiple pharisaical and traditional schools of thought. So when they're talking about keeping to the traditions of the elders and things like this, they're arguing about conversations that we later see pop up in the Talmud is ultimately the point, right? So what Yeshua and all the rest of the apostles of Yeshua are arguing about are whether or how to keep to the traditions of the Talmud. Look, make it clear. There's nothing wrong with washing your hands. There's nothing wrong with washing your hands before you eat. But if you say if you eat without washing your hands that you're undefiled, that's a clear-cut distinction, a clear-cut argument to your relationship and respect and interaction with the Creator. And there was a clear-cut distinction about how that reacts and what that looks like. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think you gave an educated attempt to answer it. You know what I mean? Yeah. But,
Hey, look, do me a favor. If you really want to get at it, you know what I'm saying, hit me in private. I don't want to say the wrong things on their channel, and I don't want to be disrespectful to certain people's religious practices. That's what it comes down to. Right?
Yeah, no, we don't need to be saying nothing wrong on it. I'm glad you're conscious about that.
Right.
And I'm conscious about it. I mean, JJ 7000 is also conscious. And I want to get back to science, please.
Yeah.
I'm not being rude.
No, you're right, brother.
I want to get back to science. Because I told these brothers, and then that's another thing. Okay, go ahead, Q. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm always going to protect you, JJ.
Let me know when JJ can speak.
Just so you know, JJ, I'm always going to do my best to protect you, brother. All right, you hear me? But can you hear me, JJ?
No, I'm telling Q. Let me know when I can speak.
All right, bro. Go ahead, Q. And
Go ahead,
Darvis, Darvis, if you want to,
now you ain't got nothing to say.
Darvis, if you want to,
no. I was gonna let you go in, bro. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but you got so.
You ain't no trying. You did it. You do it all the time, man.
Bro, I'm barely.
I want you to notice these habits. I want you to notice these habits. I want you to notice this. You're supposed to be a scientist.
Bro, I'm barely.
I want you to notice the things you do. How come every time I gotta say this to you niggas? Now, let's get you the video, please. And I'm not yelling at Karima. I just want to get you the science.
Only reason I got back on is if Yusuf want to ask me a question because I knew you wanted to ask me something
earlier. Live and do the shit by my goddamn self.
Nah, it's good, JJ. Do what you got to do. I'm gonna sit around.
They always tell us that. Look, they always tell us that all y'all talk about is the Bible. I said I'm doing a show today. My vision, and when I woke up today, I'm gonna get these science people today, right? And then I want y'all to review my science video so y'all can tell me what I'm doing wrong or what I'm doing right. Cause it all tie in together, man. But I told y'all, don't keep bringing up God today and all the Bible stuff. I want y'all to teach science. Damn, that's all I wanted.
Bro, there is no scientists on this panel. There's just a bunch of niggas that like to play scientists.
I said I want to talk about science.
I disagree. I actually have some scientific degrees.
Q, listen. I don't come on your platform to do that. I don't do that.
I put my scholastic and college degrees up against that.
Yeah, okay, brother. Is this a debate channel or not? Because this brother wanted to debate. He reneged on a debate, and I wanted to converse with him about him reneging on this debate.
Who you talking about, Q? Who you talking about?
I'm talking about you.
How renege? I'm right here. What you mean? What I renege on?
Bro, did you not say that you no longer want to have the debate?
Oh, okay, great.
Hey,
can we knock this out?
Hey, this ain't the time to set up the. You know what?
No, JJ, hold on.
No,
JJ.
I just say fuck JJ, man. And this is what y'all like. Just audience members that's new to the scene. I give everybody leeway on here, and then I'm so nice that they just because they want me to do the JJ. This is JJ. See, I love you too.
Please,
I love you. Please, let's see what
I'm saying.
They can't even tell me, bro. Be quiet, bro. Bro, please. That's all I'm asking, man.
Trying to save you because you're making a mistake right now.
I tell you what, I'm gonna watch an audience, bro. Yeah, y'all got this.
Bro, just stay right here. I don't want you to get off.
JJ, let's do that science, bro. This Babylon
JJ, don't get off. JJ, don't get off. This is what I'm saying. Me and Q had a conversation before you got on.
Right.
Man, that conversation whack and dead, bro.
Yeah.
Come on,
okay.
man.
Yeah. Listen, I
Dead.
agree with you. It
Y'all
is
done
dead.
talked about that like girls,
Hey,
man.
look. Hey,
Y'all could
look.
go
Hey, hold
walk
on.
on the
Hey, bro.
line with
Hey,
that,
look.
bro.
Hey, Karima, you there? Karima, you there?
Yeah.
Hey, please fix this before I start acting like a nigga on here.
Yeah,
Bruh,
y'all.
come on, man. Like we don't need the preamble, bro.
No, for
Like,
real, y'all
relax.
need to start being respectful. And I don't know why people starting to catch attitudes and being impatient because you got a panel full of people here ready to talk and get it on, and you got y'all got to have a little more patience for your brother. This just is being ridiculous for you just to keep cutting each other off. Everybody is me type ass shit, and y'all ain't even fucking working together. And you know what I mean? It's a whole open panel. It's not about just y'all. And if you want to
Thank you.
present some information, stop being rude about it.
Thank you, Karima.
Yeah, I agree, sister. So let's get right into it. So, brother, do
All right,
you want
so
to have the
No,
debate?
you need to stop being rude too. And
I
hearing
just agree with
hold
you.
on. Don't try to brush me off. You need to, you know what I mean, stop doing what you doing too. And have some
right.
more respect when he talking.
But nobody was talking. I just
Because
agree
this
with
is
you.
JJ was talking.
I'm talking about JJ. He was talking. And you need to have more respect because this is his platform. And you need to, you know what I mean, have respect for him because vice versa, you would have had the opportunity to put him out. So stop it, please.
Okay, but on my panel, I
I'm
give
just
JJ the utmost respect.
ain't nobody gonna talk over nobody on their own panel. Period. So stop it, please. When somebody asking you, please stop. That's it.
JJ's gone.
Ain't no sense of even going back and forth with me over here. I don't care if he's here or not. I'm telling you, okay? Please have some more respect when the man asking you to, okay?
I respect you, sister, but
Thank
JJ's
you.
gone.
Thank you. That's it. That's it.
All right, respect.
All right, let me say this real quick. I'm sorry that you left, JJ. I pulled up because
Oh
I
my
seen certain
goodness,
people.
man.
Hey, y'all relax. So I pulled up because I seen certain people who we needed to finish a discussion earlier. Apostle told us we couldn't finish the conversation, so I pulled back up. Babylon Don, I got a lot of respect for you. If you trying to set up a debate, I'm gonna respect it. The fact you said that conversation was whack, I respect you, but I mean, let me get it in. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Whenever it's you, I'm gonna respect it. Cube, I think you acted like somebody who sit down and piss right now because I gave you multiple times to address what I was saying. I told you that I would debate you on whatever your argument was, as long as you give me a second debate. I proposed a 2 debate argument. Now you want to sit here and act like I was running from you. Don't make me go back and grab this and show how you said you were terrified, you didn't want to have a conversation, and now all of a sudden you pretending like you want to have an argument. I told you what the terms to the debate is. I'm gonna check your integrity right now. Now, what this is an integrity check. I hate that JJ jumped off because I really wanted to hear what he had to present, but I'm not finna let nobody get on here and check my integrity when I got on here like a man and said I would debate what you wanted to debate. And I even went so far as to tell you I would argue theistic evolution. You need to come back in the second debate and address me in the 18th dynasty about proving who the Israelites are. Now, to some of y'all, that may not seem like a big deal, but until you hear the information, and I'm able to show y'all how we prove who we are in the origins of the proto-Israelite. Now, the point that I'm gonna make is this: is once again, I hate that JJ jumped off, but Q, you kind of got on here and tried to act like you didn't run from a debate when I clearly told you I would have a debate with you. I told you what those debates, what that debate would be, and you said you didn't want to do it. I'll prove it to you, therefore proving either you bipolar, you drunk, or you playing a game. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. So yes, brother. To answer your question, I'm still extremely terrified of with you and whatever pseudo or whatever army that you feel that you may have amassed. I'm still extremely afraid. I'm still extremely afraid. No, brother. I'm scared and I don't want to debate that. quite simple how I said initially that I
So who you
don't
talking
want
about
to.
debating
Whoa,
then?
whoa, 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 whoa! But now, see, this is the difference. When you spoke, I never interrupted you, and I did
Yeah,
that
but
on
I'm
purpose.
interrupting you. What who you talking about debating?
I did that on purpose. I never interrupted you.
Who are you talking about debating?
I never interrupted you, Karima. You
Oh.
notice I never interrupted this
Go
brother.
ahead, bro. I'm gonna
I
mute
never
out.
did
Go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, let him go.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So no, don't be sorry, but I'll accept it. So now, the brother said, "Oh, this and that, and this and that." Oh, okay, brother. Yes, I'm scared. Yes, I'm afraid. Let me just agree to all of that. I'm extremely afraid. I'm petrified. Not even terrified. I'm petrified. Okay. Do you have all of that? Do you want me to come on? Listen, don't take my words. Let me come on and do the voice recording myself. You don't have to take it. I'll come on and say it. Brother, I'm terrified. Ooh, I'm so scared. Okay, so now that that's out of the way. So now, initially, what this brother told me early in the stream is that he would do the debate. But then what he said before he ran off is, I'm not going to do the debate. Now, what was the reason he said he's not going to do the debate? I'm not going to lie. He said, because you don't want to give me my debate, I'm not going to do your debate. But hold on, though. I never questioned this brother about a debate. I didn't give a fuck about this nigga. I didn't care if he wanted to debate me or if he wanted to. I never questioned him. I didn't care about him. He questioned me. And I'll be honest with you. He came to me respectfully. He said, hey, yo, Q, I understand we don't really, commiserate like that, but hey, I want to debate you on, this bullshit that I believe in. I said, brother, I don't really deal with that and I can care less about it. But I entertained it momentarily. And I can respect that because the way how he came to me, I can definitely respect it. But I told him no. I say, bro, I can care less about if you're a fake black Hebrew Israelite, bro. I don't care. Are you willing to debate me if your God exists or if your God does not exist? He said, yes, I will take that debate. Even while in the midst, when I told him, bro, no, I don't care about if you are the people or if you're not the people, because if you are the people and your God doesn't pan out, then it doesn't matter to me. If your God doesn't pan out, that he is the God of the Israelites, then I don't care. He agreed to that debate. But now what this brother is attempting to sell you is a false bill of goods. What he's trying to tell you is, oh, Cube doesn't want to debate me. No, that's not the case. He agreed to something. But what he cannot tell you is that I ever agreed to this crazy ass debate, or even that I care if they're the real Israelites or not. You're not the real Israelites. There are no real Israelites. You are not a real Israelite because your God doesn't exist. Because you know what makes you a real Israelite is that your God gave you that name. God changed the name of Jacob to Israel. But if there is no goddamn God to change the name to Israel, then you aren't Israel. And this is what I told this brother from the very beginning. But he doesn't want to understand that. And that's okay. So I'm going to freeze right there and I'm going to let him speak. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hey, so I'm gonna get this off and then I'm gonna let y'all get it in. Hey, Sister Karima, you there, right?
Yep, I'm right here.
So you know the Bible tells us we need witnesses. Now you remember the conversation we had, correct?
Somewhat. It depends on where you at.
No, I just want to make sure. So we confirmed the brother said that I came in him respectful, correct?
Right.
We agreed that there were other people that were trying to have other conversations, correct?
Right.
All right, that's all I need from you. Thank you, Queen. Now, let me show you about sit down to piss niggas. And you know, I don't like using this language, but whenever people, and I'm gonna tell y'all how to really get to me so that way you can have a ace up your sleeve. When you question my integrity, because I ain't really been around here. I'm not a liar. I don't play games. I don't dance unless I hear music. I don't laugh unless I hear something funny. Let me explain something to y'all about this liar and anybody else who want to have a debate with me. Now y'all gonna make me show you who I am. Yes, I am the apex predator in this. If you don't believe me, go ask the likes of Chris Harris. Go ask the likes of the brothers. Now, you can say Chris won a debate, when we had a debate because of the judges. Chris will tell you, though, he holds that one in his pocket because to debate me is something else. You know why this brother came up here and tried to show his ass? Because he's lying. Now, let me explain to you what happened. Then you can go back and watch in the stream and see. See, I have what we call a photographic memory. I've been blessed with that. Let me put this weirdo in his place. So what happened was I came to the brother. There were several people having a conversation. I had to beg for my chance to even interact. I said, what I would like to debate you on is 2 debates. I never said I want to just debate you. I made it clear. 2 debates. The second debate or the first debate, however you want to understand it, is based upon the understanding of we will agree to both of them. So the first debate was, will you debate me on if our God exists? I'm going to come from the position of theistic evolution. You can come from wherever you want. The second debate will be, can we prove a proto-Israelite in the 18th dynasty? And I'm going to come from the perspective of yada, yada, whoop, whoop, this, that, and the third. That's what I said, right? I broke it down right there. The dude came back and said he didn't want the debate. That's what he said. Apostle was like, this is a waste of time. Shout out to Apostle for being a brother with wisdom because he understood this off rip. Apostle said this is a waste of time. So I had a chance to respond briefly. And then when Babylon, it was either Babylon Don or Corey went, and then Q responded after that, he didn't say nothing about my response to the challenge. You know why? Because he don't want this work. So now, let me put it back out there. Since you seem to want some attention, let me give it to you. I wanted to say something real disrespectful, but I'm going to be cool. Let me give you the attention you want. And I'll repeat my challenge to you. I'm putting on the table 2 debates. One for you that you like, one for me that I like. I'm assuming that you went and called somebody, probably Chris, which gave you a little bit of courage. You got a little gummy berry juice in your system. Regardless, I'm going to put my foot all the way up you and his hind part. I want all the smoke with everybody in this community that has a problem with Israel. I want to put that out. Everybody that has a problem with Israel in 2023, I want all the smoke. But we're not going to play from your game. We're going to play from what I argue. And if you want it, I'm going to cut your head off intellectually. So now here's the debates. I want you to pull up and you can have your theistic or whatever you're saying. Does your God exist? I'm going to debate you from theistic evolution. The second debate that I want is, do we exist? The reason I know that you know that I said this because you had a whole retort to that. You said, I'm not going to argue that because I don't believe your God exists. That was your response to my second debate. So once again, to those in the cheat sheets and those that are slow, my argument is this. I want 2 debates. One, theistic evolution on does our God exist? Second, how do we prove we are we? And my argument is we start at the beginning of the 18th dynasty. And I even told you, I'm going to run you back to the 12th dynasty around the time of the B'nai Hassan mural. And then we're going to walk forward. Those are my 2 debates. If you won't give me both of those debates, you don't want it. We even have you in the chat saying you don't want it because you're terrified. Hey, stop playing with me, brother, because I will embarrass you and I will not have to insult you. Those are the points. 2 debates. If you don't want both of them, we don't do either. That's my preposition. Maybe you didn't understand it. I appreciate y'all for my time. And I want to say this. If you come back with some more nonsense, I want the last 30 seconds to respond. Let's get it. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Q.
Yeah. Let me say this. Thank you so much for the content, brother. I'm about to go live on my channel and debunk that. Thank you so much for the free content because you just said a whole bunch of
Appreciate it.
No. Hey, hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Let him
bro.
go, Anonymous. Let him go.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the free content because now I can just go back to what you said and you laid it out so eloquently. Thank you so much, brother. I can show the errors And thanks for the content, brother. Free content. Thank you so much. If anybody want any content, dial 1-800 anonymous, and you will get anonymous content. So thank you so much. With that being said,
all right, hold on, bro. That's it. Cut it. Look, there is not going to be a debate. Q, you're not going to debate anybody. This is a goddamn distraction. Anonymous, you failed for debate, bro. Let's get back to can we show the video and get back to science, please? I left 20 minutes ago.
I just want to point out that I asked for
He's
30
not
seconds
going
to
to debate.
respond. I asked that I want to
But
point
you
out.
responded before I left, bro. Why waste time on a troll who's not going to fucking debate when this whole topic is supposed to be about science? I want to get to the goddamn information that I presented so these science niggas can answer it.
Please allow
20
me to answer
science
that
niggas
question.
have left the fucking building because are talking about the Bible when I told them we're not going to talk about the Bible. Thanks.
JJ, I don't want to argue with you, but I do want to prove my point. Can I please prove my point?
You know what? Y'all can have today's show. Fuck it.
Come on,
take
bro.
it where you want. No, because I can't
this?
even get no respect on my own shit. So guess what?
I'm clearly
Kareem, give me the link to the
you,
other fucking channel. No, bro, I'm for real. I'm serious, man. I'm tired of being nice. I left. You niggas where's the time and the date for the debate? You don't have it. He's a distraction, bro. I had an itinerary, what I wanted to do. And when I had these science niggas in here that left, we had 70, 80. Now we're down to 50 because they didn't want to hear this Bible shit today. I wake up with a plan. And when I had them in here, I wanted to question them on what I presented. No, I'm not doing you, bro.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
No, I got dudes.
Wait, Anonymous.
You know what?
Wait, let him go.
Hey, so now I'm doing you, bro. I'm just telling you, why waste time with this brother, bro? I'm not treating you. I'm the one getting treated. I said, let's do this. This is a waste of time. I can go back and rewind it, and that's what I'm gonna do because that's what I'm a special to you. And I didn't treat nobody bad on this goddamn platform. I said a long time ago, let's get back to the science. I told the science people we're not gonna be talking about Jacob, Isaac, Tamara, none of that. We're gonna be talking about science. Because I wanted them to answer some questions in my presentation that didn't get answered on Sinetta. You know why? Because it was a distraction over there. So I thought I could bring it out with the science people over here on my own channel, but I guess that didn't happen. So I'm sorry if y'all feel that I was being disrespectful by trying to get back to the topic at hand, the title of the show. So y'all go ahead and joust with each other, and ain't nobody gonna fucking debate.
I came up here, JJ.
Hold on. Let him finish.
I think it's
Hold on. Because Unc West came up here with that messy ass motherfucking shit. He ain't about shit. I'm tired of Shanetta and motherfucking kissing Unc West motherfucking asses. He came up here and there was the first fucking distraction. Let's get that fucking right. Unc West was the first distraction. He don't want a motherfucking debate. He barely come out with motherfucking information, and he very fucking disrespectful, and he didn't let the motherfucking brother that actually brought this platform out to even speak. So we gonna talk about bringing out science when we brought out distraction from the beginning. These niggas ain't scientists. They ain't number distraction, and then they gonna come over here being very disrespectful. What you should have did was check that nigga, Unc West. Because at the end of the day, he had no respect for you and then try to check you and tell you how to act on your motherfucking platform when you telling him, trying to pump him up. Like, this shit don't make no sense for you sit there and be trying to get at other motherfuckers because the first distraction was Unc West. He always a damn goddamn distraction. Shanetta come on this bitch and be hella distraction. Disrespectful. And everybody say shit to them niggas. Nothing. They ain't worth 2 fucking pennies. And I don't give a fuck about showing Unc West and Shanetta. Because none of them motherfuckers is about real information. Now if you gonna come on here and show your information, it is what it is. But I don't give a fuck about Unc West. He ain't no real scientist. Now QButter and what's the name? They gone. The subject been changed numerous of times. The shit is about science and creation. So of course the Bible is gonna come along somewhat with it. So at the end of the day, this shit is hella fucking weak for a motherfucker to be mad over this little shit instead of just continue with the show and make it obviously everybody got a problem. The first distraction was Unc West because he have a problem with Anu'kakerakt. Let's keep it 100. So you trying to sit there and make it seem like, oh, everybody on here? No, them niggas distract the whole title when they came up on here trying to be disrespectful and mad and crying because you gave Yara props. Just as you did everybody else that came up in here. Now all of a sudden, you gotta be quiet on your own platform just for him to speak like he was bringing out information. But if you bringing out information, you ain't gonna get distracted to talk about some weak ass shit and be mad and crying. Continue with your information. No, he did what he's supposed to do. He is the goddamn distraction. He ain't no different than Cube. So let's keep that shit 100. Don't show favor to niggas that really ain't got your back.
I agree with her. Can I speak, sis? Hey, JJ, you know I got a lot of love for you, bro. I'm saying Q just trying to play.
I ain't about no goddamn favoritism over here. I try to keep it fair and order. I don't care who you is. But when you in the Lions Den and you got first dibs. If you open this screen, you gonna have respect. I don't care who come up in here acting like they know more than what you. They gonna respect you. And Unc West was disrespectful. Run that shit back. I don't kiss Unc West's ass. I don't kiss Shawnetta ass. And I don't kiss none of them niggas' asses. I don't even believe they should even have a fucking voice over here. But I'm trying to keep it respectful. But at the end of the day, don't make it seem like, you know, we out of pocket or we out of pocket because the subject's been changed numerous of times. Them niggas came up in there and changed the subject. Made it what they wanted to be about. It was supposed to be QButter Anu'kakerakt. You let that nigga Unc West come up in this motherfucker running his goddamn mouth, telling motherfuckers what to do, being disrespectful to the guests of the show. Come up in this motherfucker being mad about anything because I'm going to keep it 100. I don't care who it is. We ain't playing no favoritism. Them niggas came up in here distracted. That's why the energy fucked up in here because you brought them niggas up in this motherfucker first. Instead of cleaning the energy out, you roll with it and kept that energy instead. You coming at your guests too. I'm going to keep it 100. Go ahead. I'm not about to kiss no Unc West. He ain't never came up in this place on some respectful stuff. So at the end of the day, he don't come up in here running anything, telling you or me. I had your back. The whole reason why he telling me I'm being disrespectful because I'm telling him how he not gonna come up in here and be disrespectful to you. You all like, no. He right here. You ain't gotta tell him how he acting. He gonna respect this platform when he come over here. Whether I'm saying it or whoever saying it. It shouldn't be just Jake. It should be whoever over here got your back. I don't have no beef with him, but what I ain't gonna have him do is shut you down and tell you how you gonna perform over here. You should have let me rock and let him respect that. You ain't kissing none of these niggas' asses. Go ahead. I ain't apologizing for motherfucking shit. At the end of the day, Unc West is very disrespectful, and that energy he had rubbed off on you. Y'all go.
Wow. Well, truth is good. Sometimes it's good to clean out the closet, basically, and put the truth out there so people can, roll the right way, so to speak. So yeah, now and again it's good. I mean, I'm good with this, basically. So long as everybody can get back on track and we go back in the right direction, then yeah, sometimes now and again we have to do certain clean outs and say certain things. So yeah, I hope nobody's offended. It's just it was a show, and sometimes things happen in the show, and so yeah, that's that. And then on to the next. That's what I think. So yeah.
Yeah,
I second.
you said a whole bunch of nothing, but I feel you. Because nothing needs to be really said. At the end of the day, it is what it is. It's, you know what I mean? When people come up in here with negative energy, you know what I mean? Of course it's going to rub off, and we shouldn't be going back and forth and, bickering with each other. And not the main team over here. They just coming through. And you already know they snakes. So at the end of the day, don't be turn around and let the snakes run free around this motherfucker and disrespect, you know what I mean? People in here that ain't even cool. Ain't no making the excuses and no apologizing for no grown, smart, educated, supposed to be ass mans. When somebody tell you, you know what I mean, let it go, be quiet, you do that. You been a big ass kid. Unc West was a big ass kid. Like you supposed to be smart. Time I'm bringing in scholarship and information. How? When you can take the time and spend 5 minutes complaining about somebody and telling them how they is. Anytime that you have to take the time to correct somebody's behavior, like you they parent, you ain't got no motherfucking information. Stop playing. Come with the information. You ain't got to always try to correct somebody and tell somebody how you feel and how they should be doing and all that type of stuff. You wasting time.
Yeah, and also we should be able to take criticism, man. I mean, Anonymous, leave Sister Ayamania alone. She's just saying how she feels or how she sees things, and that's about it, really. Don't worry about you. Just bring your information and just stand by what you think and that's about it, really. There's no need to be looking back and looking at what this one said and that one said, because everybody's got a lot to say, and that's it.
I just want to say thank you, Queen, man. As you can see, man, we very respectful and we just sit back and listen.
No, this is where I'm at with. We spent almost 5 hours on a topic. It's okay to change up the topic. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a change up the topic. At the end of the day, after 3 hours, that topic is dead. You know what I mean? In order to keep the conversation, in order to keep it live, you gotta switch up. You know what I mean? New people come on, different people come on. Yeah, you can go back to the topic, but don't make it seem like it's all about that topic and everybody's supposed to just be sticking with that topic when, you know what I mean? It's always good to just, be able to have a conversation, any conversation, open it up to anything, you know what I mean? Because everybody don't know about science. But it's okay, to come on here and, introduce yourself, and talk about because everybody gonna ask you, what do you believe in? Well, you gonna cut the brother off from, saying what he believed. Kanye said, you know what I mean? I don't believe it. Let the brother spend a little time, you know what I mean? Bringing out his little information. He introducing himself. That's being rude. He ain't being disrespectful. He ain't cut you off. He ain't cuss. He ain't do none of that. These are new guesses. Unlike Unc West that already been here, and every time he come over here, he be disrespectful, talking stuff and cutting people off, unmuting his mic. Nobody say anything. Now they put him out all the time, every time, because He don't have no respect. Period. Unmute his mic all the time. Talk, cuss, all that. So stop it. At the end of the day, these is new people. Kanye brought up the topic, changed the topic a little bit, asked the brother, you know what I mean? How you gonna have to prove to me that you were, you know, Israelite or whatever. That's a topic that always gonna come up. You know? It was only one atheist on the platform. You know, we're gonna keep having the same science conversation with the atheists. I mean, the Israelites that ain't even a field. The atheists is gone. They did their little distraction and gone because it was about me type of stuff. Let me come over here, distract, come over here, act like I'm this, act like I know everything, act like I'm smarter than you brothers, and all that type of stuff. And then when you get chin checked, you want to run up. Q, brother, that was your topic. You supposed to close it out. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, the Israelites still standing tall here. Them niggas ran. Okay, yeah, we can play a rerun of the same nigga that just ran. Because I still allowed them to come on the platform after I set them in timeout. He got on the phone talking to his homie, Shanetta, or whoever he wanted to tell on me about. I don't give a damn. But the point of the matter is, he still had an opportunity to come over here and finish it off. Anu, QButter, all the scientists, people, it's still open. We dealing with people that's Israelites. One atheist / he don't know cube outside the cube. He keep it in the air because he don't want to deal with it. Just one. I'm just saying. So what are we talking about? Like we banging on the atheists that ain't even here. Ran them off. They big boys. They can handle it. They supposed to come with the information and let nothing distract them. You big enough to talk shit. You big enough to sit here and sit on the platform and get what you dissing out. But you ain't got to kiss now one of these niggas' asses because they don't give two fucks about you.
Peace, Queen. I appreciate that.
Ain't nobody coming on here checking me or none of that shit about none of that. I don't care about none of them. I don't go running over there to their platform. I don't care. They gonna come over here and be as fair and equal as any one of them. And then the people that over here gonna have more royalty than the niggas that's coming over here. Pure point blank. I don't care. I'm gonna have their back. I always for many years. They know me.
I got a question, Queen. How do you
No, please. Okay, we didn't get a debate. Now I've been gone for I don't know, maybe 35, 40 minutes. I want to get back to science. Can we play this? I want the people on that day couldn't answer my questions. There's a lot of distractions. Some people in this audience haven't seen this information. I would like to get back to that. I had an itinerary. I knew Cube was going to waste our time. I knew it. Where's the debate? What date? What time? Is it tomorrow? No. That's what I'm talking about, man. These dudes come on here and waste our fucking time, man. I'm not with that, man.
Well, where's the name with QButter and the rest of them? Because you could have went right over there and handled some stuff. So don't do that.
Can we play the video, please? I've been asking for 45 minutes.
I put up the video you left. You want to argue with these people instead of just letting me rock with the video.
No. You wanted to argue with Unc when I said, "Look, let's play the."
I don't give a fuck about Unc. I don't want to argue with him. I'm telling him he ain't gonna come over here acting a fucking fool because I ain't gonna kiss Unc ass.
I'm not gonna. Look, you don't know what I did all day. I reached out.
No, don't tell me what I want to do. You want to play this video? Let's play it. Other than that, I'm coming back at you.
Why are you coming at me?
Because you coming at me.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So when I said, so we doing this, so let's do this, right? So I said, Unc West and whoever was arguing, I said, let's play the video and cool it down. I'm gonna go back and get the clip. That's what I do. And then, no, we didn't want to do that. You want to continue to go back and forth with Unc. I left.
Because Unc West want to sit there and disrespect me and say shit while you talking like he ain't respecting you. You want me to stop, but you ain't checking this nigga. Hold on. Because at the end of the day, go play that video back. Because somewhere where you fucked up and didn't see the fact that I'm here sitting there telling him to stop disrespecting you.
It's okay, whatever.
Oh, it's okay for him to do that because you was like, it's okay. You know, he's been over here. He's not gonna do that in front of me though.
You know what? Okay, you know what? I retired. Y'all set up this goddamn show.
Don't worry about disrespect me in front. Don't run that video back.
I retired. I'm done. Y'all got this. Like I said, I put a lot of time and energy in what I had planned for today. I don't want to talk about the fucking Bible today. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want them to change the topic to go into that. And then I asked politely for 30 minutes to let these niggas yelp and then know the fucking goddamn debate. But I'm wrong. I know I don't hear everything. I'm out sharing the video. I'm out interacting in the crowd. But when I come back and I'm trying to do something, I would hope that we would have respect that we could do that. Because I don't get it on the other platform. And this is the reason why I wanted to play this. Because I had people in here who wanted to talk about science. I planned this all day. I don't need no goddamn distractions. I'm not coming at you. I love you. You my partner in this shit.
But you wasn't talking about playing no motherfucking video. You was talking about letting that bitch ass nigga run his motherfucking mouth. Now you talking about playing the video when you came back. And I'm trying to. What I'm not about to do is let this bitch ass nigga come over here and run his motherfucking mouth. Period, point blank. You got a problem with it?
Okay, yeah, I do got a problem because I went out. We got new people. People who was
well, you better make sure when you run out and get these niggas, they be more respectful. That's it.
Okay, I tell you what. We have 2 channels, right? We got 2 channels. So what I'll do, I'll go into the other channel and I'll get in front of the goddamn TV and then start a whole fucking new goddamn audience. You motherfuckers don't need me no more, right? Say fuck JJ, even on his own goddamn platform.
None of that.
So go ahead.
You making it a personal.
You making it. Put on the goddamn video.
No, you
know what? I'm embarrassed tonight.